Super Mario Bros. Is a classic, and it's still pretty good. It's simple and great fun in quick bursts, going as far as you can in one run. Starting as a beginner, I could feel myself learning as I played. I never really felt like I wasn't engaged. The music is iconic, and for good reason. No more needs to be said. And while the graphics are certainly dated, I think they stand out as their own art style, and everything on screen was really easy to read and nothing got in the way. Every now and then I'll boot it up and play for a little blast of entertainment because it's that fun. Bonus points for holding up this long. Still, it's got some issues that held it back from being perfect. For one, the physics felt pretty janky to me. Movement never really felt 100% natural, and I can't count how many deaths I had by just undershooting or just overshooting due to the weird acceleration, or slip sliding around in my death because of the momentum, or the amount of times I missed an enemy because I was just one pixel off. It all feels heavy, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it didn't feel 100% consistent either. The other issue I want to mention is the level design. People show this game in class as a case study on excellent, simple game design, but I was honestly a little disappointed. Some of it's great, but towards the end they just start rehashing level designs and adding bullet bills or more bottomless pits, and it just feels like padding. The fact that this game is pretty short and takes a lot of trial and error makes this worse. Also, screw Hammer Bros.
8 out of 10!
I feel rather apathetic towards this one. This isn't really a game that people often talk about or go back to from what I've heard. So I'm left thinking, why bother? I still played it, so I'll share my thoughts briefly. Given the name on the box, you'd think it's just a prettier version of Tetris for the NES, but you would be mistaken. This is a different take altogether. The game plays like a fusion of Tetris and I want to say Dr. Mario? I was surprised to see this, and even more surprised to learn that there was no way to play the original game. I love Tetris, but it's not for me. It's still a fine game in its own right. I suck at it, but I've seen what you can do with this game and it can be fun. Also, the music is still really good. The game unironically has one of my favorite title themes of all time. It's so bouncy and full of energy. At the end of the day though, this isn't my cup of tea. And with the lengths you have to go to acquire it, I'm pretty confident in saying there's much better games to play. Like Tetris.
6 out of 10!
I'm going to tell you right now, there's going to be a lot more Sonic coming up. I grew up on Sonic and it's the reason I got a Genesis in the first place. Now as for Sonic 1, it's okay. Certainly not my favorite game in the series. It's not the banger of a game it was advertised to be back in '91. This game has a kind of stop and go level structure that some people, including myself, find annoying at points. Even though Sonic's controls are based around speed, the level design doesn't always accommodate. And a lot of times when you do end up getting any speed, it's immediately cut off by an obstacle that's too fast to react to. As a result, gaining and retaining speed in this game is often a matter of trial and error. Now that's not necessarily a bad thing in its own right, but the most dated thing about this game, the live system and the lack of saves, means restarting from far behind most of the time, which can be frustrating. But still, there are a lot of things to like about this game. Once again, the momentum-based gameplay of Sonic leads to a lot of possibilities for fun gameplay, which some levels do take advantage of. It's also helped by the simple controls. The fact that you only need one ring to survive, and there are not many power-ups you need to worry about means that less things distract you from the core gameplay. Lastly, the presentation is really good. The graphics are distinct and full of attitude, and need I mention the music? No, I don't. Sonic 1 has a lot of flaws, but its good ideas are too good to ignore, and the game is enjoyable enough to warrant a good response from me overall.
6 out of 10!
Sonic 2 is a massive improvement over the first game for a bunch of reasons. It feels like everything was taken up a notch. First off, movement just feels better all around, and I think this is for two main reasons. First, the level design is massively improved. Levels feel like they were better designed around momentum. There's more slopes, springs, and platforms are more spaced out. Obstacles feel less like trolls and more like legitimate tests of your reaction. And if you hit them, it's not a big deal thanks to the second major addition, the spin dash. The spin dash does so many wonders for this game's flow. When you get hit, getting back on track is as easy as revving up and watching Sonic go. The great part is that it didn't erase the punishment for getting hit, it just makes the recovery easier. If you want, you can learn to avoid the obstacles, but you don't have to figure that out to have a good time. The only real issue I have with this game is the final section, from Sky Chase forward. It feels like a step backwards to Sonic 1 in terms of design. But I digress, this game still hits so many other points perfectly that I think it's worth anyone try it out.
9 out of 10!
yet another step up in the series, there's only one other score I can give. So how does this game improve on the last? Well, for starters, the addition of a save system. This makes game overs less frustrating and also allows for the average player to experience more content. Thus, more content was added. For starters, more levels, not only more of them, but they are now longer than before, and they rarely lose their pace. I also like the little cutscenes they added between each level. It makes the whole game feel like a single connected adventure rather than an arcade experience. The levels are also designed pretty well around the different playable characters. Knuckles provides a new moveset to enjoy, and thanks to this and the level design, your journey through each level will be a little different than if you played with Sonic or Tails. I should also mention this is my favorite look out of the three games. Everything pops very well and the music is my favorite so far. If I could mention one thing that I'm not such a fan of, it's the direction they went with the level design. I think some levels take a step back to the stop and go style of the first game. It's still way better handled here than it is in Sonic 1, but I don't think it's for me. And that sums up my feelings on this game as a whole. I don't think any of my problems with this game go beyond nitpicks. It's bigger and better than the previous games in pretty much every way. Some people may prefer one of the other games. Heck, I go back to Sonic 2 a lot more than this, but Sonic 3 and Knuckles is so solid that it's hard for me to fault it in any significant way.
Oh my god, it's a 10 out of 10!
Oh, what a fall from grace this was. I think the developers of this game really tried, but this game was just broken from the start. The isometric view turns every jump in this game into an overly complicated logic puzzle. Every ledge, turn, jump is a death trap. Instead of the usual getting from A to B, you now need to defeat a certain amount of enemies before reaching the end, like some sort of collectathon. This isn't an issue on its own, but the levels are confusing as well. The goal isn't just saving the animals and getting to the end, it's finding everything in the first place. No doubt confounded by that before mentioned isometric view, which makes some levels with vertical elements a real hassle to navigate. All of this is on top of slippery controls, which I guess was an attempt to preserve that feeling of momentum, but it just feels like I'm playing on ice the whole time. In all honesty, I could not bring myself to finish this one. It was too much of a pain. To say some good things, I think the game looks good, especially for the console it's on. I was pleasantly surprised. The soundtrack, while not as great as its predecessors, is decent stuff. It is an admirable attempt at a 3D game on a 16-bit console, but it's also that limitation that makes it such an undesirable experience. The most disappointing part for me is that this is only the beginning for what's to come.
3 out of 10!
I have a couple issues with this one that prevented me from enjoying it as much as everyone else seems to. I played this game as my first full Mega Man experience. I had tried out a couple of the mainline series games, and none of them were really for me, but I was determined to play this one all the way through. First off, I want to mention the issue I have with all Mega Man games, since this is a core element of their design. That is, the difficulty. Now wait, I don't have an issue with the games being hard. I enjoy a good challenge, but what makes Mega Man different is that you can choose from any of the 8 main stages to start from, any one. Seems cool on paper, but while playing X, I found it to be more problematic than anything else. For one, this option means that the difficulty curve can be all over the place depending on what you pick, because despite what you'd think with an option like this, not all stages are created equal. I put this game down multiple times because I wanted to pick a Robot Master that ended up being a terrible option to start with, like Storm Eagle for example. Now, the logical option then is to pick a different stage that'll be a little easier, like Chill Penguin. But now I ask you this, if there is an intended order for these stages, then why give us the illusion of an open choice? If I didn't eventually give up and look at a guide, I might have been ramming my head against a wall for many more hours on end before I got anywhere, and no better for it. Seriously, in-game guides are good and we shouldn't exclude them. This issue unfortunately soured my whole experience, and the cherry on top was that this game was still hard no matter what you did. But honestly, I can deal with a challenging level if at least I know I'm making progress. And yeah, I abused the hell out of save states. Now I must admit, there is still a lot to enjoy here. Fully upgraded X is actually kind of fun to play as. It was still tough as nails, but it felt doable. A lot of the bosses were quite fun to pin down and defeat. That feeling of learning as you fight them was really enjoyable. Save states definitely helped this because I'd be damned if I had to trudge through the preceding level again after a game over. The presentation is also really good. It really looks like an evolution of Mega Man, and it still stands on its own quite well. Need I even mention the music? Some of the best energetic music in gaming, period. This one clashed hard with me. This clearly isn't my type of game, but I must admit it's mostly well made. Maybe you'll like it.
7 out of 10!
This one isn't really that involved. Pilot Wings feels more like a tech demo, a pretty cool tech demo, but a tech demo nonetheless. And so I felt less required to actually finish this one. But I still made sure to try out all the different game modes there were to try. I sucked at it, but it felt like a neat collection of mini games to sink my teeth into between huge games. Nothing in here really stood out to me. That's what happens when you make a game to show off technical capabilities like this. Eventually, they age. Graphics are pretty nice, but because this whole game uses the SNES's stretch and distort features, things can get muddy at times. It's what made me mess up most of the time. The music was okay as well, nothing crazy, but enough to keep that energy up with a slight bounce. There's not a lot here, but what is here is nice, if just for a distraction. Not much more to say.
6 out of 10!
I should come right out and say that sim games aren't really my forte. They're just not the type of game that I'm generally good at, but I still had some nice experiences with SimCity. I came in expecting a really simple rendition of a city builder, but I was surprised at the amount of complexity that was in this game. They still have a lot of the systems that make a game like this today, and it was fun to mess around with on a 16-bit screen. It also gives me a very cozy feeling that I find hard to put into words. Maybe it's the pleasant music, the slower pace, the simple graphics, or a combination of all of them. For a while, whenever I felt in need of comfort, I would boot up SimCity and mess around in the sandbox for a little while, or start a new city and admire the possibilities. That being said, the major issue for me was that it never really held my attention for very long. My sessions were usually short and infrequent. Truth be told, I don't remember much about this game beyond what I've already said. There was always something more interesting to play on the horizon, and SimCity was just a way to recharge.
6 out of 10!
Street Fighter is a series that I had wanted to get into for a while, and for some reason I was hell-bent on starting with Street Fighter 2. It just looked like the most interesting to me, and the least intimidating in comparison. When I finally got around to playing it, I had a blast through a lot of it. It was tough but not undoable, and I felt motivated to keep playing through the losses. The different characters allowed me to try different playstyles, which I appreciated, although I mostly just stuck with Ryu. Most of my time with this game was through the single player. The multiplayer I did get to play was fun, but exacerbated one of the problems I had, that being the SNES controller. Now, this isn't entirely the fault of the game, but it must be said that Street Fighter 2 was not meant to be played with the SNES controller. Doing inputs felt like a struggle and a gambling game in itself. While in single player I could get used to it and keep playing, multiplayer was not as fun as it should have been for this reason. I'm not sure what could have been done, but something to accommodate for bringing the arcade over to the SNES would have been greatly appreciated. Instead, it felt like they crammed all they could onto the SNES and put their hands up. It works, but it doesn't feel great to play. The other main issue I had is that this game is slow. Very slow for a fighting game. This is, after all, the base version of Street Fighter 2. I know future releases would up the pace, but I was not lucky enough to come across Championship Edition when I walked into the retro game store that day. Lastly, I must admit I didn't actually get all the way through this one. I stopped after I lost a Balrog for the 50th time, because at that point the controls and pace were really starting to get to me. It's unfortunate, but I enjoy most everything else about this game. The graphics look great for this system and are still nice to play. The character list, while small, does have a decent amount of variety in gameplay styles. The music is iconic, and the game can be enjoyed by beginners and veterans.
7 out of 10!
Super Metroid's reputation precedes itself at this point. It's hard to go around the gaming community on the internet and not stumble into somebody praising this game. After finally playing it for myself, I can see what everyone is talking about. The atmosphere fills the screen wherever you go. The feeling of opening up the map, discovering new areas and secrets and old ones is wonderful, and it's all driven by the fun power-ups. I also really like the slightly more hidden techniques like the wall jump and shine spark. It opens up the gameplay possibilities tremendously. There were times where I started to get frustrated by an obstacle, but I remembered if I used a well-placed wall jump, I could bypass it. It saved a lot of those moments for me. It also surprised me just how much content there is in this game. The way the 4 main bosses are spread out and the cleverly placed gates around the map means you never return to an old area the same way. The game ends up being much bigger than I anticipated for a game of this generation. I like how you're rewarded for backtracking by returning to an area with a new power-up and using it to get a missile console upgrade or an E-Tank. It never felt too stale or confusing, most of the time. There are some points where the way forward isn't exactly clear. Super Metroid has a habit of hiding rooms behind unassuming walls or blocks. Most of the time it's optional, but there are a couple instances where it isn't, and I remember wasting so much time wandering around because I forgot to shoot the one block in the corner of the room. This leads me to mention the map. I like the map in this game for the most part, but towards the end of the game it can turn into a mess of Tetris blocks and dots. My main gripe is that the doors aren't labeled, so rooms next to each other on the map may not actually be connected. It makes getting lost so much worse. Lastly, the controls are something I never really got used to. They aren't awful, but the floaty physics and the limited button scheme hinders the flow for me. Having to spam the select button to get the item I want is a terrible idea. But I still ended up really loving this game. What it lacks in some aspects of design, controls, and layout, it more than makes up for in atmosphere, visuals, music, fun power-ups, and a huge playground to soak it all up in.
9 out of 10!
Punch-Out is not so much a fighting game as it is a puzzle or even a rhythm game to me. The crux of this game is figuring out your opponent's patterns and responding with the correct sequence in order to knock them out. It's one of the main reasons I find it so satisfying when you defeat someone. It scratches that perfectionist itch since the further you go, the more specific the timings get and the less chances you get to mess up. From the fighting game point of view, I actually find it kind of disappointing because you don't have a lot of options or freedom to express your playstyle. You only get a directional dodge, a low punch, and a high punch. You don't even really move around the ring on your own. Super Punch-Out does have the KO punch meter, which I think is a nice reward for playing consistently, but there isn't much to say beyond this in terms of gameplay. It's a very simple game. It focuses hard on this one idea and evolves it as the game goes on, but at some point it felt to me that it just became about stricter timing. That's when it got stale to me. There wasn't anything new being showcased that made me want to keep playing. So while I do really enjoy Super Punch-Out from time to time, I haven't been able to stick with it all the way through. Nothing made me want to power through that last batch of boxers because I didn't feel like I'd get to experience anything worth the trial and error.
6 out of 10!
Right on!
Man, this was something else. Super Star Wars was a pain in the ass to play, but still somehow really fun, and I couldn't exactly put my finger on why. For starters, it's very unforgiving. Yes, I used save states for this too. Even still, I had to play on easy mode because outside of that, I couldn't get past the first level. That's because the enemies in this game are pretty bad. They will be thrown at you with no mercy, and yes, they will respawn if you run away and come back. By far my least favorite part of retro game design. What makes it worse is that they are so frequent and that you never really get a chance to breathe. You are forced to power through everything because if you think for a second that you want to retreat and collect yourself, you're just gonna make it so much worse. Now, why did I end up liking this game at the end of the day? Simple. The control and gameplay is actually pretty well done. Shooting feels responsive, and you can aim in 8 directions, which is a godsend to deal with some enemies in this game. I also like the lightsaber when you get it later on. While the levels aren't anything to write home about, the locales are pretty fun to explore. The first level is pretty boring, but eventually you get to explore the cantina, jump along the rooftops, shooting stormtroopers, and infiltrate the Death Star. The game loosely follows the story of A New Hope, and I like how it follows the main beats but deviates to provide more interesting levels. The graphics look fine during gameplay, but the cutscenes and those speeder sections aren't so hot, especially those travel sections. Things can be incredibly hard to read, and if it weren't for the guides on screen, I'd be so lost. Still, I can say I liked this one. It helps that it wasn't too long, otherwise the insane difficulty would have really gotten to me.
7 out of 10!
It's crazy to think that such a cinematic game like Metal Gear Solid is still so much fun despite being limited to the PlayStation. What makes it stand out on this front is that it's not so much about the graphics as it is about the performances. Regardless of how over the top the acting can be at times, it's still genuinely pretty good. It also has good cinematography in its cutscenes. Animations can be stiff and the graphics are, well, PlayStation, but because everything else is done so well, those would-be problems end up becoming part of the charm. The music is also nothing to scoff at. It's good stuff, perhaps not as video gamey as most others, but that isn't what it's going for. I hope you've noticed by now that I've been talking about Metal Gear Solid as if it's a movie, and that's because it really feels like it wants to be. But this doesn't mean the gameplay is bad either. Every room in this game feels like a small sandbox puzzle. Those foot soldiers become massive problems at points because you know what'll happen if they spot you. It makes every successful Battle Pass something to celebrate. The game also does several other things to fully immerse you, like the famous codec number on the back of the box, or switching ports to confuse a boss. It's a neat gimmick, but it also really ties you into the plot. You have to scavenge for solutions like Snake would have to. Now, I could gush about this game for much longer, but there are some real problems with it that I should mention. For one, there's the backtracking. It's unfortunate, but it breaks with the pace and can feel like a chore. I'd also like to tie in some of the other challenges they have in this game, like the Nikita room and the laser section in the beginning of the game. I admit they can be complementary towards that underdog secret agent feeling they're going for, but it can also feel like a roadblock in terms of pacing. Lastly, if you don't like a lot of cutscenes and dialogue, then this isn't the game for you. Let this be a warning for the rest of the series as well.
8 out of 10!
Oh, Rayman. You ask too much of me. Apparently this is how Rayman started, as a slow, grueling 2D platformer. It's pretty, I'll give it that. The music is also quite nice as well. I can't deny that this game has style. I'm not trying to say it's poorly made either, it just does not mesh well with me at all. The one thing that holds it back for me is how slow it is. It makes every problem worse in my experience. Punishing design? Okay, but when I die I have to watch as Rayman meanders through the level to get back to where I was. It is such a pain, and it's unfortunate. It's hard for me to find much else to say. I think I made it through the first 2 worlds before I gave up. The worst part is it wasn't out of frustration, it was out of boredom. That's how uninterested I was. It's a shame because, like I said before, this isn't necessarily a bad game, it just feels monotonous. What else can I really say?
5 out of 10.
I told myself when I picked up my PlayStation 1 that I would have to try an original Tomb Raider game. I mean, Lara Croft is a gaming icon. The Tomb Raider games were innovators in their space. They helped invent 3D action, setting the groundwork for future games of its kind. Well, the one I happened to come by was Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. I didn't know which one it was in the series, whether it was a good one or not, I was going in blind. Let me tell you, this one was an absolute non-starter for me. The controls, oh man, the controls. Props to Tomb Raider for being one of the first, but we have done so much better since. Every single action was a struggle, and I am not joking. It was like learning a new language. The movement was also very stiff. I couldn't make one jump without holding my breath. When I booted up the game and struggled to get through the intro sequence, at the end I asked myself, do I want to play a whole game of this? And I already knew the answer.
2 out of 10.
Message from General Pepper.
When I was on my crusade to play all the classics, I couldn't get my hands on GoldenEye, so this was the next best thing. In the end, it didn't really matter because The World Is Not Enough had the same issue I had with Tomb Raider. Its controls are outdated. Limited to the N64, there is no real way to get dual analog gameplay, which I would argue is the most intuitive way to play FPS on a console. Regardless, what worked back then definitely doesn't work now. This is why controls are one of the most vital parts of making a game. If it doesn't feel good to play, I'm not gonna play it. It doesn't matter how good of a game it could be. Now, I will give 007 the multiplayer, if only because both of us had to use the controls, so it became just dumb fun. Although towards the end of our sessions playing multiplayer, the prevailing strategy was to run away before anyone could set up a clear shot, thus stalling out the match. I suppose it was worth buying if only to find out how bad this control scheme really was. For everyone else, don't bother.
2 out of 10.
Despite its extreme looks and legacy name, Excitebike 64 didn't do much besides bore me. Dirt bikes are cool and all, but it didn't really do anything to stand out from the crowd from what I remember. Just a run-of-the-mill bike racing game. I was hoping there'd be an interesting twist given its connection to the original Excitebike, which, while not the craziest NES game by any means, was a neat take on racing games at the time. This one, however, doesn't live up to that, and I was quite disappointed by it. It looks pretty, controls fine, and plays well, but if I tried to boot this one up again, I could probably get a single race in before I get bored.
5 out of 10.
Now we're getting back on track. Star Fox 64 has a lot going for it and is some proof to me that this era of gaming wasn't all a mess, and that Star Fox can still have potential. The presentation is on point, including the music taking after space symphonies like Star Wars. The iconic characters are fun to listen to during stages and intros as they banter with each other. The graphics actually embrace the angular style fitting of the N64, rather than shying away from it, which many games of this era tried to do. This then makes everything easy to read on screen, which is vital to the gameplay. gameplay, which is also incredibly fun. Most of the game being on rail simplifies movement and allows focus on what's happening in front of you. All range sections can get a little hard to control, and it can be even harder to figure out what's going on around you. These are my least favorite sections of the game, but they give you enough movement options and a lock-on to help out. The best part, however, is the replayability. Star Fox 64 is a pretty short game, but offers a lot of value beyond that, as there's a plethora of different routes to take in each run. It's fun to explore the different scenarios and the stages that lead to different routes. It never feels like I'm playing exactly the same game, unless I want to, of course. It's not perfect, however. Some levels aren't very fun to play. People like to bring up the tank and submarine ones as examples, and while you can avoid one if you know what to do, I still feel the same way. This game is at its best when it's not messing around with other gameplay styles and just letting us fly. Either way, everyone should give this game a try.
9 out of 10!
I've got a big soft spot for this game. So many memories of playing this with my dad, landing 900s in the warehouse or competing for high scores in the skate park in Chicago, rocking out to the soundtrack every single time. It's very hard for me to divorce those experiences from this game, but I'll try my best. Let's start by saying the mainline Tony Hawk games are pretty iterative. This being the first one, there's not a lot going on in comparison. Levels can be overly simple or confusing, as it feels like the designers are still trying to figure out what works. The gameplay is the most simple version of itself, and it feels just as easy to quit after 30 minutes than to stay up until 3 AM, because what you see is what you get, and if the game doesn't hook you in right away, there isn't much else to satisfy you. This also isn't even the best version of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1. The N64 version is missing a decent amount of content due to hardware limitations, which is a bummer, but I still think the core of Pro Skater is here. I even enjoy other games in this series more, but I'll still be happy to go back because at the end of the day, I'm still doing tricks out of half pipes, grinding rails, and listening to Superman on repeat.
7 out of 10!
Upon first look at cars for the GameCube, you'd think this is another shameless cash grab to get the money of the kids who are hooked on that Cars hype. But don't be remiss, there is actually a game inside of that box. I picked this up originally because it was super cheap at my local GameStop, and I thought it'd be something to laugh at and then put away. However, when I actually started it up, I was surprised at the quality inside. Now, let's not mistake ourselves. Cars is still a pretty mediocre game, but there are still some real interesting ideas in here. First off, the developers went with an RPG on wheels. Yeah, that's right, Cars for the GameCube is in fact an open world role-playing game. No joke. And it's actually pretty fun to play too. The driving feels pretty smooth. Navigation isn't perfect because at the end of the day, a car isn't going to have the same feel or precision as a human avatar, but it was fun to drive around Radiator Springs as fast as I could go without crashing. Or intentionally crashing into NPCs because the world is actually pretty decently populated. It's still nothing special in the grand scheme of things. Missions are incredibly shallow for one, it's all racing or collecting to some extent, nothing really outside of the box. Also, since they went with the RPG style, then I should talk about the story. It's Cars, that's pretty much it, but the pacing feels staggered because the loose plot is split up by arbitrary missions. I was pleasantly surprised by Cars the game, but it's still a pretty middle-of-the-road racing RPG thing.
5 out of 10.
I loved this game as a kid, first and foremost. I played it multiple times over, speeding through the levels, watching the story unfold, and absolutely rocking out to the soundtrack. Now, as I get older, I realize this game has a lot of problems. Things that people now rip this game apart for, but I can't help but give it some slack. For one, the animation is bad. Even as a kid, I thought it was weird. The voice acting isn't the best either, but I give that one more leeway because I find the corny lines and delivery endearing. I do think it looks alright for when it was released, not perfect, but still decent. I think the story is pretty good, all things considered. Of all things to rip this game on, I can see the acting, the animation, but the story I think is fine. I particularly like how each character sees the same story from a different perspective. It makes them all feel unique. Now, speaking of the characters, I generally like how all of them play. Except for Big, of course. Everyone else feels like a variation on Sonic to some extent. Therefore, none of them feel like a real chore to play. Again, except for Big. It's unfortunate that Big ends up being such a blemish on this game. His gameplay is so vastly different from everyone else than what you'd expect from a game with Sonic in the title. The worst part is that his playthrough is required to beat the game. I'm sure he wouldn't be nearly as hated if he was optional. Now, the stages are hard for me to talk about because I know a lot of them like the back of my hand. Any missteps in design have become nothing more than another obstacle to run around. If I could name something I never really look forward to, it's the casino stage for Sonic or his last stage. Final Egg goes on for too long, and the ring gimmick in Casinopolis feels like a roadblock in the pace every time. Everything else feels pretty much fine. All the other characters bring that variety while still mostly being based around movement and platforming. Sonic Adventure is a bit of a mess in presentation, but I think the core of its gameplay is solid, and I have a fun time every time I decided to pick it back up.
7 out of 10!
Same disclaimer here as Adventure 1, but even more so. So many memories of this one. First watching and playing little bits of it at a friend's house, then getting it as my first GameCube game and playing it all day long. Better visuals, much needed upgraded animation, better voice acting, and even a more bangin' soundtrack. The story was bigger and more involved, but still had that goofy delivery and writing. I absolutely adore this game, but it's still not perfect, and that comes mainly down to the gameplay for me. There are less gameplay styles here than the first game, but they feel a little more separated from each other rather than being pretty closely tied to Sonic in general gameplay. I think this is a double-edged sword. For one, every character type has their own stages, which means none of them have to compensate for the others. It gives room to fully realize each type's potential. On the other hand, the divorce of these gameplay styles can give a rise to the big problem, where other sections feel too different from the game's namesake, which is why most people buy the game. Regardless of how good or bad Eggman or Knuckles' stages are, they can end up feeling like a chore because I bought a Sonic game and I want to play as or like Sonic. I agree that Sonic and Shadow stages are the best parts of this game. They're the parts that I go back to the most, but I don't think the other gameplay styles are unenjoyable. They're just different. They have their own pros and cons, and I could discuss them for ages, but not here. I had and still have so much fun with Sonic Adventure 2 every time I boot it up. In the story mode, stage select, Chow Garden, it doesn't matter. It's not perfect, but it's still a great time.
8 out of 10!
Now I put Sonic Gems collection in one package here because my critiques of them all pretty much fall under one umbrella. There's a few that stand out which I'll mention, but the rest should all fit in with what I have to say here. For one, there's a lot of content here. However, most of the list is filled with games that aren't really a big draw to me. You have the Sonic Game Gear titles, which are cool but not much to sink your teeth into, all things considered. There are also Genesis games like Vector Man 1 and 2, and the Streets of Rage games, and I assume the big draw for most people was Sonic CD. Herein lies the biggest problem with this collection on the GameCube. These 2D games are just not fun to play on the GameCube's controller. They weren't meant to be played with the analog stick, and the GameCube's D-pad is mushy and unresponsive. Not a hit on those games to me, but definitely one for this collection. It makes the majority of these games a no-go for me. There are a couple games that might save it though. I spent most of my time here on Sonic R and Sonic the Fighters. Sonic R is a bit of fun, if only to see the characters actually racing on foot for once. The tracks are alright, the game looks good, but the music is bad. I heard people really like it, but I guess it's just not for me. It's also really lacking in content altogether. Sonic the Fighters is a lot of fun. There's input commands and footsies and combos like any fighter, but it's not complex to the point where it feels like a huge commitment. It's a short, fun arcade game with some of my favorite characters.
5 out of 10!
Alright. This one I don't have as many fond memories with. I really wanted to like Sonic Heroes. I've played it multiple times over the years to try to beat it, but this last time I played it for the list, I think I've finally given up. I never really got down with the team mechanic. Try as the devs might, switching characters always felt like a weird pace change. It doesn't change much in the moment, but over time it causes every stage to feel jittery in terms of pace and control. In about 30 to 45 second increments, you're racing down a line as a speed character, then platforming carefully as a flight character, then stopping to clear out enemies as a power character. It's so much stop and go as all these characters control differently, and it tires me out. Now multiply this problem by 3. Yeah, because all the teams going through the same stages with the same core gameplay problem I have makes it so much worse. It doesn't matter that I can play as Team Rose for a shorter journey because they're all required to finish the game. Then add in the strange mission setup for Team Chaotix and I'm just done. Their gameplay is the antithesis of what everyone else is doing. While the others are speeding from A to B, the Chaotix are combing every level for trinkets, and it's painfully obvious the levels weren't made with this in mind. The cherry on top is the special stages. They're a joke. I once looked up a tutorial on how to beat them and the gist of it was spam boost and pray the physics don't mess up. And they're required to finish too? No thanks. Everything else is fine, great even. It looks great, the music still slaps, and the story is a fun little romp with a nice twist at the end. The game can be fun. I have come back multiple times after all, but the process of beating it just brings out all of Sonic Heroes' worst qualities. And from now on, I'm done.
4 out of 10!
So here we have an interesting case. For some reason, my copy of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 won't recognize my memory card, meaning I can't save. So every time I boot it up, I have to start from the beginning. And I have a blast every time. I don't usually get very far, but the THPS formula is so fun, I don't care if I don't get to play all the stages. There's more techniques and skaters, including a custom character creator that I have fun messing around with if I get bored of skating for a minute. The park design feels confident and natural, and even though I only get one stage starting from the beginning, I still enjoy playing multiplayer and just skating around for a while. The music is great too. I have more nostalgia for the original soundtracks, but THPS 4's still has merits. I wish I could say more, but I can't. I don't know the full extent to the campaign, if the mission structure for the campaign ever gets rough, because I don't expect myself to beat this game in one sitting. And no, I don't like keeping my Wii on overnight. It's getting old. I can speak on the controls for a second. Something about the GameCube controller's layout made them feel less intuitive than on the N64, and I'll maintain that this is the one 3D game that's better played with a D-pad. And, well, we already know about the GameCube's D-pad. Analog isn't terrible, but not ideal.
7 out of 10!
So I figured I'd have to play a FIFA game at some point, given their popularity. I didn't have high expectations for this either, since I'm not a big fan of sports games, and picked this one up at a garage sale for dirt cheap. Sports games are a dime a dozen, and it shows. This one had me feeling bored, confused, and let down all along the journey. If I could say something nice, it would be the music and the graphics. The licensed music isn't bad, and the graphics look pretty good for a PS2. This was released a while after the PS3 came out, so I would hope that it looks good on this machine. Now, even after trying FIFA 07, I still didn't quite get it. The manager mode was just confusing to me. I don't know much about how soccer teams work, and it felt like the game expected me to know going in. All the info on screen was overwhelming, and so I didn't last long in that mode. In the actual matches, it was a little better, but not much. There's something about games like this that makes them feel sluggish, which I don't like. I assume they wanted to pursue realistic animation, but because of that, every action feels delayed, and it did nothing but bring me out of the experience. The controls were also a little more complicated than I had expected, and it took some time to get used to. Given how everything revolves around these matches, I could not find any real enjoyment from this. Although, if you're a huge soccer fan, I can see it.
4 out of 10!
This series is extremely samey from release to release. Most sports games are. Simply put, the sport doesn't change, but you know what does? The rosters. FIFA 09 felt almost exactly the same as 07. As such, pretty much all my criticism carries over. The graphics and music are still fine, everything else is either confusing or just underwhelming to me. The only thing that stood out to me was that they added a new simple control scheme to the matches, which I appreciated. It made those matches just a little more enjoyable since I could more easily sit back and watch the pretty graphics do their thing. I also think it's funny that they were still making these games on PS2. I get the PS2 was popular, but this doesn't really push any limits at this point.
5 out of 10.
Now I can get down with some Jeopardy. Similarly to the FIFA games, Jeopardy video games are all pretty similar. However, this is a little more up my alley. I also think that more people can generally play this together, as it doesn't require a lot of action or complicated controls. Every Jeopardy game is also dated as soon as it's released, since new topical questions can be made all the time. But playing this, I never really felt like anything was super limited to my knowledge of the 2000s. It was all a little more general or historical. That could also be because I hadn't played enough though. My favorite part about this game though is that Alex Trebek appears in this game in full motion video, saying things between rounds and questions. I haven't played a lot of games with full motion video, but I like this implementation of the style. I believe when this game came out, we were at the end of FMV games in preference for making everything computer generated. But I thought seeing the host himself brought just a little more soul into what could have been a very sterile game.
6 out of 10!
Kingdom Hearts remained a bit of a roller coaster ride of pros and cons throughout my playthrough. On one hand, the game looks great. Yes, it's still PS2, but Square's decision to mix the Final Fantasy art style with the whimsical look of Disney holds up even today. On the other hand, I found the story kind of boring to get through. The overarching plot is just okay to me, and the plots within the Disney worlds are just bad retellings of the movies they came from. However, the music is fantastic. The original tracks all fit their mood very well, and I'm not just talking about the tracks taken from or inspired by Disney either. It's all well done. But I didn't care much for the combat. The command system they introduced is a cool idea, but it feels clunky switching between active combat and changing menus, and Donald and Goofy are rarely any help. I thought the game got interesting towards the end when they finally let go of retelling Disney stories and actually let Sora and company develop as characters. However, the combat never really clicked with me. The Keyblade feels incredibly simple and unsatisfying. The magic really comes down to spamming your shortcut spells of choice. For me, it was Aeroga and Curaga by a mile. Movement is fine, but jumping is delayed, which makes platforming sections a drag. Some of the set pieces were really cool and bosses were some fun, but the final boss was a total pain. I could go all day, but I'd say that on average, I had a good experience. It helps that I had someone helping me avoid the extra bad stuff. The one thing that kept me going was that there was a lot of promise in Kingdom Hearts. The beginnings of something really great, but not fully realized here.
7 out of 10!
Kingdom Hearts 2. In contrast to Kingdom Hearts 1, I had a pretty great time with this one all the way through. I'd also like to say that I've only played Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 right now, none of the other ones. As a result, the story here was a little confusing, but it didn't take long for me to embrace the silliness, and I actually ended up really liking the story. Xemnas and the organization were kind of the only downside for me. They're cool in theory, but they didn't really end up doing much themselves, just kind of trolling Sora along the journey, and Xemnas wasn't built up that well in my eyes either. His identity actually made the conclusion of Kingdom Hearts 1 less satisfying in retrospect, and he just kind of shows up. Maybe they needed a stronger connection to the rest of the series, or they couldn't come up with a better villain, I don't know. Everything else is top notch though. The world stories are less self-contained, and I didn't really mind the revisits. Movement is much, much better. Not Mario good, but still works great for this game. The combat is the biggest improvement for me. The longer combos and combo trees you gain throughout the quest is so much more satisfying than spamming that 3-hit combo from before. Magic is much more fun to use, as the ideal spells don't feel all defensive this time around. Don't let me forget the new form changes, which bring all the aforementioned combat improvements to 11. The only blemish on that is the random anti-form, which can be frustrating when you get it. I get that the developers wanted to discourage form spam, but couldn't they have better balanced the cooldowns instead? The combat still permeates every aspect of this game and brings it all up a level to me. It was so much fun, in fact, that I willfully grinded to level up before the final world. There's not a lot of games that make me want to do that.
9 out of 10!
First things first, Sly Cooper is just incredibly fun. Mixing in a stealth aspect to a platform collectathon is a great idea. It's something that other games like it only do in single levels. Here though, the developers took it and ran. They made a stylish world out of it too. The characters and setting feel like they were taken out of a Saturday morning cartoon, with a little bit of noir and a story inspired by Robin Hood. The presentation could have been a little better in my eyes. The music isn't anything great. It all feels like music to sneak around to, and that's good, but it doesn't really have me bopping my head or anything. The 2D animated cutscenes look cool, but in 3D things look a little odd, especially the character models. I think it has something to do with the cell shading. It doesn't really mesh well with some of the characters. Still, the gameplay is a lot of fun. While sneaking around is your best option, getting caught isn't as big of a deal as it would be in other games of its nature. As a result, it encourages stealth but doesn't discourage the player from trying to survive if they get caught. I like how Sly gets more and more abilities the more bottles you collect and stages you beat. It keeps things fresh, opening up strategies as the game gets harder. I wasn't that much of a fan of the bosses, however. These big battles feel contrary to the game's themes, and they tend to mess around with gameplay ideas that sometimes feel out of place. The final boss is the biggest offender with its weird flying shooting section that is just why. It makes the ending feel kind of weak.
7 out of 10!
Rather than build on top of what the original Sly Cooper did, Sly 2 decides to expand outward. Sly's movement is pretty much the same, no real complaints there. They ended up adding other things this time, which most of it is pretty good. Bentley and Murray are now playable, and they have their own upgrades to get and playstyles to learn. I don't really find Bentley or Murray as enjoyable as Sly, but they're still fun in their own right. I feel like the other changes lend themselves more to Sly's gameplay than the other ones, like how levels are now open sandboxes with missions. Possibly as a result, the areas feel more carefully designed. The spaces are filled with more enemies, corners, things to hide under, secrets to explore, etc. However, it all feels like it was meant for Sly to explore, as he is by far the most nimble character. It's good then that Sly still does most of the work. The levels are more engaging than before, there's more time spent in them, and when I get bored I can always switch to a side character if I want. I didn't notice many changes in the other aspects of the game. The story was a little better and slightly less one note than before, but the changes in design are the real sticking point here.
8 out of 10!
Sly 3 feels like it may have gone a little too far after Sly 2's design philosophy. The namesake character is no longer the main focus. He now equally shares with the other characters, which I think is to the game's detriment. There are also even more playable characters than before, and when trying to account for all of them, it feels like the design was diluted in the process. There's less focus pretty much everywhere. The story has to introduce and develop all these new characters which never live up to the main trio. The wide range of gameplay styles becomes a lot to handle, and you have to play all of them multiple times. The levels also have to account for everyone, and therefore they feel less focused. Requiring all these different styles in the game creates variety, but if something doesn't hit, it brings the whole game down as a result, and that's a shame. Unfortunately, this was my least favorite of the trilogy. Still fine, still okay, but clearly not my favorite.
6 out of 10!
When first booting up Star Wars Bounty Hunter, I was kind of excited. A Star Wars game where you can play as a bounty hunter is a very cool idea. However, in execution, this game fell flat on its face. I don't have many issues in terms of presentation or performance. Bounty Hunter runs well and looks fine for the PS2. But in design, it is mostly misses. Let's get some positives in here first. The control is smooth and responsive. You have a big list of tools at your expense if you wish to use them, including the twin pistols Django is known for, which are pretty fun to shoot. That's where my praise ends, because everything else is not great. The level design in this game is confusing. I had to refer to a guide multiple times because I could not figure out where I was supposed to go. When I did find out, I was amazed every time. It shouldn't be so hard to find my way. The levels are relatively linear, but set pieces look incredibly samey, and so I couldn't find the exit half of the time. Second, given that this game is called Star Wars Bounty Hunter, you'd think collecting bounties would be a significant part of this game. Well, they aren't. You sure can collect bounties if you want to, but they are entirely optional. It's laughable because if you don't care about collecting all the bounties for a good score, this game becomes incredibly short. Once I found out, I blasted through all the levels until I couldn't bear the boredom anymore.
4 out of 10!
Whenever I try to look back on Jet Set Radio Future with a critical lens, I always have a hard time explaining what makes it so fun. You've got delinquents on roller skates grinding and tricking their way around a semi-open world, spraying graffiti and avoiding police. That's really this entire game boiled down to just a single sentence, but what is harder to tell you about is how it plays. Jet Set Radio Future is all about flow. The premise is simple, but its complexity comes from trying to keep your speed and tricks going through the journey. Whether you're tagging specific locations or bosses or doing trick combos, the more you get into the zone of grinding, wall riding, boosting, etc., the more enjoyable the experience is. That sense of carrying momentum is super engaging and becomes more satisfying the better you get at it. When you eventually hit a roadblock, and you will always hit a roadblock, it sucks. Because everyone is on skates, normal traversal is like playing on ice. Getting the speed going can be super frustrating because of the wonky physics. You get drawn out, start noticing more flaws like the confusing layouts or the hit or miss art direction. But when you get back on the rails, none of that matters. All you need to worry about is your next trick. It would be dumb of me to neglect mentioning this game's style. Jet Set Radio Future is oozing with it. There are crazy set pieces, a myriad of skaters, each with their own art styles, and an absolutely amazing soundtrack. This is one of my favorite soundtracks of all time, period. And whenever I hop back on the rails and start jamming out, it's bliss every time.
8 out of 10!
On the other side of my Jet Set Radio Future disc is SEGA GT 2002. That's probably the best way I can introduce this game. I wanted to give it a fair shot. I tried a bunch of different car models and tracks, and it wasn't a bad time. However, it didn't really do a great job of keeping me hooked. SEGA GT falls victim to a couple of my pet peeves in games. First, it's a sports sim game. Okay, maybe not like Madden or The Show, but I would still consider this a sports game. The problem I have with these games, and GT in particular, is that it doesn't really do anything to entice people who aren't into the sport. Maybe if I was into racing, I would find it cool to experiment with different car models and locations, but I'm not. If I want a racing game, I'll play something with some more fantastical elements like Mario Kart or Sega All-Stars. Those games have racing gameplay and other elements mixed in to keep everyone interested, or frustrated depending on who you ask. SEGA GT 2002 and other sports games don't really even try to do that. The second reason is that this game and other games like it try too hard to be realistic. Every game that does this never has a very long lifespan from my experience, especially for a game from 2002. It's not even that this game looks bad, it looks fine for its time, but it's incredibly dated. If I'm looking for a game that looks realistic, I will always buy the newest version of whatever I want. The realism aspect also affects the controls and game feedback. In SEGA GT 2002, you feel like you're driving a real car. The problem is, driving a real car isn't that fun. There's a reason arcade racers don't control like real cars most of the time. This game has so many things going against it for me, but it helps that I do like racing games. The driving isn't bad, it's just not very fun. The cars mean nothing to me, but I can always get a kick out of racing other people, or more accurately computers, because let's be honest, there's no way I'd get any of my friends to play this.
5 out of 10.
I ended up being really split on Metroid Fusion. There are quite a few things I liked about it. For example, the atmosphere is amazing, the research station is creepy, knowing in the prologue what happened there, as well as Samus being down on her luck due to almost dying from the X-Parasite, and knowing that they're the main threat makes them frightening. The game knows this too. I like how the devs really used the soundtrack to their advantage this time, like how the main deck's music changes drastically depending on the current mission. Samus also controls pretty well in this game. The only real complaint I have there is that aiming diagonally down felt awkward to me, having to press down slightly after the diagonal aim button. Never really got used to it, but luckily there's not a lot of times where you would have to do that. I thought the bosses were pretty fun as well. Most were more involved than other bosses in the series, where here I couldn't really tank damage and spam missiles as much. I had to be more diligent in recognizing patterns. Then there's the bad stuff. While I like the story and atmosphere, I hate how this game handles progression. Metroid Fusion is without a doubt the most hand-holdy game I've played in the series, and it caused me a lot of problems. For one, it killed the excitement of exploring the map. Being given a waypoint isn't always a terrible thing, but there isn't any room to mess around during the journey other than for bonus items. The critical path is always the same. This later caused me a lot of frustration when Adam eventually stopped talking or you were meant to progress without his assistance, because when you were finally set free, I felt ill-equipped to explore. I never bothered to learn the map or the tricks of the station beforehand because I never needed to. It doesn't help that whenever my hand was let go, progression was always behind some unassuming block or invisible wall. By far my least favorite aspect of Metroid design. I don't mind when bonus pickups are hidden behind walls and whatnot, but when it's required for progression, it just feels like cheap, unnecessary padding. And so at the end of the game, I felt conflicted. My favorite aspects were brought to 11, but so were my least favorites. Metroid Fusion is a game of highs and lows for me, and at the end of the day, I guess I just ended up somewhere in the middle.
6 out of 10!
Metroid Zero Mission is so close to being perfect for me. I had a blast going through this game. It was one of the few games where my first thought after beating it was to play it again. Zebes has a lot of atmosphere, but every enemy and brute remains clear and readable. The map is simple and gives the player all the information they need to know to find their way. The music is also great, being remixes of classic tunes, but unfortunately the GBA's notoriously bad sound chip diminishes this a bit. However, the gameplay is fast and responsive. I never felt like I wasn't in control of Samus, and that makes traversal and hunting for secrets seamless. You still get a lot of puzzles to solve in this virtual playground, making use of your upgrades in clever ways. It's the quintessential Metroid game, if it weren't for a couple things. First, the game is incredibly short. It feels like the game starts winding down just as it hits its stride. The game is also on the easier side, which I didn't find to be much of an issue until I encountered the last section. Honestly, I don't much like the last stealth section. I admire the attempt at storytelling, roping us back in for another act, but it does feel a little drawn out. Also, the easy difficulty in the main game contrasts harshly with this part. It was the only time I got a little frustrated with Zero Mission. If it weren't for these two issues, this would have to be my favorite Metroid game as of writing, but even with these issues, it's still a fantastic game.
9 out of 10!
Before you ask, no, I am not a Narnia fan. I've never read the books or seen the movie. This came with my used GBA, so it went on the list. Narnia for the GBA is a licensed video game. What more do I have to say? I think it loosely follows the events of the film, but I can't say for sure. The pre-rendered 3D visuals look pretty bad on the tiny screen of the GBA. Things are difficult to make out, and thus it's easy to get lost at a few points, even though this is an incredibly linear game. And the music is there too. The funny part about this is that I actually made it all the way through. It wasn't a very enjoyable experience. At its best, it's an average adventure game, and at its worst, it's clunky and confusing, but at no point did I end up quitting. I didn't have any real fun. Narnia for the GBA just kinda happened to me, but points for trying, I guess.
4 out of 10!
I often enjoy going back to Sonic Advance for a little burst of fun. All of its themes feel very reminiscent of the classic series. Not exactly the same, characters are given their modern looks, the music feels a little more inspired by the 3D games of its time, and gameplay doesn't feel exactly the same. Still, it's a solid interpretation of the classic 2D games, and thus a lot of the fun I had with those games carries over. Even though it's a pretty short game, I like doing a run with each character to see how far I can get. I like the gimmicks each one has to make traversal just a little different. Yes, I even like playing as Amy. She isn't as fast or nimble as the others, but it feels like a refreshing challenge every time. I enjoy Sonic Advance's level design for most of the adventure, but the last few levels check one or all of my pet peeves with levels at some point. First, killing the pace. I don't mind a stop and go style of play, but I'd rather choose to slow down for my own safety than to have to wait for a platform or something. Stuff like that feels out of my control and takes me out of it. Second, lots of instant death mechanics as a means to increase difficulty. Yeah, I'm talking about the bottomless pits. Sonic Advance gets a little carried away with these later on. And lastly, screen crunch. Some might chalk this up to the GBA's lack of real estate, but I never really felt unjustly punished for something I couldn't see earlier in the game, so I think it might have something to do with the levels themselves. Or maybe a bit of both. At the end of the day, I still think Sonic Advance has more going for it than against it. The tail end of the game can be rough, but I still enjoy just about everything else so much that I find myself coming back more than I would have thought, even if I don't beat the whole thing.
7 out of 10!
I admire what Sonic Advance 3 tried to do to change things up. I think the team-up mechanic is a great idea. For a while, Sonic has had a buddy on screen, but it never really had any huge gameplay implications. The roster of characters allows for a bunch of interesting combinations, and I like seeing each pair's gameplay differences. When it comes to the actual levels, though, things kind of fall apart. I managed to go through most of the game without using these abilities at all. Most of the time, I'd have my pair for aesthetic reasons and just rush through as usual. It felt like the devs weren't sure how to properly implement all of the different styles of teams. In Advance 3, I actually decided to go after the Chaos Emeralds, and boy, that was a mistake. Finding all 10 Chao is a chore, and the special stages have no real sense of depth. Needless to say, I gave up after a few tries. I also gotta say, I don't like the hub worlds. It would be much easier to have all the levels lined up and easily accessible, but for some reason they were turned into mazes. It makes getting to the levels a challenge in itself, and not in a fun way. Outside of this, it has all the same pros and cons of the original Advance to me. The level design is a little more focused on pure speed, but the late stretch is again filled with level design choices I don't really like bottomless pits and not compensating for screen crunch. There is less waiting in this game, but I think the other faults round Sonic Advance 3 to about the same spot.
7 out of 10!
I really wanted to like Sonic Battle. A Sonic fighting game could be a cool idea, but there were a lot of things that went wrong here. The biggest and most unfortunate problem is that this was on the GBA, meaning you have to force a very limited control scheme. This doesn't bode well for fighting games, the best of which are based around precise spacing and an arsenal of attacks. Here, you only have a couple basic combos from what I can tell, and it makes combat incredibly stale. It also doesn't help that they throw so many of these fights at you. First, get 5 kills, then 10, then another against 3 opponents, all in a row. It gets tiring fast. For most fights, I ended up just spamming my character's best move until it was over. Whether that's the kick that spikes the opponent into the ground for easy juggles, or the special bomb attack that you can just lay down and watch the AI walk into. That's another thing. The AI isn't very smart. They're super aggressive, which makes them hard at first, but then you can get away with running around in circles until they just die. That ends up being the winning strategy as well, since later enemies can kill you in only a few hits. It's mind-numbing. I thought the story was okay. Well, it was fun to read some of the dialogue, since this game gives a lot more character to some of Sonic's friends than other games. My favorite part about Sonic Battle is the art by a long shot. I really like the more etched, rough style they went with, and there are some cool animations in the game as well. At least I can look at those while I turn my brain off during combat. This one wasn't really that great outside of those things, and unfortunately I was left disappointed. Maybe someday we'll get a proper fleshed out attempt at a fighting game.
4 out of 10!
You guys are gonna call me crazy, but Club Penguin Elite Penguin Force on the DS is actually pretty fun. In no universe would I expect a licensed kids game by Disney to not be awful, but here we are. We have a fun little point-and-click adventure game. Honestly, something I think the DS is really good for. I had a fun trip down memory lane going through the adventure. My favorite aspect of this game is that the art style is just like the source material, and as such I found it fun exploring the island from this new perspective. I also like how they used puffles as a puzzle solving tool. They felt kind of underwhelming in the original Club Penguin, so it was nice to see them actually doing stuff in this game. Now I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Elite Penguin Force is still an incredibly bare bones video game. There isn't much to do here besides the main quest. You get to explore the island, sure, but it feels remarkably empty, and kind of eerie in that sense. The graphics are fine, except for whenever they start using 3D models. Then there's the music. Straight up, the music sucks. The compositions aren't bad. They end up being okay most of the time, but the quality of the sounds they used is terrible. I usually just turn the sound off when I play. At the end of the day, I enjoyed my time with this, but I gotta say, on almost every front, it's barely holding itself together.
6 out of 10!
LEGO Battles was my jam as a kid. It's so unique as a LEGO game. I don't really play RTS games, but LEGO Battles was able to simplify it down to a level I can understand and enjoy. It also has a pretty decent list of scenarios to choose from, with their own maps and missions. It's a decent amount of content. The multiplayer mode was also a lot of fun. The developers were also able to inject some more traditional LEGO design in an otherwise alien genre. There are still a lot of collectibles hidden around that can unlock stuff, and I still also get a kick out of the cutscenes, which have that signature silent LEGO comedy. And while I'm still praising this game, can I mention that some of the songs here actually kinda slap? Not all of them. A lot are pretty repetitive, but there are some gems in here. Nowadays though, this game does feel kind of dated. It has that vibe of an old forgotten idea in LEGO's catalog. The DS heavily limits this game's potential as well. In theory, it works. Substitute a mouse with the touchpad, buttons for the camera, and more general information will fill the top screen. But this is the DS we're talking about. LEGO Battles never fails to give me hand cramps because of how you have to hold the system to play. And when my hands are hurting, all the other problems start to irk me more. The characters move pretty slow. The AI is incredibly dumb and they get stuck all the time. The graphics are fine, but at a point I can tell that different levels are just the same assets with different skins. Still, I can't not like this game all things considered. It has too much charm.
7 out of 10!
The unfortunate truth of LEGO Battles Ninjago is that it missed the mark on what made the first game so fun, at least for me. The biggest drawback is that there's only one real battle going on throughout the course of this game, the ninjas versus the skeletons. I like Ninjago as much as the next guy, but this ain't it. I get why there's only one real conflict, as this was before any other villains were introduced, but it still doesn't match the original game's variety. Also, the first LEGO Battles had to make those scenarios interesting, as they were just generic castles, pirates, and astronauts at the end of the day. But Ninjago doesn't even try to convince you to like these characters. They just assume that you know them. They also didn't really expand the gameplay that much, if at all. It makes the lack of variety in presentation all the more apparent. The only characters you really need to care about are the main ninjas and the main skeletons. The other minions don't mean that much in the grand scheme of things. At least LEGO Battles required a more well-rounded squad. LEGO Battles Ninjago is still LEGO Battles, it just feels lesser. You can still have fun sending armies to fight and building bases, but honestly I never really do when the original does that and more.
5 out of 10!
Mario Kart DS was my first Mario Kart, and boy did it leave a great first impression. It's one of my favorites in the series, and I know it's not the best, but I still think it has a lot of great qualities. The most obvious thing to me is the multiplayer. Download Play allowed people to play anywhere, and you didn't even need a cartridge, or even an internet connection back then. I raced people on the playground, on the bus, I raced my neighbors, I even got a couple games with random people on car rides. That's how big this game was, and I was a fiend for it. I loved the characters, the tracks, and for some reason I especially loved all the different karts. One of the biggest things I miss in new Mario Kart games is a big selection of karts. When you don't have to template every card, you get more opportunities for creative ideas. Like Dry Bones in a freaking tank, that was my choice. The music is all amazing, not a single song I dislike. People like to bring up the mission mode a lot, and it certainly was a lot of fun, but can we talk about the custom emblem editor? I might have spent just as much time in the editor as in the actual races. I love all the tracks, but I do have to admit some of them feel a bit basic by today's standards. This was before gliders and anti-gravity and even the trick system, so while the tracks are fun for pure racing, they do miss out on those moments. The graphics haven't aged that well either. I think they have a bit of charm still, but those jagged edges have never been more apparent. Still, all the courses, carts, characters, the multiplayer, I love pretty much everything about this game. I can't be the only one that wore out their R button with this game either. I must admit that some games do it better. Not many people are there for download play anymore, but if you feel like whipping out that DS, hit me up. I'm always down to play.
8 out of 10!
Right after I beat Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, I went to my spreadsheet and put down a 9 out of 10. Now, as I'm writing this review, trying to remember my experience with it, I'm coming up with a lot of blanks. I remember this game taking me a while to beat, so I'm not surprised. I picked it up when I was a kid, got bored about halfway through, and didn't pick it back up until much later. Even then, I was pretty busy, so I couldn't play it all the time. This is why I don't play a lot of RPGs. Seeing the end credits takes too long, to be blunt. Now that I think about it though, there were a lot of things I liked about this game. The world was really cool. I had never before seen a Mario setting with such character. It was awesome to see where the Toads lived, the Yoshis played, and the Shy Guys lurked. I wasn't as enamored with the story, but man, the writing was really good. There were funny character interactions, ruthless villains, and I specifically remember the forest area where if you walked up to the Toads in the trees, their faint dying voices could be heard. It's creepy. It was so far from your standard Mario fare, and that's why I liked it so much. The locales, the characters, the battle system was pretty fun too. I like the ability to counter enemy attacks in real time. I remember some sections feeling a bit slow, which is probably why I never gave it a 10. Now that I've recalled more about Partners in Time, can I still call it a 9? I don't really know, but it's my review, so why not?
9 out of 10!
Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games is a nice collection of mini-games. That's really about it. There's no story mode like in the later handheld entries. There isn't even really a party mode like in London 2012. There is Versus via download play, which can be fun. There are a lot of collectibles like songs and fun facts about the respective franchises. I guess I should actually talk about my experience with this game, huh? Look, I had fun, but there really isn't more to it. While the minigames are fine, they're just that, minigames. They don't hold your attention for very long. The dream events are a little better. I like the dream running event where you're basically playing Mario Kart on foot, but my hand gets tired from all the scrubbing with the stylus. Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games is fine if you want to kill some time. Even with all the missions and collectibles, it still doesn't hold my attention for very long, and I don't think it's meant to. Otherwise you get some serious carpal tunnel. I had it when I was a kid and liked it, revisited it when I was older, blasted through the missions and never looked back. Fun, but not much more than a distraction.
6 out of 10!
My first Pokemon game. Big nostalgia alert incoming. Platinum is certainly flawed, but being the game I grew up with, I don't really have a problem with most of it. It's just part of playing this game that I grew up with. I will say though, this is my favorite generation in terms of the designs. Leafeon is my favorite evolution, Giratina my favorite legendary. I love all the starters, Torterra is up there with one of my favorite Pokemon, period. I also like the characters in this game. I never made it to Cynthia when I was a kid, so she was just this random, mysterious, nice lady. Little did I know. Everyone hates on the rival, but I think he's fine. I definitely saw a bit of myself in him, so maybe that's why. Even the enemy team is cool. Yeah, they're comically evil, but they're also all dumb enough to be thwarted by a child just learning to train their Pokemon, so I think it fits. Nostalgia aside, Gen 4 Pokemon can be a bit slow. Platinum isn't as bad as Diamond and Pearl, but speeding up battles can't really help the world design as much. There are some long, boring stretches as you go through Sinnoh. The trek up to the 7th gym comes to mind, trudging through the snow only for my grass starter to get their ass whooped by Candace. It's true that Pokemon Platinum is one of the hardest games for me to look at critically. It was my first Pokemon experience and I was sucked right in. Every now and then when I play it, that feeling comes back, but it's still that very basic RPG premise that every Pokemon game is. Even with that in mind, I do still head back every now and then. And if you find yourself the opportunity to play it, I can hope that your experience would be similar to mine.
8 out of 10!
Pokemon Heart Gold just hit all the right spots for me. The mechanics are all from Gen 4, which was my first generation of Pokemon, so it felt familiar. The pacing through the world felt pretty seamless. I can't really recall a time where I felt like I had to struggle to get to the next section, and I mean that in a good way. In my opinion, Pokemon should feel like a nice jaunt of an RPG, where it isn't really about the battles, it's about the region, its characters, and its roster of Pokemon. Heart Gold and Soul Silver allow you to do just that, and the best part is that they let you do it twice. Yes, the main reason this is my favorite game is because you get to explore both Johto and Kanto, and I believe Kanto is still at its full size, but it's been a while so don't quote me on that. Still, when I played this game as a kid, I was so excited that when I beat the final 4, the game wasn't over. I got a whole new set of gyms and Pokemon to find and battle. It's literally 2 Pokemon games in one. I don't know how anyone could be mad at that. But it is still Pokemon. The same running through grass, swerving around trainers, grinding to even out your team, which is why it doesn't feel right giving Heart Gold a perfect score. Even at its core, the Pokemon formula is flawed, but if you're gonna pick a game to play, I think this is it.
9 out of 10!
Pokemon Black was the last Pokemon game I played before I took my first hiatus. I think I was getting burnt out on the formula. Specifically with Black and White, the changes made were either stuff I didn't really care about or things I didn't want them to change. The entirely new Pokédex was an example of the latter. At the time of originally playing this game, I was a young kid who had only just gotten familiar with the giant cast of Pokemon. I was just picking out my favorites. After playing Gen 4, I was excited to see some of them return, and none of them did. I also didn't really like a lot of the new designs. A dog, some gears, a bag of garbage. Okay, the last one I thought was kind of funny, but I didn't really like the new designs overall. There was something about them that just wasn't really appealing to me. It's possible this distaste was also related to the new setting, which I didn't really like that much either. But still, Pokemon Black and White are solid entries. After all, it's Pokemon. If there's anything Pokemon's known for, it's consistency. I still got to make a team, battle gyms, defeat the big bad, and more. Exploring, discovering new Pokemon, and fighting those big fights, whether they be gyms or rivals or what have you, it's all fun stuff. So I still had that to fall back on. It's just that the changes they made to this one didn't really grab me.
7 out of 10!
Scribblenauts is a game that I loved as a kid, but coming back to it more recently to finish it, it was rough. Scribblenauts was a novel idea for a game. Give the player a notebook and let them spawn anything they can think of. Imagine the possibilities. How could they even manage that? On the DS, no less. Well, the short answer is that they didn't. The truth is that the pool of items you can spawn is actually pretty small. It makes sense. You can't make a sprite for literally every object known to man, but it's still disappointing when the whole setup is just that. A lot of the items end up functioning or even looking exactly the same. It also creates a real challenge for level design. How can you make a challenging mission when the player has that much power? Again, you can't. If you ever decide to play this game, the only words you need to know are rope, helicopter, and gun. These items alone break so many levels. But I still have to commend Scribblenauts for even attempting such a crazy idea. I had a lot of fun as a kid messing around in the sandbox, making towns, watching creatures fight, and more. Because when you're not forced to complete an objective, you don't have to break down this game's thin facade. It's a cool idea for a game, it can be fun, but nowadays it's not much more than a footnote in the DS library.
5 out of 10!
The concept behind Sonic Rush must have been, what if we took 2D Sonic speed and cranked it up to 11? If this was the aim, I'd say mission accomplished. This game is fast, really fast. For better and for worse, Sonic Rush is hell-bent on delivering the adrenaline. The boost allows you to go from 0 to 100 in a split second, and it means there isn't any time to slow down. I was going from one obstacle to the next so fast it was hard to really react to what was in front of me. A lot of the times when I was supposed to slow down, I'd run right into my death because how can you not with a power like that? It means there's some trial and error with this one, but I didn't really mind it this time around because as soon as I fell down, I'd be back on my feet and boosting off again. In my mind, this whole game is a blur. Story? What story? I just want to get to the next stage and blast off again. I suppose I should talk about some other stuff though. That story is perfectly fine. Very basic, but I think Blaze is a cool character. The graphics are okay, it's a little jarring seeing 3D character models standing in 2D environments, but the artwork is decent enough for me not to really care. But hey, how about that music? Super energetic breakbeats, very fitting of the game's pace, and there's a lot of earworms in here that you won't forget. My favorite being Blaze's theme. I think what makes Sonic Rush speak to me is that unrestrained pace and energy it has. Its level design isn't perfect, nor is the graphics, the story is okay, the bosses are the same. To me, as long as I'm able to make it through the stages at breakneck pace, I'm down, and this game does deliver.
8 out of 10!
I had so much fun with Mario 64 DS as a kid. It was the perfect starter video game. I could take it anywhere. Each star was a little marker of progress I could make on bus rides to and from school. And there were so many stars and other things to do that it just felt like an endless chest of fun. If you look for the original Mario 64 in my uploads, you won't find it. That's because I think 64 DS does a fine job recreating the experience. No, it doesn't have analog controls, but it clearly doesn't need them. I'm not a speedrunner, so I'll take the more modern aesthetic and extra characters any day over the original. Also, the minigames are a lot of fun. Whichever version you prefer, Mario 64 is bound to give you a good time. I'm finding it hard to describe, but one thing I can associate with this game is that feeling of constant discovery. There aren't really that many levels when you think about it. Some are pretty small. This means that the developers had to make use of all the space. There's always something around the corner, a red coin, a boss, an enemy, maybe even a star. Mario 64 really squeezes all it can out of its space, and it still manages to make every level feel like its own vignette of a world with NPCs and history. I used to think about what the creatures in these worlds would do before Bowser came. The only things I didn't much like about Mario 64 DS was the camera and some of the stars. Mostly the repeat ones like the 8 red coins and the 100 coins and the silver stars. Also, Rainbow Cruise is just a bad stage. It has no real cohesion like the other levels do. It's just a random assortment of platforms and a magic carpet ride. But hey, Mario 64 DS is still a lot of fun. There's always something to collect, some nice environments to immerse yourself in, some good music to enjoy. It never really gets too crazy annoying, just letting you enjoy the ride all the way through to the end.
9 out of 10!
The more I think about Super Monkey Ball Touch and Roll, the less I like it. When I first beat it, I was super excited. I made it through my first Monkey Ball, beat all the challenges. A little bit after, I remembered how bad the controls felt. Went back to my spreadsheet and lowered the score. A while after that, I realized I wasn't having much fun while playing. I was more happy to see that it was over. So I lowered the score once more. Now, I think Monkey Ball Touch and Roll is completely middle of the road. I like how it looks and sounds, the controls work fine, but I just didn't have that much fun scribbling back and forth to keep my monkey from rolling off a 1-inch wide platform. The touchscreen sounds like a fine way to control this game on paper, but in practice, the lack of resistance you get from swiping across the screen led to a ton of mistakes. You can also tilt the stage in any direction, but the touchscreen only has 4 edges, so I didn't feel like I could really control it how I wanted to. I don't really have a problem with the stages themselves. I feel like Monkey Ball should work perfectly on a handheld since the stages are so small. The minigames would be a nice break in the action if they weren't so boring. I also played this way after the DS was out of style, so I didn't get to play any multiplayer. Super Monkey Ball Touch and Roll should have worked great in theory, but in practice I find it just mediocre. Now let's move on before I think too hard and lower the score again.
5 out of 10.
I put a lot of hours into Yoshi's Island DS as a kid. I only remember good things, but when I started cleaning up this list, I saw that I hadn't beaten it. I couldn't remember why until I tried it once again. Wow. What a difficulty spike. The vast majority of Yoshi's Island DS is as easy as can be, but then those last few levels come in and punch you in the gut. I felt betrayed. I love this game, so why was I so pissed off? But honestly, when everything is taken into account, I still like this game. I love the aesthetic of Yoshi's Island. It feels, and I mean this as a compliment, that I could have drawn up those characters and settings and made my own game. The music too is great. Maybe I'm nostalgic, but I can bounce to pretty much every tune on here. Even the enemies have their own quirks. They're not just bland old Goombas. They make little noises, they have funny walk cycles, and they want to steal your child when you're not looking. The flutter jump is also an ingenious tool to give to beginners of platform games. It doesn't make much sense for Yoshi to frantically wave his arms and somehow gain height, but it works because I'm the one stressing out over missing a jump. If it were me, I'd be kicking my feet trying to get up too. The real gameplay of Yoshi's Island DS isn't that crazy. The multiple babies you can pick from provide some cool variety, but all they really require you to do is pick the right one to clear the obstacle and then move on. Most of the time it's just running, jumping, and throwing eggs, but I think that's okay. It's nice to have a game that I can jump through, but really just enjoy the world, and add enemies to my museum. Oh, fuck!
7 out of 10!
I've been meaning to play an Assassin's Creed game for a long time. Even though I never owned it, I had lots of fun playing the multiplayer mode of Brotherhood at friends and family's houses. Since then, it's been on my list to play the campaign. Then I found the original Assassin's Creed for dirt cheap, and I'm thinking this is finally my chance. But it was too good to be true. The disc for my copy of Assassin's Creed was so battered that it wouldn't play for more than a minute. No matter how much cleaning I try to do, the thing just won't read properly. Even if I can start the game, the moment I get into gameplay, it crashes stages without fail. At this point, I'm worried it'll mess up my Xbox, so I had to tap out. Looks like I won't get to play Assassin's Creed, at least not anytime soon.
0 out of 10.
Just look at this for a second. Even if you're just listening or scrolling right now, just look at this game. Does this look like a good game? Does this look like fun to play? Well, it isn't. How to Train Your Dragon 2, unlike the movie it's based on, is not a quality product. I hate to bash on games too much because no matter what, someone put their time and effort into this. Still, I can't help but be extremely negative about this one. It's just awful. Really, it plays like shit, feels like shit, looks like shit, so I gotta call it what it is. Let's be real though, this game was never meant to be good. It's a cash grab, a licensed video game meant to trick kids who like the movie into getting it. Games like this don't have standards. It's a void where some kids' possible love for a medium goes to die and their parents' money falls into someone's profits somehow. I bought this game as a joke, and honestly, I didn't know what I was thinking. It wasn't funny, it was sad. Don't be like me, stay far, far away from this game.
1 out of 10.
When it comes to LEGO games, it doesn't really matter which one you pick, they're all going to play relatively similarly. You're going to have 3D platforming mixed with some basic combat and an open world depending on how modern you get. To me, what makes a LEGO game good or bad is how the designers make their levels, and what extra mechanics they add. Luckily, LEGO Harry Potter Years 1 through 4 happens to be a favorite of mine. As someone who grew up watching each new movie release as they came out, Harry Potter holds a special place in my heart, as does this game. I can't say it's great or amazing, it's still another LEGO game at the end of the day, but the details and fun gags LEGO games are known for are greatly appreciated here. It also helps that I think LEGO Harry Potter Years 1 through 4 is one of the better designed games. Levels on average are pretty enjoyable, the way they translated scenes from the movies into the game was pretty well done, and I also like walking around Hogwarts. My favorite feature of this game, though, has to be the different spells characters can use. It's a versatile ability that allows for a lot of cool gameplay moments. It's small, but I also like how some characters have different spells based on their skills or their allegiance. I had a blast making a backstory for my custom character based on the spells I gave them. All in all, LEGO Harry Potter Years 1 through 4 is a good time. It's a fun casual gaming experience whether you're playing co-op or alone. While most LEGO games can say this, I think Years 1 through 4 is one of the better ones, and if you're a Harry Potter fan especially, give it a shot.
7 out of 10.
LEGO Star Wars has to be one of the all-time classic video games. I'd be hard-pressed to find someone who hasn't at least played this game at a friend's house. For many, it's the quintessential LEGO game. It set the bar for LEGO games to come, but I gotta say, it's been outdone many times now from a pure video game standpoint. If you want some easy-to-digest Star Wars fun, there really is no better game, although Skywalker Saga looks pretty good and I haven't played it yet, so I'm ignoring it for now. Even for a LEGO game though, it's pretty bare bones. The character actions are really basic. You get to attack, shoot, maybe throw something, and if you're a Jedi, move specific objects to specific locations. There's not much stuff you can do with the characters in general. Even if there was, there isn't really an overworld to mess around in. I don't mean to bash on the cantina, but it's really not that fun in its own right, just a means to get to the next level in my opinion. Also, a lot of people my age have a certain nostalgia for the presentation of these pre-voice acted LEGO games, and hey, don't get me wrong, I love the silent comedy as much as the next guy, but I can't help but cringe a little at the presentation. It hasn't really aged that well. But hey, I like going through the levels, reliving the films, unlocking the characters, trolling my buddy in co-op, and I can't take that away from LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga. This is always a good time, just don't expect too much from it.
7 out of 10.
I like Metal Gear Solid 2, but I don't understand it. This game's plot is so weird. Whenever I think I'm getting a grasp of it, another curveball is immediately thrown at me. Instead of trying to criticize the plot, let me touch on the gameplay first. MGS2 is a great evolution of the first game. While the original Metal Gear Solid never really felt limited to me, not counting a few occasions, this sequel introduced new things that Metal Gear never felt complete without. Shooting in first person feels like a no-brainer these days, but I remember when that wasn't necessary. MGS2 also takes these new mechanics to their full extent. I love getting the jump on enemies and holding them down lest they want to get shot. Thank God for peeking around corners too, making it easier to see what's up ahead. While the mechanics of Metal Gear Solid 2 are enjoyable, I have more problems with the game's progression. There's quite a lot of backtracking, and it doesn't help that the setting looks pretty much all the same. It feels like I'm being sent on a wild goose chase throughout the whole game, and I know that makes sense given the plot, but it doesn't make the game any more fun. I don't find the bosses that much fun either. I usually feel this way with Metal Gear as well. When the plot forces you out of cover to fight someone, all of a sudden those intuitive mechanics become clumsy
cheesy and frustrating. Okay, I don't think I can dance around the plot any longer. My brief notes are as follows. I like Raiden, Snake, Rose, Ocelot, Solidus for the shits and giggles. I don't like Dead Cells as they feel rather inconsequential and I find them pretty one note. The actual overarching plot I really like, but in a distanced sort of manner. I don't want to really analyze it, I'd rather just enjoy the crazy stuff that happens to Raiden and company and go on my day. There's a lot to digest with this game, but before I get in too over my head, I'll just say it's a fun action game with good graphics, music, writing, mechanics, and a truly insane story.
7 out of 10!
Metal Gear Solid 3 is, pardon the pun, the most solid, inoffensive addition to the franchise. It seems like everyone loves this game, and I do too. Let's start with the plot, which I actually feel like I can talk about this time. It has that same Metal Gear writing, but this time around it feels much easier to grasp and get immersed. It's a great origin story for Snake, I mean Big Boss. Okay, yeah, there's still hints of that convoluted lore, but you don't need to know that to enjoy this story. I was engaged just going through the motions with our main character. You're in the past this time, which means there's less tech at your disposal, but this isn't much of a hindrance because careful observation of your surroundings will yield good results. I like this approach too, because I spend less time looking at my radar and more through Snake's eyes. I will maintain that the boss fights aren't really that great. They're cool story moments, sure, but all the gameplay actions feel tuned around stealth. When you're in the open and you have to suddenly play an action game because of the plot, I get drawn out, both by the mechanics and the weird boss patterns and AI the devs had to implement to compensate for this problem. I also don't like some of the more open areas in the game for the same mechanical reasons, and when I get spotted, the odds are so stacked against you I feel the need to reset all the time, leading to a frustrating loop. Metal Gear Solid 3 is a game of many highs and a few low lows. Regardless of the problems I mentioned previously, the other stuff in this game is great. The music is amazing, the graphics and animation have a great blend of realism and that signature Kojima quirk. If you played a Kojima game, you know what I'm talking about. The climax of this game, man, I will never forget it. It's not all top marks to me, but when MGS gets good, it's one of the best games I've ever played.
9 out of 10!
I did not expect to like Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker as much as I did. I've heard more mixed opinions on it, mostly given its structure, but it feels like those structural changes they made were meant for a player like me. I love the mission structure. It makes the whole game much easier to swallow. The management stuff I wasn't really sold on until later in the game when I started doing side ops with other soldiers. Those are some fun challenges, and upon further reflection, all the mother base stuff is pretty much handled automatically or without much consequence, so I can largely focus on the main missions. I like the plot here as well. It's pretty easy to understand, although not as much as, say, MGS3, but I still found it really entertaining. I liked seeing Big Boss as this damaged character, having to start from scratch, literally kidnapping soldiers from the field, scrambling to make a home for himself. It's interesting to watch. The actual gameplay is largely the same as previous games, but there's some vital quality of life improvements that make this my preferred control scheme so far. Aiming is way easier. Now I feel like I can reliably hit targets, and that makes those action sequences a lot less frustrating to handle. It's also nice that you can call in supply drops in case the fight is going a little long. I'd be giving out easy 10s to this game if it wasn't for one thing. The post-game stuff. I don't know who thought it was a good idea to make players grind for parts, but it's annoying. Not soon after I started the grind, I said it wasn't worth it and stuck with the original ending I got, which is good enough for me. If I want to know the extra lore stuff, I'll just look it up on YouTube.
9 out of 10!
What is left to say about Sonic 06? This game has been beaten to a bloody pulp by the internet, so much that I feel kind of bad for it. I mean, throughout all of this thrashing, I still believe 06 has a soul. There's something there. Maybe I'm blind because this was my first Sonic game. The first one I didn't have to go to a friend's house to play. It's kind of admirable to me that after all the content I've watched criticizing this game, I can still come back, play the whole thing through, and still kind of like it? Maybe I'm a bit masochistic. Everyone knows this game sucks. It's not just that it's glitched up the ass, but the story is a wild goose chase. A lot of tasks are tedious, the controls are awful, the NPCs are bland, the load times, I mean everyone knows about the load times. This game is a train wreck, but one that everyone had to see. One that people still can't stop talking about. I mean, look at me. It's funny how 06 turned into this gaming landmark. I mean, this game was so botched that old Sega wanted nothing more than to kill it and forget about it. But nowadays, fans won't let people forget Sonic 06, including Sega, the ultimate punching bag. The series' self-deprecating joke. Look, it's a bad game, but I like it. I like it for the ironic fate it got, and all the memories I have playing it as a kid. I can't give it a good score. It doesn't deserve one. But regardless of what this end card says, I'll still probably be in the corner replaying my favorite bad game.
3 out of 10!
I remember the commercials for this one, and I was pretty excited for Sonic Unleashed. It was the next game in the lineup after I had developed my new Sonic obsession. It might be shocking to hear then that I didn't really like this one at first play. I believe I traded it in for something else soon after, and it took me until 2019 to finally give it a second chance and finish the whole thing. And you know what? I'm glad I did. Sonic Unleashed is a strange title in the franchise. Ironically fitting with the game's themes, this seems to have some of the most loved and some of the most hated pieces of the whole franchise. This was the first console outing for the boost formula of Sonic games, and I still think it has some of, if not the best levels in that formula. Blistering fast, always testing your reflexes and level knowledge if you want those high scores. I hear some people complain about the QuickTime events, but if you think about it, the whole level is really just a bunch of QuickTime events. I don't mind them. In fact, I think they work quite well here. And on the other side of the coin, we have the Werehog. This part of Unleashed got absolutely destroyed by critics back in the day, but I think people were a little harsh on it back then. The Werehog levels still aren't peak game design, but there is some fun to be had. I was surprised at how deep the combat actually got as you level Sonic up. I like ripping down foes, and the platforming can be engaging too. This game will chug when a lot of enemies or other objects are on screen, and when the game starts to lag, it gets a lot more unfun. Sonic Unleashed still looks great though, even at 5 FPS. Everything is really high detail for the Xbox 360. And the soundtrack, my god, maybe my favorite soundtrack in the whole series. Personally, I think Sonic Unleashed is a good time. You just gotta cut it some slack. Maybe split your sessions between night and day if you can. Come in expecting some of that high speed and heavy combat, and you may find it fun.
7 out of 10!
My opinions have really soured on The Force Unleashed as of recently. I used to love this game. It was a Star Wars power fantasy. Starkiller is a machine, tearing down everything in his path, and when I was into this game, it felt great. But maybe I was glossing over a few things back then. When I replayed it for my list, I couldn't help but be drawn out by the stiff controls. When you look at the gameplay of The Force Unleashed, you might not be able to tell, but everything feels like it's on the slightest delay, and the physics felt oddly heavy. No, it's not my TV, unless maybe it's working for the Jedi. I kept playing it all the way through, but I never got used to it. It was always there, just putting a wall between me and the stuff on screen. Not that the stuff on screen was that pretty. The Force Unleashed has wonderful art direction, but the graphical quality is pretty low. It feels awkwardly between what the Xbox 360 is capable of and what the previous generation was capable of. But hey, I can't knock this game's world. It's Star Wars done well. It really plays into the more interesting part of the universe for me, the time between the prequels and the original trilogy. It puts you right in the era of hunting down those last Jedi, trying to find those that eluded the Empire thus far. It's cool, and I find the story almost just as cool. The secret nature of your apprenticeship with Vader, learning bits and pieces about what's going on as you go through your missions is exciting. I love watching it, but when I have to play the game, I ended up dreading it more often. It's a shame that I ended up not really liking The Force Unleashed at the end. I'd like to see another proper attempt at remaking it, but for now, this ain't it.
4 out of 10!
After playing Oblivion, I think I can say I finally get the Bethesda hype. Getting this game was a chance occurrence. I found it at a thrift store for really cheap, and to my surprise, it worked on my Xbox just fine. This was my first Elder Scrolls experience, and it was an admittedly strange way to get into the series, but I was there nonetheless. Bethesda didn't really hook me with Fallout 4. The bits I played of 3 didn't really do it either, although it was a little better. This time I got to start completely fresh. I've heard a lot about Skyrim, but virtually nothing about Oblivion. So it was a rare case of me jumping in completely and utterly blind. I think it was thanks to that experience that I was able to see the draw. The intro sequence did a great job of hooking me in. Being thrust into an escape put me right into the game to learn all the essentials, and all of a sudden I was out exploring. The next thing that hit me was the open world, and that vast openness was mesmerizing. Similar to the feeling of stepping out of the cave in Breath of the Wild. The problem with Oblivion though is that it's really dated. Games have come a long way since 2006. While I see the soul of this game, I couldn't muster the strength to experience the whole thing thanks to its really stiff dialogue and animation, muddy graphics, and clunky menus. There's certainly some charm to the awkward NPCs and stiff combat, but if Oblivion is even close to as big as I think it is, I'd rather not play it right now. It was cool to see some of that light finally shine through. I think I get why this franchise and this company have a fan base, but the game has not aged very well, and I'd rather play something more polished. At least I had fun running around the bit that I did.
6 out of 10!
What can I really say about Just Dance? It's another series that's pretty much the same from release to release. All that changes is the song list. Their dance game formula works, so why would they change it? To me, Just Dance has always felt like a tired series. I didn't really play the series much at all. I was actually a little discouraged because of the yearly releases. I mean, which one do I buy? It feels like every game has a handful of great picks and then is filled out with a bunch of others that are just kind of there. Just Dance 4 admittedly has more hits than misses when speaking about the song list. It helps that I was listening to a lot of pop around the time of this game's release, so there's a lot I recognize. There's also a decent selection of older songs too, things I never would have thought of. Ever want to dance to Rickroll? Also, if there's any game that works best on Kinect, it has to be Just Dance. No one really wants to dance with a controller in their hands. It's ideal to move around freely, and so the Kinect version of Just Dance always gets marks for that, even if it's hard to cram 4 people in front of the sensor. Of all the Just Dance games I have, this one we go to the most at parties, just because we're that generation. I guess that has to count for something.
6 out of 10!
Another Just Dance. Nothing much new to say. Just Dance is a proven formula. It works, especially in a party setting. I'm not really much of a dancer, but if the Kinect is set up, everyone is down to play some Just Dance. It's just dumb fun. But this one didn't really do it for me. Yeah, it's the song list. There's a few in here that are okay, but most of the songs I don't like. A lot of my friends like this list for the most part, but in my case, well, I'm reviewing the game, and I think there's a lot of stinkers in here. The song list is the deciding factor in whether you'll end up buying a Just Dance game or not. I mean, really, what else do these games have? The gameplay is just someone in front of a green screen doing moves for you. Maybe you could criticize the tracking, but on the Kinect it's really not that much of an issue. Not that it matters, because when it did mess up for us, no one even cared. We just kept dancing. Although, I won't be dancing to this one.
4 out of 10!
Another day, another Just Dance. At this point, I was starting to give up. Playing Just Dance for a review is probably the dumbest thing I've ever done. These games aren't made for reviews. They're meant to be bought and played at parties so people have something to do. It's fine, it can be fun, but how are you supposed to be critical about these games? All I can talk about is the quality of the songs, and there's not a lot of objective stuff to hang on to there. Personally, I thought the song list was all over the place. Some decent ones, but some really, really bad ones. I know it's funny to see What Does the Fox Say in here, but I cannot listen to that song anymore. It had its time and then went away like it should have. It didn't need to be immortalized here. Every time we play this one, people get surprised to see the Tetris theme and proceed to have a goofy few minutes trying to act like Tetris blocks. Just Dance 2015 is whatever. Listen, you don't need me to tell you if X Just Dance game is good or not. Just look up the song list, and if you like what you see, bring it to a party and enjoy looking like a dumbass.
5 out of 10!
Man, I really wanted to like Sonic Free Riders. When I was a kid, I was super into this game. It was actually my main source of exercise for a solid couple of weeks. But in retrospect, this game was never good. I tolerated Sonic Free Riders because I loved the Riders games and just wanted to believe that the next one would be good, but this ain't that. Let's dance around the elephant in the room for a bit and talk about the story. It sucks. Even back in the day, I was sad they decided to just use pictures of Sonic characters talking to each other. They also did a Grand Prix plot, which I found super boring. It gets all the characters together, but they've already done it before. I gotta say though, this game looks pretty, like graphically. The animations are broken because of that elephant in the room, but the other stuff is pretty nice. I like seeing these designs in HD, even if it is a little more vanilla than previous Riders games. I also really like the music. The tracks are repetitive, but at least they repeat good music. Okay, now let's talk about why this game is bad. Surprise! It's the Kinect. Sonic Free Riders sucks at tracking your movements. Every action, and I mean every action, is a struggle. Even just navigating menus doesn't work half the time. In actual races, I always feel like I have to overcompensate to turn. I'll be doing matrix moves and Sonic will refuse to turn more than 20 degrees. Contextual actions freak out a lot too, because sometimes the Kinect can't read when I have my hands above my head or directly in front of me like some actions tell you to do. I'll say again, I really want to like this game. I fear Riders won't come back, but I like the series. It's just that Free Riders was a disaster thanks to the Kinect. If I could play this with a controller, I'd be singing a much different tune, but we don't live in that world unfortunately. As it is, Free Riders is just another in the list of bad Sonic games.
4 out of 10!
I don't normally have anything remarkable to say about Kirby games, but Kirby's Epic Yarn is different. This game just oozes charm. I really like the aesthetic. And I also like how they use the new style to create some interesting gameplay mechanics. It's not just that things look like yarn, everything is made of yarn or some kind of craft. Yarn is pliable, you can stretch, tie, shape it, layer it with other things. Kirby's Epic Yarn does all of that, and I think it's so cool. Everything in this game ties around this softer theme. The plot is presented like a bedtime story. Levels are usually leisurely in pace. The music is soft and lighthearted. While different from other Kirby games, it still remains pretty simple mechanically, and that really lends itself to accessibility. I can recommend any Kirby game to play with your family, or anyone who doesn't play a lot of games, and Epic Yarn is included in that. I'm not sure the hardcore audience would be satisfied, however. There isn't a lot of depth here, and I think that can be a letdown sometimes, especially if you're trying to binge this game. It helps that it isn't very long, but still. Also, something weird that happened while I was playing, I felt like my eyes needed a rest at points. Like the imagery was so soft and light that afterwards I needed to play something more crisp and dark. Maybe that's just me, I don't know. Kirby's Epic Yarn isn't very deep or long, but there's so much to enjoy that I don't really care. The aesthetic here is so enjoyable, and I commend the developers for tying it into the gameplay. When all of these elements come together, it just feels like a nice hug of a game. The most cozy game you can play, and that's something worth noting.
8 out of 10!
In contrast to Epic Yarn, the last Kirby game I played, Return to Dreamland feels incredibly vanilla. I'm not a hardcore Kirby fan, but if I were to guess what was going on, I'd say that the fans were itching for a return to form after the last game. But I don't know, this feels pretty meh to me. Like baby's first platformer, and I know that's the point of Kirby, but you could at least do something more interesting with it. Kirby's Return to Dreamland is still a fine game. Like every other Kirby game I've played, this is a good one to play with friends or family. It's a little easier on people who aren't that great at platformers, and gives them a connecting point to enjoy. But that's kind of my problem with it too. There isn't a lot going on here. So while it's fun watching my little brother try to keep up, I'm pretty bored on my side. The copy abilities will always be fun, but I'm the type of player who gets the ability they want and holds on as long as they can, because some other ones just kinda suck. I never liked abilities where you had to stop moving to use it. It makes a slow game feel even slower. I do like the new super abilities, or whatever they're called. Basically souped up versions of regular abilities, they bring some nice flair. Other than that, I'm barely hanging on. I could not care less about the story. I know Kirby has some crazy lore, but when you're playing with other people, it's hard to listen to cutscenes or pause the game for little lore drops. So we're left with the gameplay, and I think the gameplay is just fine. But look, all I'm trying to say is that Kirby's Return to Dreamland feels like another baseline Kirby game. And Kirby games are good, but I don't find them very interesting. I enjoyed it, but I'm not raving about it like it did anything unique. It's just a decent game.
7 out of 10!
When I originally played this game to score it, I thought it was fine. There was some cool stuff, but nothing to really hold on to for long periods of time. Coming back now to write this review, I realized I was doing something wrong. I forgot how much fun this game is with friends. Mario and Sonic at the London 2012 Olympic Games, remember that because I'm not saying the whole thing again, is a ton of fun with a group of people. What I like is that you can jump into pretty much any game and get the controls and rules pretty easily, and the games themselves are on average pretty enjoyable. There's a pretty wide selection of sports to choose from. Running, swimming, gymnastics, table tennis, there's a good chance there's something in there everyone will enjoy. And when you want to spice things up, the dream events are great since they aren't really limited to fully emulating the Olympic events. I also have to mention that seeing the cast of Mario and Sonic come together for one game is just cool. It's also nice to see how they bring in their series aesthetics into the sports, and listen to the music from both franchises as well. Now, Mario and Sonic really hinges on this multiplayer aspect. I don't find it nearly as fun doing the single player content. It's then that you really start to see how simple, gimmicky, or even broken some of these games are. In multiplayer, it's fine. It creates a separation from the game so things don't get too competitive, but when going for missions or records, it can be rough. I also think that this game can wear out its welcome pretty quick. When you're waggling Wii remotes over and over, it can get tiring. And that also starts to tear down the fun party veil this game tries to keep up. So don't play this game for too long, but if you want a little blast of fun and energy, I think this can be a good pick.
7 out of 10!
Mario Kart Wii is the most fun bullshit game I've ever played, and I think that's why there's a lot of split opinions on this game. It all depends on how you approach it and what you want from it in the end. I definitely lean on the good game side of this argument. I know Mario Kart Wii has wild design decisions in it, but I end up liking it more than not. The main point I see detractors bring up is the items. They're all over the place. Yeah, that's true, but that's also kind of the point. Yes, it sucks to get carted in this game, trust me, I've been there, but I can't help but laugh. And when you get back on your feet, that's incentive to work your way back up and give your opponent a taste of their own medicine. Listen, I understand the want for a more balanced experience, but Mario Kart Wii is also just a lot of fun to drive through. The controls are super smooth, and new tracks remain some of my favorites in the whole series. It's a blast to weave around corners, trick off ramps, and exploit shortcuts, but when you're playing with a group of people, I wouldn't really have it any other way. Mario Kart items are the great equalizer. It gives hope to people who are in the back and strikes fear into those tryhards gunning for first place. I find that feeling exciting. It pushes me to drive faster, be more careful with my items, and learn the courses. And like I said before, the courses in here are great. Coconut Mall, DK Summit, Rainbow Road. I could play these for hours and hours more. This was the last game before they added major gameplay changes like gliders, customizable carts, and anti-gravity. The designers had bikes and the new trick system to work with, but mostly they had to just push the course design beyond previous levels, and I think they largely succeeded. Some of the retro courses aren't great though. It's cool that we have so many courses to race on, but a lot of these retro ones feel flat and uninteresting. I rarely go back to them. The other detractor for me is the visuals. Some models don't look great, and the picture looks incredibly washed out compared to other games. Still, I have so much fun racing I don't really care. I love Mario Kart Wii. Whenever my friends and I start it up, we can always expect a wildly fun experience, with good tracks, good game feel, and those bullshit items. An X factor that can make careers and ruin friendships. And isn't that what Mario Kart is about?
9 out of 10!
This was one of the first games I got for the Wii, and it was my absolute favorite for a while. I was so enthralled by the various courts and the special moves and cool animations. This was about when I was really into animation. At some point though, I traded it in. Years later, I couldn't remember why. I loved that game. Why did I do that? After repurchasing it, I remembered, oh yeah, this game kinda sucks. I loved the visuals, the music, the cool intro sequence, trying the different characters, but man, actually playing this thing was not fun. I'll never forget after buying this game again, bringing it out at a get-together, hoping it would be all I remembered, and then just shaking the Wii remote every now and then and watching the game basically play itself. It was so boring. It was like a worse version of Wii Sports Tennis. It didn't feel responsive at all, and everything moved so slow. I could hit the ball and then take a full sip of my drink before I had to swing again. That's not very engaging. I think when I was younger, I just wanted to see my favorite characters on screen doing cool stuff, and back then I got what I wanted. But now I see a boring tennis game with forced motion controls. I think from now on, I'll just let the memories suffice.
3 out of 10!
Never before or since have I seen a Mario game with such style, such grit. Mario Strikers Charged is a fun enough play on that alone. I love seeing the characters show some actual personality. Everyone here's got some attitude and it's awesome. It's pretty openly violent too. People getting buried in the mud, burned alive, and shoulder checked into electric fences. Again, it's just cool to see this side of Mario. It's dirty, it's edgy, and it's rough, and it shows everywhere. From the animation, the art style, the gameplay, and the soundtrack. Man, the soundtrack is so good. Everyone has their own theme in this game, and there's some top-notch stuff in here at a wide range. You've got rock, hip-hop, country, Latin, pop, it's all here. Now let's talk about the actual game. I like the souped-up wacky soccer gameplay. It's something I'd expect from a Mario sports game, and it delivers. I didn't end up using the items very much, but I love trying out all the different fields. A lot of creative ideas when it comes to field design. I also really like the character roster. They didn't get everyone, but I think they covered a good range of characters and enemies from the series up to that point. And again, it's cool to see their personalities come out. I gotta be honest though, I don't really like playing matches as much as I used to. It's fine, but managing a whole team of characters causes problems. When passing, the game just kind of chooses who to pass the ball to, and same goes when switching who you're in control of. I know you can influence this with the direction you're holding or something like that, but it's hard to do that when you're maneuvering your character at the same time. And when in single player, computers don't have to deal with this. Nowadays, I'd rather watch someone else play, and I could admire the visuals and music. Mario Strikers Charged is still a cool game, just not as fun as I thought it once was.
7 out of 10!
Mario Super Slugger surprisingly still holds up today. My friends and I play it occasionally and pretty much always have a good time. Mario sports games usually deliver a nice twist onto whatever the subject sport is, and I think baseball really benefits from it. Baseball can be a pretty slow sport, but gimmicks in here like the buddy toss, close plays, and items keep everyone engaged the whole way through. One of my favorite aspects of Mario Super Sluggers is you have a good amount of control over how you want to play, and I'm not just talking about the game rules. By playing with a Wiimote and nunchuck, you get the full Mario baseball experience. Fine control of pitches, positioning, base running, etc. But if you don't feel like playing with all those factors, you can just choose the Wiimote on its own, and pretty much waggle your way through the game. It's a nice, subtle option select accommodating of different players. You wouldn't have guessed it just by looking at it, but Mario Super Sluggers also has its own single-player campaign, which I found a ton of fun when I was younger. It's cool to run around the stadiums talking to the characters and solving puzzles. It's not a groundbreaking RPG or anything, but it's nice to have. My problems kind of vary day to day with this game. What I mean by that is you have to be in a certain mood to play Super Sluggers. Some games can go on pretty long, things can get frustrating and start to snowball out of control. Some maps can get on my nerves too, but not very often. The two problems that seem to stick are the performance and the balance. The game looks fine, but it can chug at certain points, and it gets pretty bad. As far as balance, I find that Bowser's team just kind of blows everyone out of the water, and other teams are really weak like Yoshi or Wario. So beware, but if you're craving some Mario sports action, I can definitely recommend Mario Super Sluggers.
7 out of 10!
I really like what Nintendo and Retro Studios have made here with Metroid Prime, but I'm finding it hard to articulate why. Metroid to me is all about uncovering the story through player agency and mechanics. Metroid Prime epitomizes that for me. There are tons of lore bits you can read, but you can also learn a lot just by playing through the game. Talon 4 is great for this. With the exception of a few hiccups, the progression is pretty seamless. It feels like Samus evolves as a character when she gets more powerful and when you get more familiar with the world, going from a vulnerable bounty hunter to a full-on Terminator. This general philosophy is the draw to pretty much all Metroid games. So why do I like Prime in particular so much? Well, I think being in 3D naturally elevates this, but in particular that first-person camera. People like to throw around the term immersive so much that I think it's lost most of its meaning, but I think it's apt here. All the little details that come with this new perspective really allow me to connect with Samus more than any other Metroid game. Even when the camera pulls back occasionally, I still feel like I'm watching a part of myself. It's interesting. The controls are important too, and I should mention I'm playing the Wii version. At first, I really hated the Wii controls. They were very unorthodox, and the first boss has you waving around frantically trying to lock onto tiny enemies. But after that boss, I came around on the motion controls pretty quickly. I thought they were a little clunky when pointing at the edges of the screen, but for the most part, they were precise and responsive. Metroid Prime is the Metroid experience for me. I only wish there was an option for more accessible controls. If that were the case, it would be able to bridge the hardcore/casual gap that Metroid has struggled with for so long. As it stands, it's still a massively well-made game.
9 out of 10!
Metroid Prime 2 has all the DNA of the other Prime games, so naturally I like it. However, when it comes to the design of the planet Aether, I hit a few snags that unfortunately brought me out of the experience. Let's start with Dark Aether. I'm not sure if there was a way to save Dark Aether for me. The idea might have worked, but it felt kind of pointless in the end. There weren't that many puzzles that involved both worlds, and progression was just switching to one world until I got stuck and then switching back. Dark Aether also just felt like a slightly harder version of Light Aether. To be honest, neither felt as fun to explore either, and I mean visually this time. The areas were technically varied in terms of setting, but they all had this muddy look to them. The sanctuary is a little cooler, but I found it to be such a pain to explore that I no longer cared. At least the bosses were a little better this time. They were pretty well designed. As I mentioned in previous Metroid reviews, it can be easy and even optimal to go in with lots of energy tanks and just take damage until you eventually win. These bosses don't really let you do that. I had to pay better attention to patterns and break them apart like their own puzzle. The only exception to that was the final boss. You have to switch beams to do damage, but other than that, it's just dodge and shoot. Back to some other snags real quick. There were two moments I remember where you had to backtrack really far in order to get an upgrade, which flew into the face of Prime 2's more linear design. The endgame key hunt also flies in the face of this. I didn't really mind it last game because you can get some of the keys midway through, but here it's just a frustrating wild goose chase for these keys, especially with switching between the light and dark worlds to find them. All in all, Prime 2 is still a Prime game, and it's got all the things I like about those games, but I feel this one tripped over itself a few times along the design process.
7 out of 10!
This may be controversial, but if you've seen my other Prime reviews, you may be able to gather why I like Metroid Prime 3 so much. I don't mind the inclusion of other characters and voice acting. In fact, I welcome it. It fills out the universe just a little more. I like being able to actually see the Galactic Federation do some stuff, and the same goes with the other bounty hunters. The Federation in particular was always this presence in the series, but previously they felt like an excuse to give Samus a mission rather than an actual space force. Now, do I think these new characters are any interesting? Since I'm asking that question in the first place, you can probably tell what my answer is, but I still like that they're there. I also don't really mind the motion controls in Prime 3. Yeah, they're kinda gimmicky, but I don't really find them that intrusive. The grapple beam got to be a little much, but I like what they added as far as immersion more than what they took away. I thought the use of multiple worlds was also pretty cool. Instead of one world with its own backstory to unravel, we got multiple. My favorite area had to be the GFS Olympus. It was an amazingly dark section that Metroid lore kind of implies, but you never really get to see in this much detail. The main area I felt let down on was the implementation of Samus's gunship. There were a couple cool puzzles, but dealing with the gunship felt more cumbersome than it was fun. I saw videos of the devs saying they wanted the ship to be an extension of Samus's abilities, but I don't think they went far enough. You get a couple scripted segments and an optional puzzle or two. Other than that, it's just parked somewhere waiting for you to hop on and go to the next planet. What Prime 3 brought to the table was pretty much what I wanted. I think that's why I liked it so much. I can see why people don't like it as much as the others, as it does break away from Metroid convention in a lot of ways, but I think most of it worked out. If you're a more hardcore fan though, I'd approach with a slightly different mindset than most other Metroid games.
8 out of 10!
I feel like critically looking at the new Super Mario Bros. Games is really tricky. On the whole, they're all pretty similar, and as such, they end up being similar in quality. What I do think is interesting is that the group of people I play with all vastly prefer New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Is it because Wii is the superior game? I don't know. But what I do know is that we would have all grown up playing the Wii game more than any of the others. See, the Wii is intrinsically tied to that part of my childhood, where me and my friends would play games together. It was one of the first games me and my friends beat together at the time, and it was my greatest achievement. The final boss forced us to work together, something us kids weren't very used to. See, it's unmistakable New Super Mario Bros. Wii gets favor from me because of nostalgia, as it does for many people. The problem with these New Super Mario Bros. Games is that, in reality, they aren't that special. 2D platformers were a fad that had come and gone when these games were making the rounds, but the Wii version was the height of Mario's 2D return, and yet, it's just another 2D Mario. The reason Wii gets favor from so many people is because the new Super Mario Bros. Games feel like they were designed for this new fad, the return of the 2D platformer, but this time they added multiplayer. And when you're playing a game like that on Nintendo's best-selling home console, and playing one of the best-selling games on that console, it's no wonder to me that New Super Mario Bros. Wii got such high ratings. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Maybe as we eventually return to the other games in the series, the picture I'm trying to paint will become more clear. As for now, yeah, of course I love this game. It was right place, right time for Mario on the Wii, and I still think it's a good game regardless of my memories with it, even if nowadays it's nothing that special.
Seven out of 10!
Rayman Origins kind of confused me while I was playing it. I could tell I was playing a good game, but all I could feel, even now, was just going through the motions. I loved the cartoony visuals, but it was just another world after world like it was my day job. The levels were well designed, but it was just another 2D platformer. This was one of the games I played explicitly for this list. I probably wouldn't have touched it otherwise. It looked interesting enough for me to buy it, but afterwards I never thought to pull it off the shelf. That is, until I felt I had to. Maybe it was that circumstance that soured my experience, or maybe it really was the game itself. Rayman Origins didn't really feel that special, to be fair. While I thought the levels were fine, the way the game progressed was incredibly repetitive. No amount of scenery change could hide the fact that I was doing the same stuff every world. You start by playing the first few levels, then you reach a checkpoint where you have to reach a quota of MacGuffins to progress, you rescue some character, fight a boss, and then do the same thing in the next world. And like I said, I thought the levels were fine, but I just felt beaten over the head with a lot of the same mechanics. I had to play this one sparingly in order to not burn myself out. And it sucks because, on the other hand, Rayman Origins is an incredible game. It's one of the most creative games I've played in terms of its aesthetics. The music is so fun and unique. Not a lot of big games outside of Nintendo would really go for that style. In fact, it feels pretty at home here on the Wii. I really wanted to like Rayman Origins. I didn't hate it. I know there's some good stuff in there, but while I was playing, I just felt bogged down. Maybe I just wasn't seeing it back then.
6 out of 10!
Sonic Colors is a blast. I don't care what any of you overcritical Sonic fans have to say. This game is great, and I won't have any more of this slander. Anyway, now that that's out of my system, yeah, I like Sonic Colors. In all honesty, I can see why some people don't like this game. It was a pretty big shift in direction for the franchise, which had larger implications that I'll get into later on. But I still think that on its own, Colors is a solid title. The game takes pretty big steps to be more accessible to new players, but still manages to hold its identity as a trademark Sonic title. Instead of trying to cram a ton of gameplay styles into a single package, Sonic Colors narrows its focus down to just Sonic, and pays close attention to how the design can appeal to all types of fans. It's a little slower, more platform heavy than other Boost games, but it doesn't totally cut the high-speed action. A new player can pretty comfortably boost their way through the story, but a more dedicated player will have to keep an eye out for red rings, or other routes that can lower their time. This is the reason I think Colors is so great all around. It's an incredibly balanced gameplay experience. It works well for both new players and returning veterans, at least in my eyes. But Sonic Colors ain't perfect. Upon replaying for the first time in a while, I can confirm the story kinda sucks. I think they went a little too far on that goofy Saturday morning cartoon feeling. It clashes too hard with the game's ending, which tries to be more serious and dramatic, and I feel it doesn't work overall. There are some good moments in there, I will admit, but personally, I'm left cringing or shaking my head more than I am laughing. This probably won't be the last time I say this, but I feel like the tone of Sonic Unleashed was the sweet spot. But this is a game at the end of the day, and on that side of things, I think Sonic Colors pretty much nails it. I enjoy it as a Sonic veteran. My lucky friends who don't play Sonic like this game, I feel there's nothing to lose in at least trying out Sonic Colors.
9 out of 10!
So, interesting case this one. Sonic Riders Zero Gravity is objectively not a very good game, but I can't help but like it. In case you haven't heard me say it before, I'll make it clear once again. I love the Riders series. Jet the Hawk, top 5 Sonic characters. Racing on hoverboards, super cool. But Zero Gravity itself feels kinda weak, mechanically speaking. The previous game felt pretty deep, but confused everyone by not explaining itself. Zero Gravity feels like an overcorrection in this sense. This is a really simple racing game, almost to a fault. There's no drifting, there are technically items, but they don't really do anything. Controls are incredibly stiff. Even the gravity mechanic, the game's namesake, isn't really that interesting. It looks cool to slow down everything around you, start floating and charge up like some kind of DBZ character, and then rocket off in a new direction. It looks cool, feels cool sometimes, but one version of this move is really just a slower drift function, and the other is an excuse for a boring track design. Really, every area meant for the drift is a random sharp corner, and those meant for the dive are 9 times out of 10 empty corridors with nothing in them. It's not like you have to manage your use of these abilities either. The meter as well as your pickups are super generous. If it had a little more time in the oven, maybe the gravity mechanic would have been sick, but it's really not here. So then why do I still like this game somewhat? Well, if not for its simple gameplay, the tracks here are pretty cool. Some of them take pages right out of the previous game, but I like the locales. This may sound petty, but I also just like racing as some of my favorite video game characters. This game takes such a unique approach to the racing genre that it feels almost uniquely Sonic. The other thing is, and I know this may sound weird, but I like the story mode. It's not groundbreaking or anything, but they're cheesy, dramatic, fun, and over in a couple hours. Sonic Riders Zero Gravity is a pretty mediocre racing game, but it is unique. It's got something to say to the other arcade racers out there, that it's not all about karts and blue shells, and I can at the very least respect it for that. Also, the soundtrack is pretty good.
6 out of 10!
I want to take a step back for this one. Mario Galaxy was my #1 childhood game. It is the most influential piece of media in my life, and I just want to appreciate that for a moment. Galaxy was one of the first video games I ever played. I clearly remember being in awe. Even out of the game, I was drawing pictures in class, literally looking up in the sky, imagining Mario jumping between planetoids, collecting stars. I made my own goddamn Mario Galaxy comic. There are images of this game that will forever be etched into my brain. brain. First, waking up on that little planet in the middle of space. The camera zooms out and plays that somber but curious jingle. Putting my first Grand Star into the observatory and watching the area start to liven. Rescuing Luigi from the booze. That big lava planet in freeze flame. Oh, the music and buoy bass. The random mini version of the tutorial planet in Deep Dark. Of course, the final encounter with Bowser, when after a whole game of wahoos and yippies, Rosalina looks dead at the camera and says, "Go, Mario." Holy shit! This is more than just a game to me. When I was a kid, I lived it. Now, it's a relic. A testament to how media can shape people's lives. It's a large part of why I'm here, because I want other games to live up to this. Everyone deserves an experience like I had with Mario Galaxy. I think we genuinely need more games like that out there. There are other 10s on this list, but this one is different. You know what? Fuck it. It's my show. Super Mario Galaxy gets an 11 out of 10. I shouldn't have to explain myself. Just go play the fucking game already. Alright, so the original Super Mario Galaxy set a really high bar coming into the sequel. In hindsight, it was impossible for Galaxy 2 to live up to. I still absolutely loved my time with Galaxy 2. It's an amazing game and everyone should try it. But something was missing. Galaxy 2 was, well, it was a video game. In the Galaxy 1 review, I described how that game went beyond the bounds of the screen. In my child mind, it felt like somewhere out there in the vast reaches of space, there could be a Mario jumping on asteroids, but 2 couldn't match that. It starts as early as the first gameplay sequence. Why are they retelling the story? Let's be honest, while I loved the storytelling in the first game, it's not like it was this untouchable piece of gameplay and writing that one shouldn't even try to follow up on. While the details are in the world building, the broad strokes are Bowser kidnaps Peach. Was it really imperative to retell that story? The next thing that closed those borders for me was the world map. The first Galaxy had a hub where everything felt naturally connected. Now we're just going down a line. And don't get me wrong, I like the Starship Mario. It was fun to watch it go from an empty husk to a bustling space station, but I wasn't traveling to distant planets anymore, I was picking levels out of a world map. Let me stop for a second. I want to make absolutely clear that I still love Galaxy 2. I'm not so blinded by nostalgia that I can't see an incredibly fun and well-designed video game. You could argue a lot of the levels are better than the original game. They have better flow, they don't reuse the same ideas as often. Yoshi is a great addition. It's one of the only things that feels missing from the first game. Things are a lot more bright and colorful, and there are a lot more orchestrated tracks in the soundtrack. But at the end of the day, when I play Mario Galaxy 2, I'm playing a video game. I'm not exploring the galaxy, I'm playing levels. I'm not restoring the observatory, I'm unlocking another world. You see what I mean? That's why Galaxy 2 will never live up to me. Super Mario Galaxy 2 is still a fantastic game. If you haven't played it yet, you're missing out on one of the best platformers of all time, to be quite frank. Galaxy 1 will always be my choice, but I don't ever count out Galaxy 2. As someone who watches and used to be involved in competitive Smash, I feel obligated to hate on Super Smash Bros. Brawl. But in all honesty, I don't really feel that way about it. Competitively, yes, it sucks, but I wouldn't get involved in competitive Smash until Smash 4. Brawl was never that kind of game for me. Instead, Brawl was an incredibly fun platform fighting game with some of my favorite characters of all time. Speaking of which, I love this roster. Seeing Mario and Sonic on the same screen was magical. You know I pit them against each other many times. But I also got introduced to a bunch of new franchises that I later came to love. Franchises like Star Fox, Metroid, and Metal Gear. Everyone who's played a Smash game knows the feeling it gives you when you see those characters all on the same screen. Brawl has that too. My favorite mode had to be the Subspace Emissary. Man, I had no idea what that meant as a kid, and honestly I still don't, but I got to see these characters actually interact in cutscenes and team up to prevent annihilation. That was something else. I loved that it was co-op too. Me and my friend back in the day would fight over who got to play what character. But if I didn't
get what I wanted, it didn't matter, because I'd get back at him in Brawl mode. I spent a lot of time in a lot of different areas of this game. Brawl mode, of course, Subspace, the stage creator, but also the sound test. I would just put on music from the soundtrack in the background while I did my homework. The music was great, and so were the visuals. I get the sense that people were mixed on the visual style of Brawl, but I loved it. I wish the series would return to it, especially with the technical capabilities we have now. But Super Smash Bros. Brawl is still a great game. I gotta say, it is hard to go back given how poorly the mechanics have aged, but if I can put that aside, I know I will have fun with Brawl. No questions asked.
8 out of 10.
Was there another game as defining of a generation as Wii Sports? I don't think I've ever found a person my age who isn't down to play some tennis, bowling, or boxing. This game was riding that Wii craze all the way through its lifespan. This thing was so popular that now in 2022, we got a new sports game because people would not shut up about Wii Sports. When I put pen to paper, I find it hard to write about Wii Sports purely as a game. There really isn't that much going on. It's just 5 sports: baseball, bowling, boxing, golf, and tennis. You use the Wii's motion controls to emulate each respective sport. There's a training mode, which is fun too, but what am I really supposed to talk about? See, the real magic of Wii Sports is in its simplicity. It's a game that everyone can understand. Anyone of any age can sit down and play some Wii bowling. Bring it out at a party, a family gathering, a date. It doesn't matter. It's not that hard to swing a plastic stick around to hit a ball back and forth. I remember there being talk about Wii Sports as an actual form of exercise. In case you haven't read the reports, Wii Sports doesn't really do anything besides get you off the couch sometimes. Even though it was named Wii Sports, it wasn't about getting real exercise. It was about showing off the capability of the Wii's motion control. I think it just so happened that Nintendo made a really fun party game in the process. Another side note, why did they go so hard on the soundtrack? This stuff is so good, we still hear it all over the internet today. Listen, as a game, Wii Sports isn't much more than it's meant to be. A fun party game that looks good in Wii commercials. It coincidentally also became one of the best-selling video games of all time, and thus one of the best party games ever created. Party games aren't meant to blow your mind. It's Wii Sports. Just sit yourself down and grab a remote. We've been waiting for you to go for the last 2 minutes.
7 out of 10.
Nice spare.
The younger sibling to Wii Sports, Resort has a lot more going on, but hasn't quite built up the reputation of its older counterpart. I still massively enjoy Wii Sports Resort, and find it just a bit better than the original, if for nothing else than just having more stuff to play. Did anyone else spend hours upon hours in the airplane mode? I spent entire evenings flying around the island trying to get all the landmarks, spamming the boost move to get to the Golf Island with enough time to spare. That mode also made me appreciate another thing about Resort: the island. Everything took place on Woohoo Island. It was a nice bit of world building that was completely unnecessary, but neatly tied all of these random minigames together. My other favorite minigame was the sword duels. It was one of the few sports I tried real hard to go pro at. I spent a lot of time in the single player version of that game. I forget what it was called, but it was basically a gauntlet mode against computers. It was the closest thing to a proper adventure mode with a bunch of different levels and boss Miis. All in all, the games in Wii Sports Resort are more involved than its predecessor. Nintendo had a new gadget to show off this time, and it could do more things after all. I really liked most, if not all, the games in here. Golf was never really my thing, but I think that's just me. Resort felt more like a complete package compared to the original Wii Sports. There's more to do all around, but I think the original Wii Sports has that insanely simple draw that even Resort can't replicate. There really isn't a more simple gameplay action than shaking a Wiimote. And as accessibility goes, that's about as far as you can get on the Wii. So even though Resort has more to do, Wii Sports will always have that draw. When comparing the two from a gameplay standpoint though, I find Wii Sports Resort to be a little more engaging. I spent more time on it than the original in its heyday. These minigames just held my attention longer. And they brought over bowling from the last game, which was the only one we really cared about back then.
Nice one.
8 out of 10.
So, do people like Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon? I think it got good reception, but when I would watch reviews, I'd hear mostly complaining. Maybe I was just on the wrong side of the internet, or maybe I'm wrong about thinking it's really good. Dark Moon has got a lot of atmosphere to go around. Each mansion brings something different to the equation, whether it's the classic cobwebs and dusty hallways, or empty sand dunes or frozen mines. This is the biggest draw for me, and the whole time Luigi is just there, being forced to withstand the horror in front of him. It's an interesting juxtaposition. The main thing you're doing in these games is capturing ghosts, and while I think it is fun to hunt them down and rewarding to suck them up into your vacuum, there is so much repetition of this gameplay loop that by the end I get a little tired of it. I end up getting more of a kick out of the puzzles because they make good use of the environments. Same goes with the collectibles. They make you focus on the little details, and in doing these challenges I slowly get more sucked into the setting. The music helps with this too, being suspenseful, booming, and quiet in the right places. The main mansion themes are all the same melody, but I love how each mansion changes the instrumentation. So then what do people have to complain about? Well, apparently fully completing this game kinda sucks. There's a pretty strict ranking system, and the gems hiding around force you to play a bunch of different missions to get them, rather than just letting you explore the whole mansion on your own. I've never fully completed Dark Moon, but I have tried, and I can understand this criticism. But I do like how the missions let you pick up and put down the game knowing you've made some progress. I guess I just wish there was a better balance. The other two problems I have are, one, the ending. The last gauntlet level really drives home the repetition of capturing ghosts, and the final boss felt kind of anticlimactic. And second, I didn't really like the multiplayer. It's all about ghost hunting there, and well, I already said how I feel about that. But overall, I think Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon is great. It's definitely a little out there, but that really added to it for me. And someday I may even go back for seconds.
8 out of 10!
Samus Returns. Are we ready to say this game isn't that good yet? In my recent journey through playing the 2D Metroid games, Samus Returns was far and away my least favorite experience. It's not that this outing was bad per se, but I was so bored. Let's just start with the progression. A lot of Metroidvania fans will scream if their next Metroid game is too linear, but I don't mind linear experiences. My problem is how they handled it, specifically with the gates. In theory, the Metroid gates can work. They provide a clear marker of progress and tell the player where they need to be next. But the more subtle damning thing is what they did to halt the momentum. It never feels like I'm making significant linear progress. Instead, I move forward in baby steps before I have to stop and explore an obstacle course before again making a little more baby steps. These Metroid hunting sections aren't very open in design either. I never really had to think about where I was. I just had to follow the next step in front of me, and eventually I'd find my way through. This wouldn't be a problem if movement was more interesting. See, 2D Metroid games don't generally have amazing controls, but that didn't matter because in those games I was more focused on the destination than the journey. In Samus Returns, I don't even really need to think about where I'm going, so I just become numb. The ending to Samus Returns was great, but I thought it was too little too late. I spent too much time wasting my time for it to change my mind. I thought it was fine, but it never came close to the level of other Metroidvanias. It allowed me to experience Metroid 2 along my 2D Metroid marathon, but I have zero intentions of ever trying it again.
5 out of 10!
So, another Pokemon game. Yup. Okay, sorry in advance, but I don't remember much of anything from Omega Ruby. I remember Gen 3. Actually, after playing Gen 4, I was more excited to go back to Gen 3 than head on to Gen 5. But back then, I had a DSi, which meant no GBA games for me. Lo and behold, Game Freak comes out with this remake on the 3DS. Cool, but I don't know, this one just felt bland to me. Like a Pokemon branded loaf of white bread. Not bad, but not very interesting. I was pretty put off by the look of Gen 6. It wasn't so much the 3D models, but the look of everything just felt so much more meh. Like back when all we had were drawings, I would love to draw Pokemon in different poses and stuff, but now that we have an official 3D render for every Pokemon, they just look so much more uniform and uninteresting. Their colors are less saturated, hard edges are rounded out. Forgive me if all this sounds vain, but like I said before, the main Pokemon games are all really samey. I was excited for Mega Evolutions when they came out, but when I got my hands on them later on, I was really underwhelmed. No matter how flashy the graphics are, there's no hiding that every Pokemon battle, even with Mega Evolutions, is just pushing the win button, especially in Omega Ruby, which is the second easiest Pokemon game I've ever played. Maybe one of the easiest video games I've ever played. I was thankful for the EXP share at first, but the more I played this game, the more I realized the EXP share just broke all balance. It became a cakewalk. I mean, what else is there to say? Pokemon is Pokemon. If you like Pokemon, this is another Pokemon. Pokemon, Pokemon, Pokemon.
6
Pokemon?
out of 10.
Pokemon? I sound like a Pokemon right now.
Super Mario 3D Land feels like the perfect handheld Mario game. It finds the perfect middle ground between 2D and 3D Mario, making the former a little more interesting and simplifying the latter to fit comfortably on the 3DS. It doesn't really try to blow you away in any aspect. What it excels at is providing an incredibly solid platforming experience. Everyone says this about 3D Land, but it's true. Imagine taking a 2D Mario game and just adding a Z-axis. This is what you get. It's not as complex as any of the other 3D games, and sometimes I really do miss those extra moves, the triple jump, side flip, etc. I end up trying to do them a lot out of pure muscle memory, and frankly, I don't understand their exclusion. I don't think they would have done anything bad to the overall experience, but I can only speculate. My favorite part of 3D Land is just how perfect it feels on the 3DS. It does take good advantage of the 3D effect, yes, but I more mean the levels. Unlike say New Super Mario Bros., 3D Land's levels feel a little more self-contained. They're also all pretty short. This makes it really easy for me to pick up and put down this game anytime I want. The unintended side effect is that I sometimes forget about it, but every time I do pick it back up, it's a good time. It never really wowed me like a Galaxy or Odyssey, but it was way more interesting than your typical New Super game. I can't recall a time when I was disappointed by Mario 3D Land. Bored maybe, but what you see is what you get here. A solid, simple 3D platformer accessible to a wide range of skill levels.
8 out of 10.
Smash for 3DS was a lot of fun back in the day. This game fell off my radar like a cliff as soon as the Wii U version came out. It's still a fun game, but it kinda just sits there on my 3DS these days, collecting digital dust. It's Smash, that similar platforming slash fighting slash partying experience the series is known for, only on the go this time. In a time before Smash Ultimate, that was a groundbreaking thing. I once dreamt about being able to play Smash via download play, and it became real, and it was surprisingly not as stripped down as I was expecting. There's a good amount of stuff to do here. A good amount of single player content, new multiplayer experiments in the form of Smash Run, and of course you had the classic battle mode where you can mess with items, special conditions, or just go at it. I was really into Smash at this point in my life. I was following every character reveal, new stage, and when Smash for 3DS came out, I couldn't wait to go to GameStop. I bought it day one digitally so I could just jump right in. I tried to unlock my new main as fast as I could, Little Mac. Yeah, he sucked in the air, but he hit like a truck. And in a time when everyone was still figuring out the controls, that was a real advantage. My problems with the 3DS version cropped up pretty quickly though. It was fun to play on a handheld, but the controls felt weird. The circle pad was not comfortable to play with. The graphics were not the greatest to look at. All of this I could gather just from the demo. And as soon as the Wii U version came out, everyone I knew immediately flocked to that version. That's the main thing that lowered my opinion of Smash for 3DS. It was overshadowed by its bigger brother. I had a couple great memories with the 3DS version, but even before the full release, it had steep competition. I guess you can have fun with it now, but I never really feel like picking it up myself these days.
6 out of 10.
Okay, good thing to know about me going in, I love the Zelda series. I mean, some of my favorite gaming experiences of all time. Ocarina of Time 3D is definitely up there. It just feels like these games were made for me. I love adventure, exploration, and setting. Zelda is all of those things. That must be why I like it so much. I know public opinion has kind of soured on Ocarina of Time, and I can see why. While I think the 3D version has held up better so far, the years passing has really eviscerated Ocarina of Time. From the graphics, the world and dungeon design, some really out-of-the-way quests, I get it. There are some real obtuse moments in here, enough that I'd recommend keeping a walkthrough handy. You don't need it every second of the day, but you will need it. It's for this reason that I can't in good conscience give Ocarina a perfect score, no matter how much I like it. But everything else I just really like. Starting with the story, it's really easy to understand and gets you right on your feet. You know exactly what you need to do within the first hour, and then you just head off into the unknown. Even though there isn't much dialogue or anything, I feel like the story continues as I make my way through the dungeons. And then it turns out it was in vain. You lose, but it's not too late. I like the second half because it feels like one huge redemption arc, and the final boss with Ganon is one of my favorite fights in video games. Ocarina of Time 3D really ties the bow with its upgraded graphics. The music as well is so good at selling the atmosphere.
Guys, it's hard for me to describe what makes Ocarina of Time connect with me, but what I can say for sure is that there's a reason it was so praised back in the day. It's not just the combat, or the dungeons, or the story, or the music. It's everything. It all comes together to make this experience. Do not write off Ocarina of Time just because you saw sequelitis. Play it and find out. Everyone should at least give it a try.
9 out of 10!
Funny story about this one, as much as I liked Ocarina of Time, it took me a long time to play Majora's Mask. Like a period of years. I didn't have a great way of playing it on the N64, but even after the 3DS version came out, I didn't bite. Among the things I was watching back then, Majora's Mask was treated like some messiah, this dark horse that people overlooked, but in reality is far superior to that Ocarina of Time game. Hopefully you can see how intimidating that sounds. I was honestly afraid I wouldn't like it as much as other people, but as it turned out in the case of the 3DS version, I ended up liking it more. I thought it was kind of ridiculous how some people online were writing off this whole game because the swimming was bad, or how skipping on water took no skill like the original version did. If you prefer the N64 version, that's absolutely okay. But this version, the 3DS version, is still vastly the same game. I'm getting shades of 64DS, but I like the prettier visuals and the quality of life improvements to the side quests, enough for me to not really care about the N64 version at this time. Either way, Majora's Mask is still absolutely amazing. The world design is really well done. It gives me a similar feeling to Mario 64, where even though Termina is relatively small, pretty much every piece of it has something to do. Not only does it keep me busy, but it makes Termina feel very alive. There are people everywhere. They all have their own routines, a life before Link arrived. The side quests too really bring out some of these characters. This is a game with rock monsters next to humans, next to talking fish, and I still find them all incredibly relatable. This review could easily be a lot longer, but before I run out of time, let me fill in a couple last points. In case you missed the Ocarina of Time review, I'll say once more, a lot of Zelda games need to be accompanied by a guide, Majora's Mask included. There are a few areas that require really specific conditions or a really out there solution to proceed, and for me it unfortunately excludes this game from getting a 10 out of 10, even though I had a great time fully completing it. Still, play Majora's Mask. I don't care how you do it, just play it. I doubt you'll be disappointed.
9 out of 10!
Hyrule Warriors is a Zelda fanfiction turned officially licensed Nintendo game. At least it feels that way. It all looks like Zelda and sounds like Zelda, but it doesn't play anything like the other Zelda games, and the story feels like some strange TV crossover episode. With all that in mind, Hyrule Warriors is a pretty fun time. I've never played a Dynasty Warriors game, but this hack and slash one-man army gameplay feels like it fits pretty well in this universe. I guess Zelda games talk of big wars and cataclysmic events, but most mainline games are set before or after those times, not during. Even though this is a separate story from those games, this is similar to what I had imagined some of those events looking like, and it's nice to see they were able to turn it into a playable and enjoyable experience. However, by the end of Hyrule Warriors, I had my fill of Warriors gameplay for the foreseeable future. To me, this game was mainly about the novelty. It was just so different that I knew I had to try it. I'm glad I did, but I never really got hooked into replaying or trying any of the other games. That's mainly because even though the gameplay is fun, you are doing pretty much the same thing every single encounter. Any attempt to spice things up fell pretty flat. Whether that was the bosses or the side objectives, they mostly required me to stop what I was doing and head somewhere to help someone or defeat some specific guy. I didn't need all that, really. All I wanted was more incentives to mow down armies. All those side things turned Hyrule Warriors from an action game to almost a management game. The amount of times I had to rush over to help an ally because they don't know how to swing a sword is uncountable. This stuff discouraged me from replaying it or trying any other modes because I didn't want to deal with that aspect of it anymore. The core idea and gameplay is fun, and it was awesome to see Zelda in such a different setting, but I just didn't want to deal with the other stuff more than once this time.
6 out of 10!
Kirby and the Rainbow Curse is kinda mid. Thanks for watching. Actually, while I have you here, I might as well explain what I mean. Kirby and the Rainbow Curse is not your typical Kirby game. As you can see by the gameplay, you're not running, jumping, or even sucking up enemies. Kirby just rolls around. It's an interesting idea. There aren't any other games like this besides the DS one as far as I know, so points for being unique, but there's a lot of things I don't really enjoy that surround this nice nugget of core gameplay. It makes use of the Wii U gamepad, but then I'm spending all my time looking at the gamepad. Spending hours looking exclusively at that little low-res screen isn't that entertaining. It's a shame because Rainbow Curse has a really cool art style. I just can't fully take it in on a 480p screen. There's some cool moments in there that take advantage of the way you have to draw Kirby's path, but I feel like the developers didn't know when to stop. I didn't exactly binge Rainbow Curse, but nevertheless, by the end I was so tired of it, I just wanted it to end. I got the whole drawing thing down after the first couple worlds, and they introduced some stuff from then on, but by the end it was largely just drawing the same lines, just getting gradually faster. And that's how it gradually became more stressful to play. Imagine writing an essay, but every paragraph you have to write a little faster than the last one, or else you have to start from the last sentence. It's an interesting torture method, not so fun as a video game. Now, Kirby and the Rainbow Curse never really got that bad. The difficulty was okay throughout the whole thing. It is a Kirby game after all. If it went any longer or got any more difficult, I wouldn't feel as positive about it, but as it is though, it's just okay.
6 out of 10!
Even though most LEGO games are the same formula, LEGO Batman 2 is my favorite version of it. It just feels like peak LEGO game design. It hits all the right beats for a LEGO game, and then it adds some extra awesome stuff because why not? Jumping right into the main campaign, you'll notice that something is different from the previous games. The characters are talking. Yep, LEGO Batman 2 was the first LEGO game to be fully voiced. While I generally don't like the games that came out after this change, I actually think the debut of voice acting in LEGO was pretty solid. I don't remember any voices being extra weird or the writing being all that bad. Solid job on this entry. The campaign itself's just more LEGO goodness. The same breaking bricks and solving puzzles as any other LEGO game, so if you like that, then you'll have no problems with this. In the last LEGO Batman outing, we got a lot of different suits to play with, and you get even more here. In fact, the roster in this game has got to be one of my favorites. It's in a nice sweet spot between the tiny rosters of the old games and the overwhelmingly huge rosters of the new ones. Right in the middle, getting most of the obvious picks from the DC universe and a couple of obscure ones for fans. My favorite part of LEGO Batman 2 is definitely the overworld. In other games, there was a nice little hub to get you from place to place and see the other characters, but in this game you get the whole city of Gotham to explore, and it's awesome. Not only that, but every corner of Gotham has something to do. There are puzzles all over the place, as well as races for the vehicles, but the best part has got to be the mini-bosses sprinkled all over the map. One of my favorite gaming memories was searching all the corners of Gotham to find all the villains lurking around. Then I'd bring them to justice and add them to my roster. Before I make this review too long, I'll just say that LEGO Batman 2 is just a pleasure to play. It's a wonderful celebration of one of my favorite pop culture brands. The only complaint I have is that sometimes levels can go on too long and gameplay gets too repetitive. This obviously can be translated to all LEGO games, and it's why I don't think any of them are exceptional, but out of the bunch, LEGO Batman 2 is definitely my favorite.
8 out of 10!
So I did not like LEGO Batman 3, like at all. It's not that it was broken or frustrating, it was just not that fun. It is a LEGO game, so it has that. It's still beating bad guys and flying around and solving puzzles and all that, and it's okay. I'm not really complaining about that, I guess. It's just, well, where do I start? The story felt kind of all over the place. I like the idea of traveling around the DC universe. We got to see a lot of different planets and things, mostly from Green Lantern, which I love, but as a result of having us travel around so much, the story felt so disjointed and I lost connection with it. I can't remember exactly when, but there was a switch in my head that went from being mildly interested in the story to just going from level to level. Because honestly, it seemed like the devs cared more about fitting all the Lantern planets into the story than making a story actually flow. After that disconnect happened, I started to dread the gameplay. LEGO gameplay isn't all that bad, but it mostly is just breaking stuff until you find the answer. It's not something that can stand on its own in my opinion. It needs to be supported by something else, like the brand or the story, which is probably why all these games use some kind of license. But even the last LEGO Batman game wasn't all that great just because of its story. It was more about the roster of characters in the open world and the completion process. Well, LEGO Batman 3 missed all of those marks. The roster felt really bloated. There were lots of lanterns, of course, which really padded out the list. There were also just some some choices that felt like, okay, hey, we need this character because it's not a DC game without this character. It's also worth noting that most of these characters were just kind of there to be collected, and it made most of them feel more like costumes than actual characters. The hubs were terrible in this game. Rather than one big hub, we got a bunch of medium-sized ones, but they were all either too big and or empty. This made going for completion in these areas a chore. I did eventually complete LEGO Batman 3, but I kinda wish I didn't. It wasn't very fun, and the roster I got after doing it all was just really boring. I would not recommend LEGO Batman 3, unless you really like DC, I guess.
4 out of 10!
In the wake of the MCU, I feel like I have more knowledge on Marvel than DC at this point, but I still personally enjoy DC more. I went into LEGO Marvel Superheroes expecting to enjoy it. I had played it here and there at a friend's house and liked it there, so when I got it myself, I thought it would just be more of the same. For some reason in this setting, I didn't find it nearly as enjoyable. At this point in LEGO, I was more in it for the open sandbox than the main story, and LEGO Marvel's story I especially did not like. My MCU watching self was not prepared for all of the off-the-wall characters and interactions in this game. I'm sure it would have been super cool for someone who knows this stuff, but I was just so lost. There were some elements of MCU stuff in there, but it felt like a weird side story. Even though I didn't know the comic characters, I would have rather had them pick either that or the MCU style and just go with that rather than trying to play both sides. Like I said though, I was mostly in it for the sandbox aspect. I just wanted to get the characters and mess around in the open world. And that part of it was fun, but I was too far removed from this brand to really connect with it. All it really did was make me want to go back to LEGO Batman 2. For Marvel fans, I can understand that people may really like this game, but I barely got through it to be honest. Like I said in the last review, when you don't have much of a connection to the license, these LEGO games break down pretty fast. Fun if you like Marvel, but definitely not for me.
5 out of 10.
The LEGO Movie video game shattered my love of LEGO games. This thing is so boring. So boring in fact that I forgot I had to finish this game multiple times until I finally did so. This game is much different than all the other LEGO games. It was the same general structure, hub, puzzle platforming gameplay, big roster, you get the image. But all this actually made me like the LEGO Movie game less. It made me realize that it wasn't the actual game that kept me playing all these LEGO titles. The only reason I played any of these was because it had a brand attached to it that I liked. That kind of upset me because I've generally become pretty jaded on that whole concept now. The whole idea that this thing you're spending your time playing or watching isn't actually that good, it just has a connection to something you like. It feels pandering and gross. This game is one of the games that showed me that ugly truth. The main brand attached to this game is just LEGO. It felt like all the smoke and mirrors just disappeared, and all that was left was this really bare bones platformer. If there's no outside brand attached to this adventure, I'd rather not have the adventure. This is LEGO we're talking about here. Make a game that's actually creative. But beyond this, the LEGO Movie game also just has this licensed game stink on it. You know, when you play a game based on a movie and all the voices, cutscenes, and most of the music are just taken from the film, and where they couldn't fit the film, they just used voice doubles. At this point, I'd rather just watch the movie. At least I'd have a fun film to watch rather than this secondhand junk. The LEGO Movie video game is still the same LEGO formula that's been established for years at this point. If you like this structure, I guess there's a chance you'll like it. Personally, I found that if LEGO is going to go this route, they need to lean into the brand they're representing. Otherwise, they need to be more outside of the box with their style. If it were really up to me though, I'd say do not buy this one. There are so many better games like this out there, it's not worth your time.
3 out of 10.
So I've played a lot of Mario Kart 8. It's a game that fits every situation. Feel like gaming but don't know what to play? Maybe a Grand Prix will fill my time. Got a few friends over? Or hell, a whole damn party? People don't mind some Mario Kart 8 on the screen. Maybe you're on vacation and you and your family need a break from all the excitement. Boot up Mario Kart 8. After all this time playing this game, I think I've finally given out. It's a great game, but I am so tired of it. Mario Kart 8 is the most polished Mario Kart. Maybe one of the most refined games Nintendo has ever made. The driving feels incredibly natural. The tracks are pretty much impeccable. The music is top notch. The graphics are so nice. This game hit every note so perfectly that I feel like Nintendo is scared to make another sequel. It's probably why it's getting this half-assed DLC almost a decade into its existence, just to keep people playing. But Nintendo, I'm talking to you directly now. This well has run dry. Any further attempts to stretch out Mario Kart 8's lifespan just makes me like it less. Yes, it's incredibly well made and the critics will always sing their praise, but I'm so bored of it now. It doesn't feel interesting anymore. Where are the kinks? Where are those little quirks that make every race feel different? Anti-gravity was cool back in 2014, but it's old news now. Give us something wacky again. Mario Kart 8 has other problems beyond the passage of time. The roster sucks. I remember this complaint when the game came out, and I feel like we all just kinda forgot. This roster still sucks, even if it has King Boo in it now. The items have been pretty neutered. They don't mean as much as they did in previous games, and that makes me sad. After getting over the novelty of anti-gravity, I found it to be pretty underwhelming. It allows for some cool set pieces and layouts, but functionally it's the same as regular driving, and the idea of players boosting off each other didn't feel entirely thought out. I mean, if both players get a boost from hitting each other, what's the point? I'll still play Mario Kart 8 any day of the week. It's hard to complain about a game this fine-tuned, but I'm just feeling worn out on it right now. I'd rather go back to Wii or Double Dash at this point. As broken as those games were, at least they do something beyond looking pretty.
8 out of 10!
Hey, look, we're back at the new Super Mario Bros. Series. And yup, it looks exactly the same as the last one we looked at. Shocker. But somehow this one sold way less and has a much worse reputation. I wonder why. Well, if you remember my last review, I proposed a theory. The reception and sales of these new Super Mario Bros. Games weren't actually reflective of their quality. Rather, it was entirely about their relevance to the consumer. Let's continue with this theory. Despite what Nintendo may tell you, this game feels identical to the others. It looks the same, barring the new HD resolution. Even most of the soundtrack is exactly the same. So then why does this one get so much less attention? Well, there's a few reasons for that in my opinion, but the most obvious one is that it was on the Wii U. If you're watching this review, there's a good chance you had one of these consoles, but let's never forget how badly the Wii U actually sold. The Wii U sold about 13 million units. That's about a quarter of the Xbox One and about 12% of what the PS4 sold. To put it simply, in the larger gaming space, basically no one was playing this game. For comparison, New Super Mario Bros. On the Wii sold about 30 million copies. That's more than double the amount of Wii U consoles. I'd be hard pressed to find someone in the wild who knows what a Wii U is, let alone this game. The next biggest factor in this game's reception to me is the burnout we were experiencing at this point. For those that did buy this game, this was the 4th game in this Innovation Averse series, and the second one to come out in the same year. If I had New Super Mario Bros. 2 around this time, I'd be upset that they didn't even let me finish this game before releasing the next one. And just one more time to drive this point home, these games play almost exactly the same. Looking up critics' reviews of this game, they end up being pretty similar to previous games. But I think they missed the larger picture this time. For these journalists, reviewing video games is their job. I imagine they aren't so concerned with the sales of the Wii U in their reviews. That's something for another article. And in most cases, in the time it takes between releases, you'll have different people within the company reviewing each entry. They come to the conclusion that New Super Mario Bros. U is a fine game. And it is, but at that point it's hard to discern how repetitive the new Super Series is until the scores come out and they all look the same. Like them, if you look at any of these games in a vacuum, you'll find that they're just okay, maybe even good. But with a series like this, I feel like it's necessary to get the context of the rest of the series. New Super Mario Bros. U is fine, but if you've played any other New Super Mario Bros. Entry, there is no point in playing it. Just keep moving.
6 out of 10!
This is a celebration of Nintendo done right. Nintendo Land manages to be more than just a nostalgia machine for those unfortunate enough to buy the Wii U. It turns a bunch of its iconic franchises into really enjoyable minigames. Back when I first got the Wii U, this game came in the bundle, and it was all we had for a little while there. But that was okay. This was something my whole family could sit down and play. We had our favorites, of course. Most of the time we would play the Mario Tag, or Luigi's Ghost Hunt, or the Zelda Gauntlet game. After each play, we would fill up the plaza with statues or check out what the other Miis were saying. It was a fun time. Not only is Nintendo Land a fun party game, but it was also a great showcase for what the Wii U could do with its gamepad. Most of the games took advantage of this asymmetrical multiplayer. There were other things like the touchpad and gyro, but for us the opportunities provided by asymmetrical multiplayer were by far the most interesting. That's probably why we played the games we did for the most part. In the same vein, this is also probably what eventually stopped us from returning to Nintendo Land. A lot of the games we didn't find very interesting, interesting, and the ones we did ended up feeling pretty similar. As a result, we eventually got bored and moved on. In retrospect, Nintendo Land probably made the most use of the gamepad of any game I can think of. It made the best case for it in my opinion. While Nintendo Land itself didn't end up being enough to launch the Wii U into success, the game itself remains rather enjoyable. Nowadays, we have most of the big Wii U games on Switch, but Nintendo Land will probably be forever stuck on the Wii U, given how dedicated it is to its hardware. Shame too, since this was one of the better ones. It's also a shame that even though Nintendo Land did a good job showcasing the gamepad still didn't have that much to show. A lot of it we've already seen, touchpad, gyro, etc. And the asymmetrical multiplayer can only provide so much. Nintendo Land did the best with what it was given. It had a lot of charm and some fun mini-games, but it can't really provide much beyond that. It's a fun time, but I wouldn't really go out of my way for it these days.
7 out of 10!
Pikmin 3 is so far the only Pikmin game I have played. I had known about Pikmin through friends and through Smash, but it never really seemed like my type of game. But back in 2013 when Pikmin 3 came out, well, I was a bit starved for good Wii U games, so I decided to take the plunge. What I found was a beautiful game unlike any other I've played. Categorizing Pikmin is hard. I guess it's most fitting to call it a strategy game, but it also has puzzle elements, adventure and survival aspects, even a bit of Metroidvania in there. It kind of broke down genre conventions for me, and that was incredibly refreshing. It was also brimming with charm. The coolest bit was how the alien planet you were on was pretty obviously a version of Earth, except everything around you is huge. That makes every bug a massive monster, every pot a piece of architecture. It's that familiarity crossed with the alien perspective that made mundane objects into interesting finds. It also made Pikmin 3 legitimately scary at points. I got pretty stressed out at points rushing to get all my Pikmin back to the ship before nightfall. There were a few instances where I had to leave a massive group of Pikmin behind because of a strategic mistake, and I watched in horror as the numbers fell. This part of the game was cool, but in retrospect, while I was playing it, it really did sour the experience. At the very least, it discouraged me from trying the other games in the series. This is why I don't really enjoy strategy games with time limits and huge consequences. I think it's a lot more fun to take my time soaking in this environment the developers have made. To be fair, Pikmin 3 isn't insanely strict. You get a good amount of time during the day to figure things out and lollygag, at least until the end. I had a good time with this game all the way up until the credits rolled. It's a well-crafted world with lovable characters and unique strategy puzzle-solving gameplay. It was great, but I haven't decided if I'll ever revisit it again.
8 out of 10!
Alright, so apparently everyone thinks Rayman Legends is one of the best platformers ever made. Well, I'm here to say, it's fine. I do like it more than Origins, I'll give it that, but I was still struggling to get all the way through this one, to be honest. To start off positive, Rayman Legends is very pretty, much like its predecessor. Could be the bump in resolution, but I think it's a tad better looking than Origins. The controls feel even more smooth, which is great. The levels are much more fun on average. There are a lot more ideas used, and it keeps the game feeling pretty fresh all the way through. I like the music a lot more too, and those musical levels are just wonderful. There's a lot of good content in Legends, but there are also some things I didn't like. So on the Wii U version, there are some instances where you have to control Murphy with the touchscreen. To be blunt, I hate these levels. They feel super gimmicky, and I dread having to play every single one I come across. Like I said before, Rayman Legends has some buttery smooth controls. I hate having to let go of my controls in order to play some tacked on touchscreen levels and beg my AI character to follow along. The other thing I don't like here is gaining progress with the teensies. This probably also explains why I didn't like Origins very much, since they have a similar progression thing going on. You have to collect a certain amount of teensies to progress, but they feel like they conflict with the rest of the design to me. Levels in Rayman Legends feel incredibly linear. They guide you along a straight path to the end and challenge you to overcome progressively harder obstacles along the way. This isn't a bad thing at all. My problems start to crop up when we add random secret passages that hold these teensies that are required to access the rest of the game. It's annoying when a level strongly points you in one direction, but then requires you to go against the flow in order to actually progress. There were many times where I beat a level, had a good time, and then I realized I didn't have enough of these guys to unlock the next, and so I had to replay and replay. I don't understand how that can be considered fun. It eventually changed how I have to play Legends as well. I want to just blast through these levels, but I can't. I have to keep my eyes constantly peeled for these MacGuffins if I want to keep playing. And the game acts like there's still bonus secrets, going ooh every time you find a door. They aren't fun little rewards for exploring if you're required to get a few every level to progress. Alright, I'm gonna cut this rant short. That That whole teensy thing, along with the Murphy levels, are a big reason why I don't think Rayman Legends deserves as much praise as it gets. It's still a good game, maybe even a great one depending on who you ask, but by no means is it an outstanding platformer beyond its style.
7 out of 10!
Scribblenauts Unlimited is probably the Scribblenauts game to play if I had to pick one. It feels like the fully realized vision that was promised however many years ago when the original Scribblenauts released. The pool of items is massive, and now you get to create your own objects from scratch. This is an amazing tool that allows players to fill out the objects list with anything the developers forgot. I remember playing Unlimited back in the day, and it really felt like everything was accounted for. This had the knock-on effect of making the missions feel a lot more creative. Sure, you could solve a lot of the puzzles with a smaller pool of answers, but now that you have the ability, why not experiment with this bigger pool of objects? The other thing about Scribblenauts Unlimited is that the puzzles feel a lot more thought out. With a game like Scribblenauts, it's good to require the player to get specific with their answers rather than letting them fulfill general conditions. There are still a fair share of those missions in there, but a lot more of them require specific objects. This forces the player to think outside of the box and also expands their knowledge of the item list. At some point though, I did get a bit Google happy with this game. The other side of requiring more specific puzzles is that sometimes if you don't know the thing they want, you just don't know. There are plenty of instances where I looked up the answer and said, oh yeah, I would have never gotten that. It did unfortunately take some of the magic away. I also think that in general, these Scribblenauts games just aren't for me. Despite what you may think, I don't really consider myself much of a writer. I'd much rather draw something out, and so having to come up with a word for every image in my head is difficult. But hey, if this looks interesting to you, I would definitely encourage you to give it a shot. I'm not sure if the online features are still functional or not, but either way, Scribblenauts Unlimited will remain as a nice puzzle game for anyone who wants to pick it up.
7 out of 10!
Welcome to Shovel Knight, the indie darling retro revival platformer. Known by many as one of the best indie games out there. This one was a huge step for bringing indie games into the mainstream if I'm not mistaken. And what a good representative to have. Shovel Knight is definitely one of the better ones, and while I don't click with it as well as some other people, I cannot deny this is a quality title. Let's jump in with my favorite part of Shovel Knight. This game is just bursting at the seams with charm. From the enemies to the townsfolk, the bosses, to Shovel Knight himself. I admire how Shovel Knight doesn't feel the need to explain itself. It doesn't ever question the ridiculousness of a knight wielding a shovel as their main weapon. It just asks that if you want to play, you have to accept these things, and that does a great job in bringing me right in. It's not that Shovel Knight takes itself too seriously. It's not afraid to crack jokes or put the player in funny situations, but when it's time to pick up your shovel, all that goes away and it comes down to just you and the terrain in front of you, and a seriously rocking soundtrack. Shovel Knight is a very refined platforming experience. The controls are super responsive, and although you only have a few main moves, the levels always find a new way to challenge you, and Shovel Knight was always challenging me. It felt like as I was getting better, the game was just a step ahead, and it always pushed me to keep going. The sub-items provided a lot of control in terms of playstyle, to give Shovel Knight a new lease on life, to help with platforming challenges, to relieve some pressure during a boss fight. I loved all the levels, but the boss fights weren't really my forte. Most of my frustrating moments came down to the Order of No Quarter. I love the characters, don't get me wrong, but their fights were all over the place in my experience. Some of them I found really easy. I could pick up their patterns right away and be done with them in no time flat with a little patience. Others, I couldn't get by without spamming the phase locket. Some of them felt too hard to read. Others just had massive moves or environmental hazards that made it difficult to focus. That ending boss rush gave me a lot of trouble. After reaching the end though, I could definitely say Shovel Knight was a great time. There's too much goodness in this package to ignore, and while it isn't for everybody, I'm glad we have a game and a character like Shovel Knight around to show that 8-bit can still be fun.
8 out of 10!
Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric is a bad game. Super awful, no good dumpster fire video game that should have never been created. Don't even know where to begin on what went wrong. Like, everything is bad. I guess I can respect Sega for wanting to take Sonic in a new direction. I don't have as much of a problem with Sonic and company not being fast. Would I rather them be fast like they usually are? Absolutely, yes. But that's not what makes this game awful. No, no, no. I'm sure that even if they finished this game, Sonic Boom would not be received well just based on how different it is. But the fact of the matter is they didn't finish this game. Like, at all. Usually when a game comes out feeling unfinished, it's closer to feeling unrefined. Like if I said a game
game should have a few more months of development, it'd feel more complete. Sonic Boom would have needed at least another year. It feels like I'm playing a late alpha or early beta build. The performance is nauseating. Constant frame drops, outright stuttering on occasion. Although this never happened to me, I wouldn't be surprised if this game just froze on people. There are also a ton of other bugs like falling through objects, scripted events not working how they're supposed to, as well as a lot of rendering errors. The biggest area that feels unfinished to me is the environment. Both the levels and the hub worlds feel like they were implemented after a first draft. The levels themselves are so basic there is no thought involved in solving puzzles. Enemies are thrown at you mindlessly. Some other areas are just confusing to navigate. The hubs are even worse. They're so empty, but the worst part is that they look like they should have people in them. They just didn't have enough time to put characters in there. The truth is, there really isn't a reason to talk about Sonic Boom anymore. This thing has been beaten to death. Only outdone by Sonic 06 because it had more years on the market. But I don't think it's a competition as to what's worse. SEGA says they've learned their lesson from this game, but honestly, I feel that has yet to be seen. They've made better things since, yes, but if that's your metric, then the bar is truly in hell. What SEGA really needs to learn is to finish their games before putting them up for sale. To be honest, I don't think they've learned that lesson yet. Regardless, you knew this already, but don't buy Sonic Boom. Just don't. Don't even as a joke. You'll find very quickly that you wasted your money.
2 out of 10.
Sonic Lost World kinda baffles me. Why does this game exist? This was hot off the heels of Generations, one of my favorite Sonic games ever. But this wasn't anything like Sonic Generations or any previous Sonic game. The main buzz was that Sonic now had a run button. It was weird to see Sonic have a run button, but I was more concerned about the other decisions. The boost button kind of was a run button for Sonic already. Sonic just had a higher base speed in those games. Sonic is just now slower, which okay, I guess I can get used to. Sonic doesn't have to be naturally fast for the game to feel fast. In my opinion, that comes mainly down to level design and mechanics. But even the level design was weird. I never understood the focus on rounded planetoids and spaghetti strings. It doesn't seem like SEGA could justify it either, because when the game starts, we just show up at this planet where everything is like this, and that's that. It makes the whole setting feel out of place. But they didn't really use these cylinders that much either. I bet for most of these levels you could lay them out flat and functionally nothing would change. Another idea that didn't see its full potential was the parkour system. This was one thing keeping me hooked to buy Lost World. It's the only change to me that felt like a natural progression of Sonic gameplay. I really wish they implemented it another way though. The way it works is all automatic, and that leads to a lot of unintended deaths. I would have thought that parkour would make things smoother and faster to traverse, but oftentimes just normal jumping is way more efficient. That doesn't change that sometimes it'll just happen when it wants to and end up killing you though. The last point that felt all over the place was the difficulty. Going through Lost World was just as easy as any other Sonic game right up until the last world or so, when levels jumped up a cliff in difficulty. I had so many game overs at that point due to instant death traps or parkour mess ups or stingy checkpoints. Lost World is well made, I guess. The levels are generic, but they aren't bad. It looks nice and runs well, the music is great, but at its core I feel like it just doesn't work. It's stiff and unresponsive and doesn't know what it wants to do with itself. I wish I could say this is just a Galaxy clone or a failed Sonic Adventure / Generations hybrid, but I don't know what it is, and I don't think SEGA knew either.
5 out of 10.
Splatoon is a different kind of shooter. It's trademark Nintendo, isn't it? Of course, they weren't going to enter this genre the easy way. They had to find some kind of twist that would appeal to their main demographic, and I think they came away with a pretty decent shooter. The aspect of spraying turf is pretty cool. It forces you to account for more things than just shooting other players. In some modes it gets you points, or at the very least allows you to establish a base where you and your teammates can move around more freely. The weapons are more focused on this balance of terrain coverage versus precision aiming, and there's enough options and gear to allow lots of different kinds of players to find their niche, something I think every good multiplayer game does. Splatoon has also got to be the most stylish Nintendo game in recent memory. It went for a more punk atmosphere with its visuals, characters, and especially the soundtrack. At first I found it a little strange. As someone who's been waiting years for any new Jet Set Radio content, I was kinda saddened that this was the best I could get. Later on, I did warm up to it. It certainly takes shades from games like Jet Set Radio, but I came to
understand that Nintendo took this style in its own direction, and it works pretty well. It didn't take long for me to drop off of Splatoon's multiplayer though. I liked the game's mechanics, but not enough for how much repetition there was in terms of the map rotation. Not gonna lie, it also got pretty overstimulating at points. Games of Splatoon can get really chaotic when there's items and paint flying everywhere. When terrain is changing every second, it was super hard for me to get my bearings. It didn't help that all I could do was play with randoms either. So naturally, I took more of a liking to the single player. It wasn't a remarkable adventure, but Splatoon's controls and gameplay mechanics were fun enough to keep me going through the whole thing. Levels were just long enough to explore an idea and let you zip back to the hub and try something else. All in all, Splatoon was a decent experience. There are definitely some problems I have that I hope got solved in later entries, but I liked the gameplay enough that I got a decent amount of time out of it.
7 out of 10!
Star Fox Guard is a game. It exists. That's about the most remarkable thing I can say about it. It was bundled in with Star Fox Zero, probably as a consolation prize, and so that Nintendo can say they got one of their E3 demos out the door. I'm surprised it came in its own disc. You just play tower defense with some robots. Every level gets a little bit harder than the last. It really isn't even Star Fox related. More so, it just has a Star Fox skin on it, probably to make it fit better with Zero. You're probably not going to be surprised when I say I didn't finish this game. I really didn't feel the need to. It's fine, perfectly functional, and a little fun, but these games aren't for me. After a certain point, I get stressed out by the amount of stuff I have to manage and just put it down, and it's probably not worth getting stressed over Star Fox Guard, just so I can say I beat it for my arbitrary games list. I did play it at least, and that's all I felt I had to do. I tried it, and I can say it's a nice little bonus for people who bought Star Fox Zero, but that's about it.
5 out of 10!
Man, I wish Star Fox Zero was good. I was so ready for this game when it was coming out. Around that time, I was going through some old games and had a fantastic time playing Star Fox 64. I know Star Fox has had a rough time ever since. It seemed like Nintendo didn't know what to do with this franchise, and if they needed to return to 64 in order to get Star Fox back on its feet, I was a-okay with that. I was unsure what kind of game we were getting, actually. At points, I thought it was a full remake of 64. At others, I thought maybe it was a sequel set in the same star system. It looks like in the end we got something in between a remake and a full reboot. I was a little sad to see that we weren't really getting a new adventure. It was cool to see these levels all upgraded and switched up in terms of their design, but I would have liked to see a continuation of sorts. Star Fox isn't all about the story, not by a long shot, but something different would have been nice. Where Star Fox Zero really fell apart was its mechanics. I saw Miyamoto demo the controls for Zero back then, and I thought it was a cool idea. I thought, okay, maybe I'll give that a shot, but I think I'll use the traditional controls first. I was certain that these motion controls were optional. It wasn't until I had the game in my hands that reality set in. I'd be using these controls the whole time. What makes the controls in Star Fox Zero so bad is that they never let you get your bearings. I liked 64 because the aiming and the movement were directly connected to each other. Wherever I was moving is where my shots were gonna go, and that made it a lot easier to settle myself in the space. In Zero, you control your ship and the shots separately, and because of that, I am constantly disoriented. Constantly. There's no way to manage your ship's positioning and your aiming at the same time. Whenever I have to shoot something, I momentarily lose where I am in the space, and then I have to check my ship to readjust, but as soon as I move my ship, my aim is no longer on point, and it becomes this nauseating back and forth of aiming and flying. It doesn't help that your ship is also constantly moving. What I can say is that I did get through the game this way. It wasn't fun, but I did it. To be honest, the only thing that got me through was my knowledge of 64, because Zero takes a lot of cues from 64. But you know what remedied this situation for me? The co-op. In co-op, one player pilots the ship and the other aims and shoots. When that back and forth is split between two people, it makes this game way easier to enjoy. I was actually having a blast that way. Overall though, Star Fox Zero is really rough. I liked everything except the controls. But the controls are so vital to the experience that all I can say confidently about Zero is that it's fine if you can get used to it, or play co-op, one or the other.
6 out of 10!
I can't deny that Mario 3D World is a good game, but I just don't feel like it was a good fit for the Wii U. It's made more apparent when you compare 3D World to its cousin on the 3DS. Mario 3D Land felt perfect on that console. It was split up into bite-sized levels and didn't have very complicated controls or premise. It was just get from A to B, and on the 3DS, that's all it needed to be. 3D World feels a bit lacking on the Wii U. It is expanded a bit, you've got 4-player co-op and bigger levels, but it's largely the same philosophy as 3D Land. The Wii U is capable of so much more than a 3D new Super game. They tried to tie everything around this new Cat Bell power-up too. The Cat Bell is good. I think it's a little too good. Being able to climb up walls, flagpoles, and attack and dive is a bit much. It's frankly the only power-up that feels worth using in this game. It's nice that the other power-ups are here for the sticklers that only want the fire flower, but if you're not using the Cat Bell, you're not really playing 3D World. I do complain, but 3D World is still a fun time. It's nice to have a 3D co-op adventure. Much better than having one player be a Luma, I'll give it that. The graphics are nice, and so is the soundtrack. The levels are more bland than a more ambitious 3D title, but they're still well made. Those Toad Tracker levels are a nice break from the pace as well. It's one of those games that can absolutely be a fun time to play, but I just wish it were more. It stings a little more that this was the only 3D Mario we got on the Wii U as well. I can't really knock 3D World as is. There's a few nitpicks I have, like the green star requirements, but what 3D World sets out to do, it does pretty well. It's a fun game, but I think Nintendo went the safe route with this one, and that's ultimately what let me down. Would have been great to get multiplayer and a full-fledged 3D adventure, but instead we got 3D Land 2. A good game to be sure, but you get the point.
7 out of 10!
Super Mario Maker is more of a tool than it is a game, said the critic. I can't help but think Nintendo wanted to take a quick jab at the fans out there by making this game. Now there's an official way to make your own Mario levels. Get it here. Regardless of whether you think Mario Maker is closer to a Mario game or Microsoft Excel, it's still a lot of fun. There is a lot to do here for fans of different shapes and sizes. You've got the level creator, of course, which is the most fleshed out part of the experience. You can mess with a ton of different mechanisms and chain reactions to make something crazy, or just keep it simple with the blocks and Goombas. The different themes you can choose from are a nice touch, allowing you to take advantage of the admittedly few gameplay differences between 2D entries. I made a few levels myself back in the day. I like to keep things pretty simple on my projects. I didn't want to dive deep into the mechanics of each theme or anything like that. I was more interested in making a level that had a story progression to it, starting with introducing an idea, then making it harder and harder until the player has one final challenge before the flagpole. Of course, I made my fair share of troll levels as well. I did try the other side of Mario Maker a bit as well. I wasn't super involved in the community or anything, but I would occasionally go online and try out some random levels I'd find on the front page. Most of it was full of auto levels where you just stood there and watched the game move Mario for you. Not the most engaging thing, but it was cool to see the engine at work. I would also watch Let's Plays online and try some levels from there as well. Leave a comment if you played Swim the Musical back when that was making the rounds. All in all, Super Mario Maker was a nice package. I gotta say, I didn't feel there was much going on from the developer side. Like, most of this game was held up by the community for the community, but the community made some good stuff.
8 out of 10!
The first Smash I got competitively interested in. Also the Smash I was most competitively interested in. Smash 4 is in a weird place right now. When it came out, it felt like a step in the right direction after Brawl, but still more similar to it than Melee. Nowadays, it feels like Smash 4 was a step to what is now Ultimate. In a series where every game is pretty different from the last, Smash for Wii U strangely doesn't stand out. It's caught right in between. Before I get into that, I want to discuss Smash 4 on its own for a moment. When you play a game competitively, you start to develop a different mindset towards it. A lot of the problems I had with the game mechanically didn't feel as valid back then, because if I wanted to go to tournaments, I had to deal with them no matter what. Now though, I can talk about some stuff that wasn't so fun to deal with. For one, the fighting style around Smash 4 was incredibly baity. Most combos were just a few hits into kill percent, and then you had to fish super hard for a kill. Some characters were different, but on a large scale it was all about fishing for your character's best option. There weren't a lot of rounded kits to implement. For me and my crew, we kinda had this mutual agreement that we would be more aggressive and approaching in our matches. We typically found it more entertaining, but of course this wasn't the winning strategy, so anyone who came along and played more defensively had their way with us. Personally, it got on my nerves, but it wasn't all bad. I still very much love this game overall. Smash is a special kind of game that you can enjoy in a myriad of different ways and all different levels. I didn't often play with items, but they were a good way to level the playing field, as well as the stages with crazy gimmicks. The
roster was great as well. I feel like we're spoiled a bit by Ultimate now, but I remember when Smash 4's roster felt big. The new characters were hit and miss with me. I liked their inclusion as characters, but for most of them, I didn't click with their playstyles. From a casual perspective, the main thing that was lacking was some good single-player content. I was very sad to see that Subspace didn't return. I heard that it was mainly because the devs didn't like having the story spoiled on YouTube or something, but that is a super lame reason to exclude one of the best modes in Smash history. Without it, most other single-player modes are just variations on regular Smash battles. In that case, I'd much rather just play multiplayer or set up a computer match with rules I actually want. Smash 4 is this strange middle step between Brawl and Ultimate right now, but I don't think it's entirely fair to write this one off. Smash 4 still has its own gimmicks that make it its own, and going back to it still can be fun. I definitely have come back to it from time to time, and there are aspects to it I like more than Ultimate or Melee. It's just a shame that this one has been pushed aside.
8 out of 10!
It just feels like every time I boot up this game, it's gearing me up for an adventure on the high seas. Some people don't seem to like all the sailing in Wind Waker, but I rather like it. For me, there's two main modes at play here. There's the generally more action-packed, dungeon-crawling, monster-slaying gameplay, and then there's the more serene, relaxing, almost therapeutic sailing between spots. I really like this dynamic in Wind Waker. When you're on land, it feels more like a traditional Zelda adventure, solving puzzles, talking to townsfolk, slaying foes, and it's all pretty much just as good as it was in Ocarina of Time. I also like the new parry attack, where if you're keen, you can do critical damage to a foe or just wipe them out completely. It's a nice addition. The sailing side of things is fun too. I actually don't mind how spread out things are. You get a moment of respite from everything, and it also gives you some time to plan your next move. I didn't really explore them very often, but you can also find little islands with side quests or smaller treasures along the way, which is a nice touch. The most obvious thing you can say about Wind Waker is that it looks different. And yeah, it does. If you mean it looks gorgeous. At least on the HD version, everything is so vibrant and the new art style is great for character expression. It makes Link feel more than a blank slate this time. I also really like Tetra. Her attitude creates a great dynamic with this new, more naive Link. The story is pretty much the same Zelda fare, and I think that was intentional. It's less about the overall plot and more about the character-to-character moments in this world. From a gameplay standpoint, Wind Waker is pretty solid. No real issues with the combat controls or anything like that. I will say that the progression hit a few snags towards the end. It was doing such a great job at providing a smooth adventure until about after you get the Master Sword. You have to go on this whole hunt to power it up and maybe do some other stuff before you actually get to fight Ganon. It felt like padding game time and wasn't that fun. That's really the only complaint I have with Wind Waker, to be completely honest. I just love everything else in it. Graphics, gameplay, setting, music, all that stuff was pretty great the whole time. Just that ending bit needed some work. I feel like most players can deal with it with a guide at the very least, so if you want to give Wind Waker a try, I would highly recommend it, specifically the HD version if you can get your hands on it.
9 out of 10!
Wow, this game is bad. Can I even call it a game? I guess if I played it with a controller, I gotta call it a game. Not that it deserves it though. So a little background into why I even have this piece of trash. It was around Halloween and my friends were planning to get together to hang out and do Halloween stuff. The year before we had a really cool party where we sat around a computer and played some horror games. Lots of fun. So this year I wanted to do that again. I figured getting a horror game that'll jump scare your friends isn't that hard. There are tons of cheap and even free horror games online that do the job. Because I was addicted to my Wii U, I went on the eShop and looked up the cheapest horror games I could get. This game looked perfect. It was that cheap, cheesy indie horror vibe I was wanting. So I got it. And I was sorely disappointed. And that's saying something, because when you're already in the market for a game like this, the bar for quality is underneath the floorboards. But the letter couldn't even get over that. This game advertises itself as a horror game, but it's definitely not scary. It's just dark. That's it, seriously. This game is just dimly lit. No jump scares, no gore beyond a couple of JPEGs of blood on the ground. Not even some royalty-free scary music. I'm pretty sure it was just silent the whole time. You go around collecting these letters, which have some kind of plot relevance if you care about that at this point, and eventually the game just ends. What a waste of money.
1 out of 10!
Before we get started, I wanted to say that I'm playing Battlefield 1 on PS4. The reason this is relevant is because I should not have bought it on PS4. I really don't enjoy shooters on a controller. I grew up playing FPS games mainly on PC, so I like keyboard and mouse. Controller just feels too slow and clunky in comparison. Thanks to the massive auto aim whenever you look down sights though, my controller issues with Battlefield 1 were not as bad as they could have been. I'm also not really the main audience for this game. I've never touched a Call of Duty or any of the other Battlefield games before this one. I was drawn in mainly by the World War I setting. It was something that hadn't been done on a Battlefield scale before, and so I thought it could be interesting, since they'd have to change things up from a typical World War II or modern shooter. Actually, it turns out they didn't really need to do that. Battlefield 1 ended up playing like most other shooters, just with more primitive guns. Even still, they found a way to implement all the shooter archetypes, which I guess is fine for gameplay, but it wasn't really why I wanted to play the game. I hate to be the history buff with the stick up his ass, but this is World War I, right? I was hoping for something other than the same frantic running around like a chicken with its head cut off. I feel like this could have been helped with the maps, but most of them weren't really trying for that gameplay style, and if it did, it just gave snipers a chance to kill you from across the entire map. I thought the campaign was just alright. The war stories were mildly interesting, but it was really more fun to just mow down some bots. In most cases though, I had to play cat and mouse, and I'm not sure if that was intentional or I was just bad at the game. I don't mind cat and mouse with shooters, but it takes a lot of patience and wears me out pretty quickly. I was not a fan of the stealth sections though. I'm probably spoiled by the likes of Metal Gear and Dishonored, but it felt tacked on here. I think Battlefield 1 is a fine game. You can get a few hours out of the story or dick around in multiplayer and have a decent time. I'm just disappointed by the marketing and aesthetics of it all, frankly. I bought it expecting something different, but it didn't really play that way. Now I just have a Battlefield game sitting on my shelf. Nice job, EA.
6 out of 10!
Death Stranding is what happens when Hideo Kojima is fully let loose. Metal Gear was certainly wild, but it also showed some restraint and direction, probably in order to meet deadlines. However, since leaving Konami and forming his own studio, Kojima has had lots of time to make his new baby, Death Stranding. It was kind of jarring at first, seeing Kojima's signature style painted over a new canvas. I've only known the Metal Gear games of his, and at some point the lines between Kojima and Metal Gear got blurred for me. Now playing Death Stranding, you can definitely see which parts were taken and which were left behind. You've got lots of dialogue explaining every little detail about the world. Characters are no longer people, they're all symbols. Their names are vessels for what they represent. Sometimes this style can kind of beat you over the head with poetic language. It can come off pretentious at points, as if Kojima doesn't expect you to know what he's talking about, so he has to say it 10 times in different ways. Then of course you can always count on Kojima to undercut the tone with random gags or potty humor. Then there's the gameplay, which can either seem incredibly mundane or overly complicated, and there isn't much of an in-between. The core of the game is traveling from place to place delivering packages. You can do so on a bike or car, but most of the time you'll probably be walking. This on a surface level sounds really boring, but there's also a ton of mechanics behind the hood. You can collect materials to craft tools to make delivery easier. When receiving new cargo, you have to be aware of how things are balanced and how much weight you can carry. Every ladder or rope or gun you bring also has to be accounted for. Then there's all the stuff with BB, that little baby in a bottle from all the trailers. To break this down would take way longer than I have time for. But when you're actually moving, it all breaks down to picking your route, your method of travel, and making sure you don't fall over along the way. I actually found it to be near meditative. Death Stranding has its action-packed moments, but most of it is pretty chill. But I have to be honest, I couldn't be bothered to finish this game. At least not yet. I was chugging along thinking I had made decent progress when eventually I looked up what was in front of me, and man, the stuff they have you doing towards the end sounds like torture. Getting as far as I got, I felt like I got the message already. Kojima is not exactly subtle with his writing, and I know there's other plot threads I haven't experienced, but it all seems like patchwork to keep people interested. I do genuinely like the gameplay. It's not very exciting to look at, but it taps into something that most other games haven't replicated. So maybe I'll come back and deliver some packages, but not right now.
7 out of 10!
I wish more people talked about De Blob. It's one of my favorite games to put on if I want some cheering up or just want to have a good time. Everything is centered around this laid-back, fun aesthetic that is just mesmerizing. I can't think of another game quite like it. Everything here centers around color. Painting your way to the exit is not only a nice marker for progress, but ties into a creative instinct. I don't just want to paint to get to the end of the level, I want to see this gray landscape turn into a beautiful rainbow by the time I'm done with it. The gameplay here is pretty simple. It's really all jumping or stomping in some
some way, and I don't really mind it. In fact, I think it's smart that painting is more of a passive ability. It makes the game super accessible. The blob isn't here to stress you out with complicated mechanics or difficult enemies. It just wants you to have a good time and occasionally try to use that noggin to come up with some colors. I think that's cool. It's nice to have a game where you can just roll around and enjoy the atmosphere I've created, and listen to a cool soundtrack. It's when you start to push the blob that it shows some blind spots. I was so into the painting gameplay at first that I wanted to 100% everything, but that was not such a great idea. First off, I don't think it gets you anything, but I could be wrong. Second, the process of painting literally every object in the stage is really tedious. After multiple levels in a row where I couldn't find that last object or hidden building, even after combing the whole level, it became apparent that this wasn't the real intention for these. While you can paint everything if you want to, I think the blob's levels were meant as more of an open playground. A canvas, if you will. White space is just as much of the picture as anything else. Paint as much as you want while keeping it fun and quick, and then the blob will be a great time.
8 out of 10!
I've wanted to get into Bethesda games for a while now. They were always big news in the gaming space. Everyone seemed to love them at the time. When Fallout 4 came out, it was all my friend group talked about for weeks. Something was always keeping me from playing them though. I watched a lot of gameplay of Bethesda games like Skyrim, seen people play Fallout 3 or New Vegas. Everyone I knew thought New Vegas was one of the best games ever made, but it just didn't look like something I'd enjoy. All the RPG mechanics and storylines looked like a lot to keep track of. The art style of Fallout in particular was disgusting, and I know that's not supposed to look pretty, but I can't help it. I grew up on bright colors. Somehow I convinced myself to buy Fallout 4 even though I had a good feeling I wouldn't like it. I guess I was hoping I was wrong, and that I could finally enjoy conversation about it with my friends. Well, I never got that chance, but I did finally play Fallout 4, and yeah, I was totally right. The game didn't really do anything for me. The one thing that kept me playing as long as I did was the premise. Seeing how Bethesda imagined the country after a nuclear apocalypse was interesting. Everything else was not so interesting. The story of Fallout 4 itself I found pretty boring. I just never really connected with the main quest. The side quests didn't really grab me either. It doesn't help that all the dialogue is portrayed through incredibly stiff animations and some hit or miss voice acting. I didn't find much joy out of the exploration. At first it was fun, but then you see a lot of similar stuff. Rundown buildings, dead trees, mutated zombies, etc. On my journey I ran into a lot of enemies and not so many items, so I decided to just try to blast through the main quest instead of wandering around. That's where it really fell apart. The main quest felt like this long drawn out thing that just had you going from place to place, each person you meet promising to help you find your kid until you move on to the next. I didn't get very far before calling it quits, because Fallout 4 is a big game. I don't really want to spend all that time to see if it ever gets good if I was already skeptical about it from the beginning. If people like this, then cool. I played it enough to confirm my suspicions, and that's really all I need.
4 out of 10!
Hades was another surprise win for my library. I picked this game up because I think it was mislabeled and I got it for super cheap. My original intention was just to resell it because honestly after doing this list for so long, I have to say I've gotten a little burnt out on games. But before I let go of the game, I had to pop it in and see what it was about. Hades is a roguelike, generally a genre I don't like. Roguelikes are for players who like mastery. Games like this are about personal growth, trying over and over until you gain the knowledge, skills, and sometimes luck to conquer the ultimate challenge. It's admittedly a cool idea for a progression system, but it's not really my preference. Hades, however, was different. What Hades does is use that roguelike structure as a means to also flesh out its plot, characters, and environment. Yes, you will see the same types of enemies and rooms and items every time you start a run, but every time I died and walked out of the pool of blood, there was something new going on in the House of Hades, be it story, fun dialogue, or new bits of lore. Some of this can also be fed back into new runs, which speed up the process of discovering new things. This is why Hades has become such a favorite of mine despite my usual preferences. It always feels like there's something new to find after every run, or even during, and I'm always willing to make another escape attempt to make it happen. It also helps that Hades' environment is really interesting to me. When I was younger, I used to be really into Greek gods and the like, and Hades kind of rekindled that interest. The game also looks and sounds amazing. All the art makes an awesome image on screen, whether it be battle battle effects or character portraits, it's all good stuff. The music is also top notch, and I had to listen to the soundtrack even though it might have spoilers. I couldn't help myself. The only problem is that Hades' palette can be a little too messy sometimes. Some fights can get so busy with effects and projectiles and whatnot that I lose track of what's going on and I get sent back because of it. I generally love how this game looks, but that can get frustrating and it doesn't always feel like my fault. It might also seem like a small thing, but escape attempts are the bulk of the gameplay, so it can be pretty prominent. Other than that, Hades has been a crazy fun time. I was going to sell it originally, but I think this is a keeper.
9 out of 10!
Journey is one of those games that's more like an experience than a traditional game. Its wonderful music, gorgeous visuals, simple gameplay, and story make it one of those games that crosses boundaries. I fully believe that anyone, gamer or not, can pick up Journey and appreciate what's in front of them. It's not about appealing to those hardcore people who like stats and numbers or complex stories, no. It just wants to provide a unique interactive experience. Gameplay-wise, Journey is incredibly simple. Most of your time is just spent walking around and jumping across gaps, but even so, I was fully enjoying it the whole time. The subtle thing the shallow mechanics do is force you to look around. There's not really any complex systems to tunnel vision on to get to the finish. Instead, you're pushed to take in the visuals and sounds, and this is where Journey is at its best. This game is just full of spectacular set pieces, accompanied by wonderful orchestration and driven by a particular art style in a way that just makes Journey age incredibly well in my opinion. You'll go from deserts to caves to the mountaintop where the finale awaits, and I love the use of the mountain as this waypoint. It's the main goal you have in Journey and it's used very well. The closer you get, the larger the mountain becomes in the background, and there are some areas that obscure your view of it in order to heighten tension. The online component is also pretty cool. At random points in your adventure, you may be accompanied by another faceless character, which is in fact another player, just like you. You can't talk to each other, but you can help each other through tricky sections and take in the views together. It becomes this bonding experience going through the ups and downs with another person. Always that separation of anonymity, but brought together by a common goal. Journey is a very artsy game, if you couldn't tell already. It's not really concerned with traditional gaming stuff like missions and leveling and combat or even very complex movement, but that's obviously not what it's going for. Journey is all about the atmosphere. At points I felt like I was walking through a painting. If that's not something that interests you, then I think it's okay to skip Journey, even though I'd still recommend you try it. My only other problem with it is that it's really short. You can finish it in about 2 hours, and that's the only thing that makes recommending it difficult, because it's also a bit expensive for that little content. But personally, I think that content is so rich that I'd still recommend it to anyone.
9 out of 10!
Metal Gear Solid 5 is a special game. There was a point while I was playing where I realized this for the first time. It was about the midpoint where I realized how much time I had sunk in and still how much I hadn't even touched on all fronts. How much of the map I hadn't yet set foot on, how much was left of just the main story, even how the gameplay, the mechanics, and AI all felt so deep and intricate. I don't normally like long games like this, but at this point in my journey, I was amazed and excited by the prospect of how much was left to discover. The game clicked with me right away. From the beginning, the Phantom Pain was much more gameplay focused. Even in the hospital sequence at the start, there were so many more instances of letting the player control what would normally be a straight cutscene. But when you get into that open world, that's where it really took off. I'm one of those people who prefer the stealth action gameplay over the story of these Metal Gear games. Something about the previous games always felt clunky for one reason or another, but the way MGS5 controls is perfect. I can't think of any real complaints I have on that front. The incredible feel this game has seamlessly weaved its way into the gameplay, making this wonderful blend of player input and game reaction. The AI is really smart, but Snake always has the advantage due to his athletics and arsenal of tricks, which makes it really fun to mess with the soldiers in any way you like. The open world allows you to approach a single situation in a multitude of different ways. It's this freedom of choice, not exactly in what you're doing, but in how you're doing it, that finally brings the stealth action gameplay to its full potential, and I love it so much. The glue that holds it together for me is reflex mode. When I was getting a grasp of how MGS5 worked in the beginning, I would use and abuse reflex mode a lot. As much as I used it though, it always felt more satisfying to take down soldiers without a single trace. As I got more proficient with the game's mechanics, I used reflex mode less and less, but it was still there in case I needed it. It actually nudged me to learn the game, and by the end I was a lot better than when I had started. There's a lot to say about the Phantom Pain. After I beat it, I went on YouTube and watched hours-long documentaries and plot synopses on it. There's so much here that it will never fit in a short review like the ones I make. The only thing I didn't like was the final stretch. Those last 10 missions or so where you have to repeat old missions with new stipulations. In a game filled with freedom, it felt oddly limiting, and all it did for me was bring the pace to a screeching halt. Given how big this game is, that last stretch was quite a few hours too. It sucked. So, it ain't perfect, but everything else in this game is so damn good, it's pretty close for me.
9 out of 10!
So in the final step to try to like sports games, I picked up this game, MLB The Show 17. I think I got it in 2018 or 19, so it was super cheap and I didn't care one bit about the rosters. I thought of all the sports games I'd like, it'd be a baseball game. I grew up on baseball, Little League, trips to home games, the whole thing. Now as the years went on, I paid less and less attention to the sport. I got older, and while I liked to go out and have a catch, the MLB wasn't really my thing anymore. The games felt too long and my team sucked ass consistently. Go O's. But I still liked baseball in my heart, and so I thought the show would be sufficient enough to get me to understand this whole sports game thing. Now that I've played it, meh. I played maybe 3 games and was like, yup, it's baseball, and never touched it again. I just can't get over the fact that I'm sitting on my ass watching a computer sim of a ball game when I could go outside and actually play a ball game. I know that argument is tired and everyone's sick of hearing it. Well, I'm sick of having to repeat myself. Let's divert course for a minute. I want to tell you about my roommate who loves baseball. He watches all of his team's games, keeps up with the league, and plays the show all the time. It makes more sense for him to play than for me. Not just because he's into baseball more than I am, but because he's a busy guy. Even he can't go out to have a catch whenever he wants. So in his free time, he plays the show, and that's cool. It's cool, but it ain't me. I don't care about baseball or any of these sports enough to play these games. I'd love to go out and have a catch, go to the batting cages, whatever. But if I can't do that, then I'd rather not spend my time trying to emulate it. That's not something I need. So what does this mean for MLB The Show 17? Well, I don't hate it. I think it's a fine game. I'm just not the demographic for this type of thing. The show, like all the other sports games I've played, does nothing for me. But I can admit I'm out of my league here. For me, personally, it's just a game. That's it.
5 out of 10.
I will admit that I had some fun with Rainbow Six Siege back in the day. Most of my time playing it was before they started adding all the new operators and stuff, but I still really enjoyed what they had even at the ground level. They had a really solid core gameplay loop that kept me coming back as long as my friends were down. I played a lot of CSGO when I was younger, so I was used to that 5v5 gameplay, but Rainbow Six was a different take, a refreshing one. It felt a lot more intimate than CSGO. There were way more close quarters situations and less room for error. It kept me on my toes the whole time. Both sides of the match felt equally as fun to me. Both defending and attacking had their own strategies, and I honestly couldn't tell you what I liked more. The operators were another addition that shook up the gameplay. It wasn't exactly as wild as characters in a hero shooter, but each operator still had their own strengths and tools that brought an extra layer of team composition. I really liked the gameplay of Siege, but I was really bad at it. This was the game that really made me realize how hard it was to be accurate with a controller, playing this on PS4. It was made more frustrating by how important it is to place your shots in this game, and how little health everyone has. I could place traps and infiltrate the map pretty alright. The overall strategy I was fine at as well. I wasn't great at reading the opponent, but I could often get our foot in the door. But in Rainbow Six Siege, it always comes down to the gunfight, and I couldn't deliver. Eventually, I waned off of R6 because of this. I felt like I let down my team, and as much as I wanted to play with my friends, I just wasn't having fun anymore. So I took a break. And then they started adding operators while I was away, and I just gave up returning based on how much the meta had changed. Games like R6 are in a weird place for me. They aren't really that fun to just troll or dick around in, because if you're ever against a competent team, I'll get my ass whooped and I won't even get to play. But I'm also not good enough to get enjoyment from taking it seriously. It was always fun to play with friends, but I would never play this game by myself. The other option for me would be single player, but Rainbow Six Siege doesn't really have a single player. Technically it does, but it's not very fun at all. It's very obvious that the gameplay is balanced around 5v5 multiplayer, and so the single player felt shoehorned in for people like me, but it's not something I enjoyed anyway. I think Rainbow Six Siege is fine. Maybe if I played it on PC I'd like it more, I don't know. But right now I don't really enjoy it as much as I used to. For those who are still in the scene and all that, I hope you really do enjoy it. It's just not my thing anymore.
6 out of 10.
So usually while I write these reviews, I put on the soundtrack for whatever game I'm writing about. It helps me get motivated to start writing and helps me remember what my experience was like with each title. I guess I'm just sonically focused like that. It's a big part of the experience. Well, for Sonic Forces, I put on the first track, Fist Bump, and immediately skipped. The next track also grated my ears, and I remembered that I won't like a single track I'm gonna listen to. To me, Sonic Forces feels like an aesthetic disaster. It's not terrible to play, but the tone is so hilariously bad. There was a big outcry for a more edgy interpretation of Sonic after a series like Sonic Boom took Sonic into a direction much more concerned with engaging kids than longtime fans. As they often do, Sonic Team seemed to take this personally and made Sonic Forces way too over the top edgy. We've got cartoon animals talking about war and torture and death, and it's just like, come on. I mean, the main villain is a talking jackal with some Air Jordans and a superiority complex. Other more serious games had their edgy moments, but were usually on top of this base understanding that yeah, this is basically a game meant for kids. Forces seems like it wants to ignore all that and pander to the old curmudgeons who didn't grow up past Adventure 2. To be honest, I'm probably one of them, but I don't like being pandered to. So yes, Sonic Forces aesthetically is a disaster. It's an embarrassment to its own franchise, but gameplay wise, I don't actually find it that bad. It's not as great as Colors or Generations, not by a long shot, but I had an okay time with Forces. Out of all three gameplay styles, the only one I outright dislike is Classic Sonic. He feels shoehorned in at the last minute with his incredibly wonky physics. Sonic and the custom character control almost exactly the same, just one has a gun and the other can boost. They aren't amazing, but they're fun enough. I had a fun time playing through most of their levels going for S ranks. I wish I could say better about the level designs. They range from sleep-inducing to mildly interesting, but in all cases they're super short. Sonic Forces in general is really short. It only took me about 3 hours to get through the story, and I remember having a friend play it who didn't play a lick of Sonic, and he beat it in one sitting as well. That's probably why Forces doesn't leave a lasting impression on me. Sometimes I just want to rip this game for all the wrong messages it took from its audience, but I mean, who cares? Sega and Sonic Team are forever stuck in this struggle to understand this abomination of an audience they've created, and I feel like Forces is just another footnote in this journey. Hell, I didn't even go into the custom character that much, a clear attempt to sell to fans who want to put their OCs into everything. Forces is just here. It's not as bad as 06 or Boom, it's nowhere near as good as Colors, Generations, or even the adventure games to me. If tomorrow I woke up and I was the only one who remembered Sonic Forces, I'd say, you weren't missing much.
5 out of 10.
So as much as I like them, I never actually grew up with the classic Sonic titles. I respected them for being groundbreaking titles and genuinely good games, but I didn't really have that really tight bond with them like most classic Sonic fans seem to have. All of this is to say, I wasn't very hyped for the announcement of Sonic Mania. I was glad to see Sonic fans finally get what they were asking for at least. The coolest part to me was that the development was being handled by a bunch of fans who got their start in the community making mods and fan games. To see them make an official Sonic game, an original one at that, was honestly kind of inspiring. It also helps that Sonic Mania ended up being a fantastic game as well. It's weird that Sonic Mania came out over 20 years after the last classic game because it feels like they haven't missed a beat. Mania's physics and controls are pretty much the same as the classic titles, and it's nice to finally have another game in this style after so many years and so many failed attempts by Sega. But Mania doesn't rest on its laurels either. In each level you'll find new gimmicks thrown at you, and the team also added the drop dash, a pretty ingenious tool that allows the player to skip that extra step of revving back up after a jump. Now, when I said Sonic Mania doesn't rest on its laurels just now, that was only half true. There is quite a bit here meant to tug on your nostalgia bone. While Mania still makes progress past the classic games, it doesn't take as big of a leap as the time gap may suggest. We've got a pixelated art style, which has come back around to being a popular artistic choice since its time in the 90s. Personally, I don't mind it. They don't entirely try to replicate the Genesis look. There are liberties taken which helps give the game its own identity. Next to that though, we have quite a lot of reused level aesthetics, straight up reusing good old Green Hill Zone and Chemical Plant among others. They look mostly the same, but again, there's notable differences that help them stand out. Things like adjusted looks and layering, remixed music, and entirely new layouts. And man, that music is great stuff. The remixes take a similar approach to the rest of the aesthetics by reusing some melodies and progressions and mixing in some new grooves, instruments, etc. But the original tracks are where Mania's soundtrack shines if you ask me. It might
might be because I've heard some version of the remixed tunes so many times before, but the compositions of the original tracks are just wow. So groovy, so much energy, it's just so good. So Sonic Mania is a pretty great game. The only thing I didn't really like was the special stages. This isn't really a new thing for classic Sonic games either. I usually don't like them, and Mania carries that tradition. I think they look cool, but I don't like how they control. A lot of special stages in Sonic, including Mania, feel disconnected from the main level-to-level gameplay, and I never have as much fun with them, so I never get very far in the Emerald Hunt, which sucks because Super Sonic is really cool. But hey, Sonic Mania is still an awesome game. Even though it leans pretty heavily on the nostalgia, I think even new players can find some enjoyment in its mechanics. Sonic Mania just feels fun to play no matter what stage you're on, and that's a surefire way to get me to recommend a game.
9 out of 10!
Star Wars Battlefront is one of those games that was fun for like a few weeks and then you realize how little there actually is to do. It looks and sounds gorgeous, it plays pretty well too, but I probably only played it as much as I did because of the Star Wars property. Because in terms of content, EA's first Battlefront is pretty lacking. First off, where's the single player? I know most people are going to play the multiplayer, but they didn't even want to throw a bone to the single player crowd. That's kind of disappointing, especially considering what property we're working with. It could have been cool, but nope. No single player, and we barely got any offline multiplayer. The local multiplayer is really bare bones. They're just copy and pasted modes from the online, but the online modes are designed for tens of players at a time. Local multiplayer is just 2 to 4 people, so the oversized maps lead to an empty feeling. The best I got was letting each other turn into Jedi and having lightsaber fights, which we only did on maybe 2 separate occasions. So because Battlefront was so focused on the online multiplayer, they must have put a lot of effort into it, right? Well, they did, sort of. The online was admittedly pretty fun. It was also really repetitive. There's a pretty small map pool and just as small of a selection of game modes. Walker Assault was my favorite. To be honest, I don't even remember what the other ones were, probably because no one actually played the objectives. It was fun to play as a stormtrooper or a pilot or spaceship, but no one really cared about capturing points or anything like that. The most fun part of Battlefront was definitely playing as the heroes, special characters that could mow down troopers like no one's business. However, the heroes weren't dealt out evenly or randomly. The tokens used to get them would spawn in specific locations on each map, so you always had someone hogging them. Look, Star Wars Battlefront was fine, but it wore out its welcome pretty quickly to me. The repetitive online, the shamelessly rehashed offline, and the nail in the coffin was the season pass. They wanted to charge a premium for a roadmap of content that should have been in the game from the start. I felt a little skipped out, to be honest, and while Battlefront's core gameplay was alright, I could never get that taste out of my mouth.
5 out of 10!
The Last Guardian was one of those games whose hype kind of overshadowed the actual product. I like The Last Guardian. It's not the best game ever made, but I had a good time playing it. It probably helped that I wasn't one of those people who got their expectations up so high due to the hype. I've never played Shadow of the Colossus, the previous game from developer Team Ico. I heard it was a masterpiece, but it wasn't on my radar when it came out, and I just haven't gotten back to it these days. There's this sort of delay that happens when a dev creates a seemingly perfect game like Shadow of the Colossus. It's hard to see how good a game is before it comes out, but once it does and everyone can try it for themselves, they get excited for the next project. The Last Guardian was that next project. I believe it was in development for a long time, and from the very beginning it was put on this scale compared to Shadow of the Colossus. But it's hard to pump out masterpiece after masterpiece. There's a lot more that goes into it beyond having the same team. This is where I think people get ahead of themselves. I can imagine the problems with The Last Guardian were more scarring to those who let themselves think they were in for another landmark game. Not to say they were wrong for doing so, but as someone who wasn't super hyped for this game and bought it just to see what it was about, I was a little more forgiving of its flaws. The biggest problem was definitely Trico's AI. Trico sometimes has a hard time following directions, and because this beast is so large, it can take some time before it actually responds to your commands. This makes progress feel extra slow, and mistakes feel even more annoying. I'm gonna be honest though, I didn't run into that many problems with Trico's AI. The worst part for me was just how I couldn't directly control it. Trico is the key to most of your progress, and when I want to progress, I have to tell my oversized dog to go where I want rather than just making it go there with my controller. I know this isn't the point of the game. The The point is that you have to work together with Trico if you both want to make it out, but this is just a personal pet peeve of mine. I like most other things about The Last Guardian. The world Team Ego crafted was very interesting. It felt like there was a lot of history to the place, and I was really brought in by the art and lighting. I had a great time going through the story. By the end of the game, I could really tell I'd made a stronger bond with Trico, from enemies to reluctant teammates to best friends. The Last Guardian does a great job at exploring this concept, and man, that ending. So yeah, I like The Last Guardian. It's not the most groundbreaking thing I've ever played, it's not the most polished either, but I still had a good time. A game doesn't have to be a masterpiece to be worth playing. It can have problems and still be an overall positive experience. I think The Last Guardian is a perfect fit for this description. Not amazing, but I liked it.
7 out of 10!
I have a confession to make. I love skateboarding, but I'm a total poser. I love watching skate vids and following my favorite skaters, and every now and then I get inspired to pick up my board, but I can't do anything other than ride the board and do a 3-inch ollie max. I've landed maybe one pop shove in my whole life so far, but if being a poser means I get more time to play Tony Hawk, then I'm okay with that. The Tony Hawk games are a huge part of my childhood, which is weird because I really only played the original and a little bit of 4. Tony Hawk was fun enough for me to come back over and over, and when I was really into the Pro Skater games, THPS 5 was the latest one, and well, there was no way I'd play that. After 5, I was pretty sure the franchise was dead, but in 2020 we were gifted with Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 remake, and I was hyped out of my mind. It looks so good, and yeah, it was amazing. There's this really simple joy that comes from playing Tony Hawk. It's all about expression in these games. THPS 1 and 2 really capitalizes on this concept by providing an insanely high skill ceiling, wherein lots of different playstyles can thrive. It's one of those games where you can see that every person plays a little bit differently, and it makes watching other people play just as enjoyable as playing myself. Being a remake of 1 and 2, you get all the maps from those games retrofitted with the new mechanics that have been introduced since then. Most of the maps are really well made. A good Tony Hawk map gives you a playground in which you're given a lot of different routes to take your combos, and I think most of the maps do that pretty well. So Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 has struck gold in terms of its gameplay loop, but its aesthetics are near perfect too. Vicarious Visions went for a more realistic approach to the graphics, and I think it looks great. Textures, lighting, models all look good. The only thing that looks kind of weird to me is the faces. They scanned in the faces of each skater to capture their look, and I don't know how to feel about it. They feel a little uncanny if you ask me, but it's not like you're spending your time having a staring contest with Rodney Mullen the whole game, so it isn't that big of a deal. I also want to give a special mention to the soundtrack. This is up there with one of my favorite game soundtracks of all time. It's full of awesome rock, punk, hip hop, all that high energy stuff that gets your blood pumping. There's only maybe 2 tracks I'd skip. I'll let you guess which ones. I don't really have anything bad to say about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. I love everything about it. It does get repetitive at points, playing the same maps and missions over and over, but even that didn't bother me because the core gameplay is so damn fun. The in-game achievements can be a bit much, but I'm not a completionist, so that stuff doesn't really bother me either. I think I just really like this game. It's definitely my favorite Tony Hawk game now, and probably the definitive Pro Skater experience. Who knows, maybe someday something will top Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, but right now, it's feeling pretty perfect to me.
Oh my god, it's a 10 out of 10!
I do get a kick out of Fast RMX from time to time, but this adrenaline-pumping racer doesn't usually entice me to stick around for long periods of time. It is a well-made game, but whenever I try it again, I run into the same problems over and over. That's not to say Fast RMX is a bad game. I still have fun with it every now and then, but it doesn't scratch that racing itch as much as a good kart racer does for me. Fast RMX is a great looking game. All the cars look pretty cool, and so do the tracks. In spite of how fast everything moves, it still runs very smoothly. The soundtrack is pretty good too, with a lot of breakbeats and high energy electronic music. In terms of the gameplay, I like the different approach to racing. The game is much more focused on intense high speed than most others that opt for tight controls or wacky items. I've heard some comparisons to the F-Zero franchise. Personally, I've never played an F-Zero game, but they do look pretty similar. If there was a new F-Zero that played like this, I don't think I'd mind it. While Fast RMX has a good concept and indeed a lot of fun moments, the thing that always draws me out is the controls. They're not like any other racer I've played. This isn't a bad thing in itself, but because of that I end up feeling lost every time I play. Whenever I think I'm getting the hang of it, I try a new course and everything before feels like a fluke.
I never felt like the controls were properly introduced to me or explained. I looked them up so I know what all the buttons do, but the missing piece is when I should be using them. It's kind of like when people play Mario Kart and they don't know when to drift. Most people figure out when to drift in Mario Kart after a while, possibly from another person, if not by themselves. The problem with Fast RMX is twofold. There isn't a lot of people I know to play this with. Out of those who'd be down to play, all of them are in a similar place to me. Second, every race is so fast that trying to figure out the controls in the middle of everything is overwhelming. As much as people hate them, I really do think an in-depth tutorial or explanation would have been the best way to get people started with Fast RMX. I can still have fun with Fast RMX if I really try. The super high speed action is entertaining no matter what your skill level is. But whenever I pick this game up, I get to that point where my guesswork with the controls is not enough. At that point, I almost always put it back down until I need a break from Mario Kart again.
6 out of 10!
Kirby Star Allies could have been cool. There was an interesting premise here with bringing in all these characters from the series' history and making them playable, but in the end it didn't do enough to sway me from my usual feelings towards Kirby. Kirby's gameplay works for sure. I can see why people like it, but Star Allies was somehow the most difficult to like so far. I can't quite place my finger on it, but there was something that kept me from having a good time. The main gameplay loop didn't really help. Slow 2D platforming, copying enemies, I've seen it all before. One thing I realized while playing Star Allies was how overpowered Kirby is, and how that made the game less interesting. Most of the journey is just pummeling bad guys until you reach the end, which is made even worse when you're playing with other people. I know that Kirby is meant to be an easier series, but Star Allies didn't really do anything else to keep me interested. The idea of playing as all these new characters was nice, but after I tried all their moves, the novelty went away and it became the same slog it was with Kirby. The visuals were fine, but Kirby is such a simple character in such a simple world that any graphical upgrade the Switch could provide wouldn't really do much to enhance the experience. It's simple shapes and bright colors. You can add some more textures and whatnot, but Kirby's visual design doesn't lend itself to innovation as much as some other series. The music is Kirby music. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I don't really have that much of a connection to Kirby music. I always thought it was fine, but it never really felt tonally accurate to me. The notable tracks are all loud and triumphant, but it doesn't match the stroll of a video game Kirby usually is. Even before the end of the first world, I was getting burnt out. Pretty early on, I was looking up how much time I'd be spending on it before it's over. Only 4 worlds, but they are decently sized. I opted to gun it for the ending so I could get a move on with my life. And I thought the ending was pretty cool, but it was too little too late. Kirby Star Allies is just there. Its only appeal is that it's the latest 2D Kirby game. Other than that, it's just meh.
5 out of 10!
I owe a lot to Metroid, and in particular Metroid Dread. I was one of those guys who knew a lot about Metroid as a series, things like the impact it had on the game industry and game design, and a good amount of development stories as well. I found that stuff interesting, but I never really got into proper 2D Metroid. Flashback to 2021 when Metroid Dread was announced, a new fully fledged 2D Metroid continuing the storyline and taking the moniker of the long thought dead project from the 2000s. This was a huge deal, so I got to work. I made it my mission to play each 2D Metroid game, 1 to 4 to prepare myself. Along the journey, more footage would be released. Eventually the game released and I had to completely avoid the internet until I finished Fusion. I honestly began to worry. I fell into the hype trap. The reception seemed good, but was I going to like it? Truth be told, I had no idea. That is, until I booted it up myself. After the prologue, the first thing you see is an animated cutscene introducing me to ZDR and our newfound objective. First thing I notice is how well animated it is. It's amazing to me how the developers were able to make characters expressive even when everyone's wearing suits and helmets. The second, this game actually looks pretty good. I wasn't super sold by the graphics while watching the trailers, but seeing it in action on my TV, it works pretty well. Metroid Dread's main color would have to be gray, but in gameplay I found it really sold the tension. Samus sticks out starkly against the backgrounds, which is good for gameplay as well as showcasing how unwelcome she is. Moving past the artsy stuff, how does Dread play? Smooth as butter. This is the best Samus has ever controlled. Ever. She's fast, her actions are also snappy, and she has the new slide move, which seems like a no-brainer these days, but it allows Samus to traverse much more smoothly than before. All of this is tied together by the incredible animation work. The buttons are responsive, but the animations seamlessly blend actions together, making it feel like you're parkouring your way around the planet. The map design is my exact sweet spot for a Metroidvania. ZDR is not a linear space, but the way you progress from main objective to main objective will have you conveniently zipping around in a pretty linear fashion. However, as much as the game
game guides you through ZDR. At almost any point you can turn around and pick another path, and you'll often be rewarded with new information, bonus pickups, or even a sequence break. I really enjoy the story in Metroid Dread. Yes, there is an actual story, and it doesn't feel shoehorned in or take away from the gameplay. In the past, I didn't really care much for Metroid stories, but Dread's mission is personal to Samus, and we get to see some more of her history along with some actual character expression like I mentioned before. She is still first and foremost a stoic armored warrior, but at points we see her get confused, frustrated, nervous, and more. It's like there's a real person inside that suit now, and it brings a new purpose to proceed through Dread. There is so much more I could talk about with Metroid Dread. It really felt like it hit top marks on all levels. The immersive environments, the combat, the puzzles, I even like the music for what it's worth. Dread gave me the opportunity to explore an amazing franchise, ending with one of my favorite 2D games to date. The first thing I did after beating Metroid Dread was beat it again, and then again, and again until I got all the extras. Then one more time for good measure. If you want a marker for what I want in a Metroidvania experience, or hell, even just a gaming experience in general, this is your reference point.
Oh my god, it's a 10 out of 10!
The Pokemon Let's Go games were a rather strange entry in the series. It was pretty obvious from the get-go that these games were meant to entice the huge new player base that Pokemon Go brought in. It tried to change up the mechanics to make itself more like Pokemon Go while trying to keep the feel of a mainline Pokemon game. Overall, it felt like some kind of mashup of the two. Let's start with the more traditional aspects of Let's Go. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu in my case was a remake of Gen 1. In fact, if you don't count the Kanto region in Heart Gold, this is the only version of Gen 1 I've played. On this front, it feels like any other Pokemon game to me. Traveling the region, beating gyms, bumping into your rival, beating the Elite Four, the whole thing. I guess this is where the formula started, so I can't be too negative, but in retrospect, it's interesting to see just how little the sequels actually change things up on that front. I didn't find Gen 1 to be all that special overall, it was just fine. What threw me for a loop was the new Pokemon Go-esque features, which I felt threw the balance all out of whack. Catching Pokemon in Pokemon Go is just fine. It's something to do with your thumbs while you're out and about, but putting it in a setting like this makes Let's Go feel lesser than a home console Pokemon game should be. Catching Pokemon is incredibly easy. It's the same as Pokemon Go, except you don't even have to aim anymore. The motion controls are very generous in their aim, so it's really only about timing. My main issue with the new approach to the wild Pokemon is that it takes out a pretty vital part of the progression. Like it or not, wild Pokemon are really important to the game. They serve as a testbed for training your team, not just gaining XP, but learning their moves and type advantages and setups even. The new system also makes Pokemon feel more like a collectible than an actual creature. There's no reason not to catch a wild Pokemon in this game, since there's no battle and catching is the only way to get XP, whereas before catching a Pokemon was a decision, whether that be to add them to your team or keep them as a backup or add them to your Pokedex. In this new system, trainer and gym battles feel a little out of place. They don't change from the usual experience, but now you have players who had less time to prepare, so the fix seemed to be to make the battles really easy. I'd bring up the EXP share again, but honestly my bigger problem is how the fights scale. If you play like I do and intentionally fight all the trainers, then by the end of the game your team will be so massively overpowered the Elite Four will be a joke. I think the game just gives out too much experience sometimes, as if it expects you to avoid fights as much as possible. Everything else about Pokemon Go is just, again, another Pokemon game. It looks prettier and sounds nicer finally being off the pure handhelds, but the main experience is just Pokemon again. I didn't really like the changes they made to catching Pokemon, but the game was so easy that I breezed through it in no time. So I can say that Let's Go probably won't stress you out. Honestly, sometimes that's a good thing. I don't think it's worth full price, and it certainly doesn't compete with the best of the series, but if you do play it, I don't think you'll hate it.
6 out of 10!
Puyo Puyo Tetris is a pretty simple game. You just combine the two classic puzzle games and boom, there you go. Because Puyo Puyo and Tetris are pretty fun puzzle games on their own, this combination title ups the fun and ends up being one of my favorite puzzle games out there. The best part of Puyo Puyo Tetris is all of the different modes there are to choose from. Of course, you can play the two games individually whenever you like, and they're just as good as ever. What's even better is the modes that combine both games, whether that be managing both on one board or swapping between both on a timer or fulfilling challenges on either side. When I played, I would 9 times out of 10 play swap mode, where you start off playing one game and then switch to the other on a timer. Then you keep going back and forth trying to manage both games at the same time. This was my favorite because it involved Puyo Puyo and Tetris, but didn't try to mash them together onto one board, which usually felt awkward to play. Those modes can work, but I feel like they don't let you see the full potential of either. Puyo Puyo Tetris is one of those few games that anyone can sit down and play. Both Puyo Puyo and Tetris are incredibly simple
simple concepts for puzzle games. Pretty much everyone knows how to play Tetris, and while not as many people know Puyo Puyo, it's almost just as simple. Of course, you can get complicated if you want, going for crazy combos and T-spins, but you don't need to get that deep to enjoy what this game has to offer. Because of its accessibility, I'd play this a lot with family. It was a really fun multiplayer environment to be in, as there's some natural competition trying to outscore and mess with each other, but most modes have enough of that chaos to keep people from getting too into it and ruining it for everyone else. And honestly, as far as I'm concerned, that's pretty much it. Puyo Puyo Tetris has a lot of other content, including its own adventure mode, but even without that, I think the game is fun enough to recommend. Tetris and Puyo Puyo are proven puzzle games. They're engaging and always challenging you. Put them together and you get a really fun party game. Not all the modes work for me, but the ones that do, I could play for hours on end without getting bored. Puyo Puyo Tetris might be hard to break out at a party because it doesn't seem as exciting as an action game or as proven as something like Mario Party, but I've never had a bad time playing this with people. When it comes to a game like this, that's really all I could ask for.
8 out of 10!
Super Mario Odyssey proves that Mario has still got tricks up his sleeve even after decades of top-notch titles. This game is both a leap forward and a return to form, a unique twist and a nostalgic callback. It has so much to do that you could play it for hours and hours on end. The structure of Odyssey harkens back to the early 3D days, opting for an open approach to the levels. Like 64, each level is a sandbox where the player can discover any collectible in almost any order. Odyssey takes this into the new age by expanding on that idea greatly. There are way more moons to discover at each level than there were power stars. Almost every nook and cranny will have a power moon in it. The levels are a lot bigger than before, but because there's so many more collectibles to find, it feels justified. Within these levels are a ton of different gameplay gimmicks and tools to play around with. Mario's movement has never felt this good. He's got all of his old moves from previous 3D games, minus the galaxy spin, but that's to be expected. Along with that are a ton of new options that allow Mario to cross crazy gaps and scale almost any obstacle. Then, of course, the capture mechanic comes in as the cherry on top. As if Mario didn't have enough moves, every enemy in the game also becomes a power-up, allowing for an unfathomable amount of gameplay opportunities. Mario Odyssey really gives the player the most freedom and options of control of any 3D Mario to date, and it's why Odyssey is fun to play even regardless of the mission. Now let's talk about those power moons. There are a lot of them, and I mean a lot. This is my only real problem with Odyssey, is that it feels kind of bloated. I mentioned earlier that pretty much every corner of each level has a moon to discover, but a lot of those moons don't feel very rewarding. I'm talking ones that just require you to solve a basic platform challenge or stomp on the ground, or those that are just standing there waiting to be collected. On the other hand, some moons are really cryptic, like some of the ones that use photo references or really tight timing or obscure uses of the capture mechanic. Having a variety of skill levels covered with easier and harder moons is nice, but I do feel that cramming so many of them into a level diminishes the reward a bit. No matter what challenge you complete, you'll always be getting a moon. I would have been okay with lowering the total a bit if it meant the developers were more selective with their challenges, or even another collectible to better match the type of challenge you'd be completing. Sometimes they do that with the bundle of moons, but that's more for bosses and story stuff, not the harder missions per se. But other than that, Mario Odyssey is an amazing experience. It's one of the best looking Mario games, both in its graphics and its crazy art direction. Its soundtrack is amazing, honestly too good. It's even got a slightly more in-depth story, which is cool to see. But most of all, Odyssey is just fun to play. Seriously, jumping around doing parkour moves, hopping from enemy to enemy around the open levels is fun enough. If you have a Switch, Mario Odyssey is a must.
9 out of 10!
Mario Party isn't a series I'm all that familiar with. Never really played them growing up or anything. I knew of them, but that was about it. If you know me personally, you may think that's because I hate Mario Party, but that's not exactly true. I just think it's really boring. The only part of Mario Party I generally like is the minigames. The whole rolling dice, hunting down stars is just not very engaging to me. So then why did I even get Super Mario Party? Well, we needed a party game that wasn't Smash or Mario Kart on the Switch. I had no idea until after playing it and looking up videos that Super Mario Party had the reception it did. Nowadays, I hear mixed things on Super Mario Party, but when it first came out, it was heralded as a return to form. After years of messing around with the board, the developers finally gave up and just gave everyone the experience that people knew from the good old days. Again, whenever I did play Mario Party, the board was always my least favorite part of the experience. I can't say whether or not the car or on-foot approach is better. I never played them, and if I did, I probably wouldn't like either anyway. anyway. It can be fun to emulate a board game experience on the TV. It's cool how some maps can change their layouts in the middle of a game. It creates some wacky moments, but I just find the pace too slow for my liking. For me, the minigames are where it's at. Every turn in Mario Party is just a way to get to whatever minigame is next. Super Mario Party's minigames I found to be pretty fun on average. There's not any that really stood out to me, but there also weren't any that I hated. I do really like that you can practice the game right away in the ready menu. Now there's no wait time to start a practice round, and I think people get the rules a lot faster now. I think Super Mario Party is a fine game. It's not my first choice for a party experience, but if people want to play it, I won't complain much more than I usually do. The minigames are fun, the boards are whatever. It sounds good and looks pretty good, although I'm not a fan of the bare, clean lines and text. It makes an already boring game feel even more so. Also, I think the character roster isn't great. It's got all the big names, but it's pretty small and has some weird choices in there too. Last complaint, I promise. Mario Party ain't my thing, but Super Mario Party on the Switch is fine for what it is.
6 out of 10!
Smash Ultimate is probably the hardest game I will ever have to write a review on. My feelings on the game change all the time. One day you can find me loving or hating this game depending on what I had for breakfast that morning. Starting with the positives, Ultimate feels like an achievement of a game. I vividly remember the Everyone is Here trailer, bringing back literally every character to ever be playable in Smash Bros. All characters will be brought to the Switch with updated looks and mechanics. Plenty of characters would receive a complete overhaul. Having so many characters not just playable but voice acted, incredibly well animated, kits thought out and balanced, it's a game dev achievement that I still can't entirely wrap my head around. And as we would find out, they'd still be adding more newcomers than any previous game. This mentality of bringing in all aspects of Smash, being the ultimate Smash game, is not just limited to the characters. Along with them comes the most stages of any Smash game, most of which look fantastic and are still a blast to play on. Ultimate also has the most music of any Smash game, music from all corners of the industry, and while some people like to make fun of the fact that some songs don't fit the gameplay, I'm glad that not all songs are battle music. Sometimes you just need a goofy song, or a more atmospheric piece, or just a classic untouched tune. I'm glad to see another attempt at a story mode, as I feel Smash has so much potential for it, but in the end, World of Light was a disappointment. I wanted an actual story mode with cutscenes where characters actually interact with each other, where you make your way through classic game settings taking down minions along the way. What I got instead was the event mode with a map and a story that can fit on a post-it note. Other single player content was alright. Classic mode was the most fun by far. Everything else was fine. I was just disappointed that All-Star mode got downgraded to a Mob Smash event. So Smash Ultimate sounds pretty good so far, right? I think so, but all of this stuff I mentioned doesn't have anything to do with how Ultimate actually plays. That's where my real problems step in. Keep in mind, my favorite way to play Smash is 1v1 competitive rules. I still enjoy playing party mode from time to time, but the depth that comes from competitive Smash is what I find most interesting. As it stands, playing Ultimate even a little competitively makes me want to gouge my eyes out. There's way too many matchups to remember, the buffer system makes movement and defensive play really awkward. This encourages players even at my level to prefer not to engage in a fight in order to avoid jank. I get it, it makes sense, and I do it too sometimes, but I never get any enjoyment out of playing this way. In a weird way, this also affects casual play. Because the mechanics feel so awkward, casual matches become a game of who can throw the most items, and when one person gets a good item, it usually snowballs the whole match. So I have mixed feelings on Smash Ultimate. I want to like this game so bad because of how much variety it brings, and frankly just how much of a landmark game it has become. But actually playing with other people is torture. I'd rather play against bots because they're not programmed to know the meta. Take this score with a grain of salt. Ultimate has stopped getting updates and its meta has started to settle, but my feelings still change day to day. Depending on when you ask me, this could be a 9 or it could be a 4. Right now, let's go with
7 out of 10!
Team Sonic Racing is one of those games that is fun at its core, but is surrounded by so much boring or bad stuff that it's hard to recommend. The Switch version in particular is difficult to recommend because while this version is probably going to reach the most people, it doesn't feel like it was made for it either. Team Sonic Racing looks both good and bad in different areas. On the Switch, the characters look like plastic toys, and the lighting in some areas is ugly, and some things take an awkwardly long time to load. However, I think the tracks look pretty good on average, as long as there's not too many water effects. I can't really say the same for the music. the soundtrack does not hit my ears very well. I think it's because there's a lot of similar instruments used between this game and Sonic Forces, a game that I said had a horrible soundtrack. Not all the songs suck though. There are some real good tracks in there, particularly the ones that forego the mid-range synths in favor of electric guitars. That's enough about Team Sonic Racing's aesthetics. How about the actual game? I'd say it's just as inconsistent. The tracks are the first problem I have with it. Playing this game, I felt ripped off by how many tracks were reused with no updates or adjustments to the new mechanics. They didn't even bother to label them as retro tracks. They just put them in with the rest and hoped no one would notice. There's also a pretty bad story mode in here. All it is listening to a table read of the script accompanied by some portraits and text, then followed up by missions. The story felt like a first draft. It wasn't very interesting and certainly didn't justify the repetitive missions. The best thing about Team Sonic Racing is definitely the actual driving. It uses the same engine as Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, which is one of my favorite racing engines to play on. General controls feel nice and responsive, the item play is fine but not great. Throwing items is a little jank, but items are generally more understated than other kart racers, so it's not a big deal. Especially now with the T mechanic, which I think is the coolest new thing in the game. So Team Sonic Racing is a mixed bag for me. For every positive there is a negative, but because it takes its core from the racing game I really like, I still find it a little fun. I don't think it's worth buying right now, especially if it's at full price, but if you do find yourself faced with a copy, then it won't be the worst thing in the world.
6 out of 10!
When Breath of the Wild came out, it seemed almost too good to be true. So many outlets giving 10 after 10 after 10, calling it a masterpiece, a genre-defining title, the best game in a generation. I got Breath of the Wild myself maybe about a year after its release, when things had died down a little bit, but still so much praise. You've got to play it, it's so good, one of the best games ever made. If you're watching this around the release of this video, you can go see IGN's top 100 games list, and The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild will be right at the tippy top. So going into Breath of the Wild for the first time, I felt a bit intimidated. I got past the tutorial and out to Kakariko and had a really good time. But after that, I put the game down. I knew after that I'd have to go out and explore on my own. There's this sense of doom I got with Breath of the Wild at that point, because I knew how big this game was. I liked what I played so far, but with how many hours it takes to beat this game on average, I was bound to find something I didn't like. I didn't want to be disappointed, so I stopped. It wasn't until a couple years later I decided to play it again. I had let go of the notion that I had to play it for its significance, and told myself that if I didn't like it, I had the right to stop. That's when Breath of the Wild became really fun. I was so immersed that I spent way longer on it than I had thought. This version of Hyrule is vast, and I did find that intimidating at first. There's a lot to take in here. But what helped was realizing I didn't need to stop every 5 minutes to do something. Breath of the Wild allows you plenty of room to skip stuff if you want. Most of my time was spent hunting shrines, but other players might do a lot less and get away just fine. The coolest part of Breath of the Wild's design to me is that it's focused on making the player feel comfortable. From the very beginning, you're told to forge your own path. You're shown where Ganon is early on, so it's up to the player to decide when they're ready to go there. Of course, you're encouraged to do some preparation, but it's all a suggestion. This just leaves you out in Hyrule to do whatever you want, and that's a very cool feeling. Every choice you make in Breath of the Wild is your own. Nothing is required of you besides beating Ganon, and that context is very empowering. After Kakariko, I decided to just run around a little. I took down some camps, found some shrines, got a horse, and then I was really off. I found a coliseum and got my ass beat by some lion centaur things and said, alright, let's not do that again. I went all the way across the map to Vamado for my first divine beast. After that, some more shrines and quests, and I could tell I had really improved as a player. I went back to find those lion things and beat one for the first time and felt really accomplished. See all that stuff I just talked about? Completely unnecessary. But it was my choice, and so it felt just as good, if not better, than checking a quest off a list. That's what makes Breath of the Wild so special. Now, Breath of the Wild isn't the only game to do this, but it is one of the best at it. For me, as soon as I let go of those expectations that came along with this game, that's when Breath of the Wild actually became as good as people say. Do people overhype this game still? Yeah, I think so. But even still, there is some truth to what people say, and it will remain one of my favorite games for a while to come.
Oh my god, it's a 10 out of 10!
Frankly, I'm just glad I get to talk about LEGO Universe in this review. LEGO Universe was a LEGO MMO that was online from about 2010 to 2012. This game was a major part of those years for me. Every day I'd come home from school and hop on the game as soon as I could. Even before the release, I was watching my friend play, who was lucky enough to get beta access to the game. It was the perfect game for me back then, combining my love for the toys to my favorite medium. Not attached to any license, LEGO Universe really felt like the LEGO game to me. A lot of you guys probably have no idea what I'm talking about, so let me quickly explain. In LEGO Universe, you run around various floating space rocks as your own custom minifigure. The main conflict is the minifigs versus the Maelstrom, whose main goal is to end all imagination in favor of destruction. As a minifig on the front lines, you're tasked with slaying purple monsters and completing quests to help your cause. At some point, you're prompted to choose a faction to join, each specializing in a different aspect of the lore and gameplay. There's other stuff like taming pets and building on your own private island, but all in all, it's a pretty basic setup for an MMO. Being an MMO for kids, the gameplay of LEGO Universe is admittedly pretty shallow. Rather than get super in-depth with the combat or the exploration, the game casts a wider net, hoping to entice all different types of players with lots of mini-games and worlds and types of quests. Combat is the main thing you'll be doing. It's what most worlds will have you do to different degrees, but some will be more for socializing or other activities. The one exception to this shallow pool is the player's property, where they can use tons and tons of LEGO bricks and complex tools and even light coding to make whatever their heart desires. I remember spending a couple sessions just visiting people's houses, and I was almost consistently amazed by what people were able to make. Well, all of this is moot, right? LEGO Universe went offline back in 2012, so what's the point in giving it a review if no one can play it? Well, number one, my childhood, but number two, thanks to the people over at Dark Flame Universe and approval from LEGO themselves, it is actually possible to play LEGO Universe in the current year. It took the team years to rebuild the game after it shut down, but I can say now that the game plays like it did back in the day, only with minor differences. The only issue is that setting up the game today is incredibly difficult. There aren't any massive servers that run the game anymore, so if you want to play, you'll have to join a private one. The process of setting up the files can also be really difficult depending on the server you join, and you can imagine it's way harder if you want to start a server yourself. All that said, I'm glad I get to play LEGO Universe again. Yes, it's complicated to set up, and it won't ever be the same as when I played it back in the day, but this game hits the nostalgia like no other game does. It's pretty basic and very niche right now, but every time I boot it up, I'm glad to get back into those worlds, do some of those quests, and every now and then run into another player. It's hard to recommend, but I don't care. LEGO Universe will always be fun in my book.
8 out of 10!
Oh boy, let's talk about Minecraft. The game to end all games. Since even before its official release in 2011, Minecraft was taking the world by storm. It has since carved out its own corner in pop culture, allowing mountains of people to make livings off of just this one game. Not just YouTubers, but full-time server hosts, builders, merch sellers, and much more. The game has become so culturally significant that it's easy to forget where it all started, a game about building blocks. To give the cultural side its piece, I'll briefly talk about my history with Minecraft videos and stuff like that. At this point, there's probably only a fraction of you that know I started making content 10 years ago on YouTube. Of course, I was playing Minecraft, inspired by the Yogscast, Captain Sparkles, Sky Does Minecraft, and those are just the big ones. My friends also made Minecraft videos, and this cycle would take over my life for many years. There was Minecraft merch all over my school. A couple times a year, we'd start up a server and see how far we could get. I still have some of those worlds, tons of memories locked away in a file. The first time I started playing Minecraft, I knew I'd found something special. I very heavily value creativity, and Minecraft was creativity incarnate. Infinite possibilities to make structures, interact with the world, and tell stories. But what made Minecraft really special was how simple it was at its core. At the end of the day, Minecraft could be broken down into one simple object, a cube. Then give the player the ability to expand in any direction and start adding layers. This is what makes Minecraft so accessible and so popular. Even those who've never touched the game can understand what the main gimmick is. So simple and also very personal, only limited by your imagination. My favorite era of Minecraft was 1.8. You can call it nostalgia, but I genuinely think this is the last update before Minecraft lost a bit of its focus. What made Minecraft my favorite game ever was how simple it was at its core. Yes, you can do crazy crazy stuff with redstone and banners and mobs and whatever, but all that was side stuff to the act of breaking and placing blocks. 1.9 was the combat update, which marked the beginning of a new direction. Suddenly, playing the game required more base knowledge, and this continued until today, where updates added so much noise to the experience. It's hard to go back to that meditative experience of building when there's so much stuff to consider now, especially in survival. But I still love Minecraft. In my opinion, it's the best game ever made, and it's so far ahead of its peers that my problems with the new updates don't make much of a dent. After all, it's Minecraft. It's more than all that, it's whatever you want it to be. I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here. Everyone here has played Minecraft, and if you haven't, then I'm not going to change your mind. But to me, no other game could do what Minecraft did. Not Mario, not Fortnite, not Pokemon or Call of Duty, nah. A game with this impact could only be one thing. So I was pretty into Overwatch when it came out. My group of friends were looking for a new game to play, and Overwatch really did come out at the perfect time. Most of my life was spent on CSGO or Rainbow Six at this point, and Overwatch looked like a fresh take on the team shooter. It had a bunch of new characters that had wild gimmicks that could really shake up gameplay from a typical shooter. Not to mention the trailers really caught my eye. They were really well made and set up this really interesting looking world. I remember people comparing Overwatch to TF2 back in the day, but with the benefit of hindsight, I think it was a silly comparison to make. They both had slightly cartoony art styles and character-based classes and such. The marketing was also pretty similar in that aspect, but gameplay was pretty different. From the very beginning, Overwatch was a pretty competitively focused game. It was more methodical than TF2, requiring more communication between players and deliberate strategy and composition. But the heroes in Overwatch brought a lot of flavor to this gameplay loop. They covered a lot of different roles and gameplay styles, allowing lots of different players to find a favorite. My preferred characters were usually more aggressive. Damage dealers like Soldier 76, Reaper, Widowmaker. My problem was that I was not a good damage player, so I didn't get a lot of playtime with them. Instead, I played a lot of support. I don't mind support, but I found them pretty boring in comparison. Later on, there was an update that better enforced a balanced team composition, but since damage was the most popular class, I was firmly cemented as a support player. I had my fun playing Lucio and Zenyatta and occasionally Mercy, but I think this is what did it in for me. Overwatch felt more and more geared towards the competitive atmosphere, and as a result, I felt discouraged to pick up any new characters I might like because if you wanted to win, you had to pick your best character and or fill in a role. I eventually fell off of Overwatch. It's hard to say when because I didn't really drop it straight up, I just played it less and less every time. And when you leave Overwatch, it gets pretty hard to step back in. This is a problem that faces every online competitive game like this. The meta changes constantly with new updates and characters and things like that. Once I left, that was pretty much it. The only thing left for me was the visuals and the world. I still maintain that an Overwatch movie would be really cool to see. They have a pretty interesting thing going on, and I'd much rather sit down and see a movie than try to get back into the game. I had a great time with Overwatch while I played it, but I don't think I would enjoy it the same if I picked it up again.
8 out of 10!
I wanted to make a bit of an exception to my rules for PT. I don't technically own the original PT for PS4. I didn't have a PS4 back then, so I had to resort to watching Let's Plays on YouTube. But even just watching someone else play, PT scared the shit out of me. It actually gave me nightmares. Every now and then Lisa would say hi in my dreams. It's messed up, but I'm fascinated by how PT was able to do that. I've watched a lot of horror games. They were everywhere when I was on YouTube the most, and none of them had the impact that PT had on me. Maybe it was the house the game was set in, the loops you kept going through with every step something strange happens, the random chance of a jump scare at any moment, the insane shit you had to do to beat it, the fact that Lisa is behind you the whole time. This game is insanity in the form of code. It's psychological torture, and it's awesome. Finally, years later, I got the chance to play it through a recreation called Unreal PT. It's a PC version of the game someone built after the original got pulled from digital stores. After all the original hype and my obsession with the game and the mystery surrounding it, finally being able to play it was a treat. Even though it wasn't as scary as it once was, I was finally playing the game, and it was still just as good as I remembered. PT actually ended up being a playable teaser for a new Silent Hill game, one directed by the one and only Hideo Kojima in partnership with Guillermo del Toro.
Toro of all people. Unfortunately, the project was wrapped up in the fallout between Kojima and Konami, and as a result was cancelled. I'm sure that if Silent Hills came out, it would have been a great game, but given the internal trouble at Konami, it's hard to say if it would have lived up to the bar that PT set. I think the beauty of PT is that it's short. It's long enough to build tension and scare the shit out of you, but it's short enough that things don't overstay their welcome. I've mentioned before that the biggest downfall for horror games is that they stick around too long. Their main threats go from being scary to being annoying. It all happens when you start to figure them out. But PT isn't around long enough for you to figure it out. Even on repeat playthroughs, random occurrences can throw you for a loop. I think PT is pretty perfect the way it is. Could Silent Hills have been the best horror game of all time? Maybe, but PT is good enough on its own.
Oh my god, it's a 10 out of 10!
I heard SimCity 2013 was a good game. I watched a lot of videos of it when it was new and it looked pretty good. I didn't like EA's involvement, but that was kind of a given. The game was then on my list of things to look out for, and eventually during a town-wide yard sale a few years later, I found a boxed version for PC, but there was a problem. I don't know if it's still the case, but back then you needed to download EA's Origin to play the game, and there was no way in hell I'd do that. Steam was my software of choice for PC gaming. I had no intentions to download another service just for one EA game I was going to play. It just seemed like a waste of hard drive space. So the game sat on my shelf for a long time, and today it still sits in a bin under my bed because eventually disk drives went out of style. I now own a laptop without a disk drive, which means I cannot play SimCity. It's a shame because in case people don't know, my mission is to review every game I own, and since I own SimCity, I have to review it. This is where my special score comes in, reserved for games that are unplayable for one reason or another. If I had a way to play it, it'd be a lot different, but alas, here we are.
0 out of 10!
A Boy and His Blob is a game defined by its gimmick, a gimmick that I don't very much like. Everything else about it I find either okay or middling. The main gimmick of the game is that your blob friend does all the work for you. The only thing the player can do themselves is walk around and jump. Every other action has to be done with the aid of the blob. By throwing different colored jelly beans for the blob to eat, you can make it transform into different things, maybe a trampoline or a ladder or even a cannon. All this seems cool on paper, but in practice I find it rather annoying to deal with. What makes it difficult for me to really enjoy is that I don't actually control the blob. I can only tell it what to do and feed it multicolored beans. The fact that I can't directly control this character makes progression slow, and adds this really long delay between figuring out a problem in my head and actually being able to solve it. For example, if I see a section of the stage below me that I'd like to get to progress, I can't just simply drop through the platform by pressing down and jump. Instead, I have to pull up the menu, select the bean that lets me drop through platforms, throw the bean, watch the blob hop over to it and eat it, then transform into a hole that I can finally drop through. See how long-winded that example was? That's the sort of problem that permeates this entire game. Little things like going up or down or crossing gaps are all like that. Why can't I just pick the object I need straight from the menu, or just be able to drop through platforms on my own? It's not like the blob really adds anything either. There's no arc at the forefront of this adventure the boy and the blob go through. The game is mostly just level to level. I will admit there are some cool puzzles that take advantage of these mechanics, but the vast majority of the gameplay is much like the example I gave. Other than this gimmick, A Boy and His Blob doesn't really have anything to say. Even if my problems with it were addressed, I'd just be left with another 2D platformer. That's not to say the other stuff is bad. There's just not much this game has to say with its story or visuals or music or anything like that. It felt pretty run-of-the-mill in those areas. A Boy and His Blob only really has the whole blob idea going on, and since I don't really like that part of the game, I don't really like the game overall.
4 out of 10!
Among Us is another one of those cultural impact games. The way that this game and its imagery burst its way into our collective subconscious is wild to me. Every time I hear someone say any of the buzzwords like imposter, sus, or just Among Us, a neuron fires in my monkey brain. What's more wild is how recently it took over. Among Us came out in 2018, but it didn't find itself in the mainstream until 2020 when everyone was forced to stay home. Among Us was the perfect game for this world we now found ourselves in. It recreated a classic playground game, which made made it really easy to understand. Then you add some tweaks to make the gameplay more interesting, take that game online, and it becomes the perfect fit to play with friends over quarantine. You've also got a really charming art style that puts a cartoony blanket over the deceit and murder that keeps these games feeling relatively light. The best part about Mafia, and by extension Among Us, is that it creates a great environment for conversation. Most of the actual gameplay in Among Us isn't that special. If you're a crewmate, you go around doing tasks hoping not to die. If you're an imposter, you go around killing trying not to get caught. The juicy stuff all happens in between rounds, when everyone needs to figure out who to eliminate. That's where you get all the excitement, all the yelling, gaslighting, etc. that makes the game memorable. The main problem with this is that Among Us itself isn't really an interesting game on its own. Rather, it's a vehicle for interesting interactions. It's fun to watch streamers play or play with your friends, but public lobbies aren't that fun because there's not as much interaction between players. And because of that, it's harder to find enjoyment out of the game compared to playing with friends. I still think even today Among Us can be fun. As of writing, I feel we're in a collective burnout with Among Us, but let us not forget how insane it can really be.
7 out of 10!
I'm not sure many people have heard of Awe. It's a game I got for cheap on Steam. I haven't seen any stuff online about it at all. I won't say that Awe deserves to be an internet viral hit, but it's a fine time nonetheless. Awe is a puzzle game. In each level, you're given a low poly planetoid, and your job is to terraform the planet by placing items on the tiles until you meet a quota. In order to get items, you need to match a certain pattern of tiles. For example, if you need to place a tree, you might need to click a yellow, blue, then yellow tile to obtain one. Different objects require different patterns, placing an object changes the color, and the planet is constantly rotating. That's the core idea. You can go through different planets that get progressively harder to complete, but in general, Awe is a pretty laid-back game. It's got simple visuals, an atmospheric soundtrack, and spacey sound effects. With a puzzle game as simple as this, it's really important that the main gameplay loop connects with you. In Awe's case, I was having fun, but as the puzzles got more complicated, I lost interest. On the harder levels, you may only get a small chance to find a pattern you need, and then you have to wait until the planet turns back around. Not to mention, if you place an item in a certain place, you can screw up future patterns and have to start the whole thing over. Seems like a simple fix. Let the player control the camera and remove tiles if they want, but then Awe might be too easy. This conflict puts my feelings on Awe right in the middle somewhere. I like the idea of it, but the further you get, the more problems pop up with its design. The first section is nice, but I haven't ventured very far beyond that. But given the context I got this game in, it was a pleasant surprise.
6 out of 10!
The first and most obvious thing I can say about Battle Block Theater is how it looks like a Newgrounds style game. It's got the art and some of the humor of that era, and I think it was one of the better ones to come out of that time in gaming. As it turns out, this game was made by the Behemoth, the same team that made Castle Crashers, which was one of the most defining games of the early indie days. It brings a certain energy to the game that's a little more down to earth and not as concerned with following tropes or traditional game design rules. That being said, I found the gameplay of Battle Block Theater to be on the safer side. 2D platforming gameplay is fun, no doubt, but something about it makes the levels feel less interesting the longer you play. Maybe it's the fact that all the levels take place on the same stage-like setting, or that the layouts are all set up on a grid of blocks and switches like some Mario Maker type stage. Mechanically, all these levels are pretty fun, and that's all you can really ask for with something like this. Battle Block isn't trying to blow your hat off, it just wants to have some fun. And yeah, Battle Block Theater is fun, especially if you can play co-op. You get a consistent set of good stages, good controls, and some cosmetics to help you stand out. The story is fine, it doesn't demand that much attention, but I think that's good for this type of game. For stuff like this, it's all about presentation, which I think Battle Block is good at. The cartoon visuals, the stage play / puppet show aesthetic, the nice soundtrack, all voiced by a pretty hilarious narrator. The humor in these types of games is probably what's going to age the worst, but luckily Battle Block doesn't rely on it as much as some other games. It's mostly about the gameplay here, which was the right call. Not a real game changer, but surprisingly fun even today. Just try to bring a buddy along if you can.
7 out of 10!
I feel like kind of an asshole for writing a review on this game. Before Your Eyes isn't really meant to be broken down the way I do things. It's meant to be experienced, it's meant to be felt. The story had me from beginning to end. It hit nerves I forgot about, and eventually had me crying at the end. Since the story is the meat of the game, I won't spoil anything, but it definitely hit a chord with me. What makes Before Your Eyes unique is the way you interact with the story. The game is meant to be played with a webcam. With it on, the game will track your eyes and skip forward in the story every time you blink. It's an ingenious way to use the medium of video games. You'll want to stay and experience the entirety of the scenes, but at some point your body won't let you. At some point, you have to blink. It's a really great allegory for the human experience.
The term blink and you'll miss it is embodied by this game, and it's exactly the type of unique and impactful use of video games I've been talking about. This is something movies, books, and music can't do, and it's awesome to see. Now, this is a review, and as shitty as it is to say, I do have one major problem with the game. If you don't have the perfect lighting situation, the blink detection on the webcam will not work. Unfortunately, when I played this game, my setup wasn't super conducive to outside light. That was intentional, because with any other game, it'd be annoying to have a glare on the screen or the sun shining in my eyes while I play, but it ended up biting me in the ass eventually. And without the mechanic, the magic of before your eyes fades away. The story is still interesting, don't get me wrong, but that mechanic brings everything together. Without that, it feels like a sad point and click. So if you want to play this game, try to get a good webcam or set up in a place with decent lighting, and I assure you it'll be worth it. If you can't do that, it might still be worth playing, but you won't get the full experience, unfortunately.
9 out of 10!
I think Besiege is a cool game, I just don't really care enough to play through it all. It has a lot of depth to explore with its building mechanics, which the whole game is built around. You can make tons of different stuff as evidenced by the Steam Workshop, and I'm sure that by the end you'll have the knowledge to build cool stuff like that. My problem is that doing all that wasn't an investment I wanted to make. Right away the game gives you a lengthy tutorial explaining how the building system works. It's very long, yet it scratches only the surface. There's building blocks, wheels, weapons, pulleys, and more. All those things come along with their own buttons, and some have other stipulations that need to be met before they actually work. It was helpful to know where the game was going right away, but unfortunately it was not a direction I wanted to head. With games like these, it's mainly about the mechanics rather than the experience. I feel like in order to get my worth, I need to explore those mechanics, but the tutorial let me know right away that if I really wanted to explore everything, that would take a long time. I tried out some of the levels to at least give it a shot. I also downloaded some of the workshop creations, and really all it did was deepen my feelings towards it. I couldn't get very far in the single player trying to brute force it, and the workshop stuff I downloaded, I didn't even know how to operate half the time. The barrier of entry was just too high for me this time. I understand that this game is pretty cool. It looks and sounds pretty cool, and there's a lot there for people to sink their teeth into, but my playstyle just did not mesh with this game. I've always got other things to play these days, things that may not be as deep but will tell a story or don't take much time to fully experience, or are easier to pick up for one reason or another. For that reason, even though I have played Besiege, beating it is always near the bottom of my list of priorities.
5 out of 10!
Half-Life is an all-time classic game. It marked a shift in first-person shooters towards a more narrative-focused experience, using the combat as a means to tell a compelling story rather than keep a high score. You had voice acting, NPCs, fully interactable story sequences, and more linear level design. All of these things have been done before, but not quite in this context. It was this, along with Valve's general prestige, that enticed me to play Half-Life. But to be honest, I wasn't that motivated to try it because I had heard of some of its flaws. There was some jank, along with a few unfinished segments, and generally the game didn't look to have aged that well. Then I hear about Black Mesa, a fan project aiming to remake Half-Life for the next generation, massively updating everything, the graphics, the game feel, and most importantly, finishing those segments that Valve had failed to. Black Mesa quickly became my preferred way of playing Half-Life, and boy am I glad I made that decision, because it was one of the best shooters I've ever played. It had the DNA of the original game, but it wasn't afraid to take liberties to modernize. It has to be said that for a game like Half-Life, the updated graphics really do up the atmosphere. There were a few times where I just had to stop and take in the set pieces. I watched a behind-the-scenes documentary on the project, and I really appreciated how they were willing and able to adjust the level design to streamline things. You can tell most of it is still Half-Life, but these devs knew every nook and cranny of this game and used that knowledge to the best of their ability. In the same vein, I was blown away by Zen. Seeing footage of the original Zen, it was clear that the final area of the game was just left unfinished. For what reason, I don't know, but the team for this game took that as an opportunity to flex their game dev skills. They took the most liberties with this part, and I think it paid off overall. The areas themselves are stunning. The maps are still linearly designed, but they did a decent job of disguising that fact from me while I was playing. Even though I was progressing in a line, I always felt like I was worming my way deeper into the unknown, alone. This goes for the rest of the game as well, but I felt it most with Zen. I only have a few problems with Black Mesa when it comes down to it. The pacing in some areas felt all over the place. As cool as Zen was, it was the worst offender in this aspect. I distinctly remember an area that's largely puzzles and platforming, and then the next room is just a never-ending gauntlet of aliens to blast. It felt like the team were compensating for the previous segment, but in the end it just felt disjointed. Lastly, the ending of the game felt rather anticlimactic. The whole story of Black Mesa felt like it was building to something, but we never actually got there. Overall though, Black Mesa has stood against the others as one of the best games I've played. You all know I'm a sucker for atmosphere, and Black Mesa does that and so much more. It's one of those games that just sticks in my head to this day. For anyone looking to experience some classic games, Half-Life is a must, and Black Mesa is in my opinion the best way to experience it.
9 out of 10!
Castlevania, what happened to you? You used to be a critically acclaimed franchise, but you stumbled one too many times it seems. I like Castlevania, but the games weren't really mainstream by the time I was playing games. Instead, I grew up watching videos about the classic games on YouTube. Apparently they were quite the hit, offering a different spin on the 2D platformer on the NES. I'd give the first one a few tries over the years, but they were a bit too difficult for me. While I wasn't around for Castlevania's heyday, I was lucky enough to catch wind of Bloodstained, a spiritual revival as was popular at the time. The main project was Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, a successor to the Symphony of the Night style games, but the side project Curse of the Moon looked more interesting to me. Bloodstained Curse of the Moon was the classic Castlevania successor. It was a smaller game, but set out to emulate and modernize the classic Castlevania gameplay. The visuals and sound were very reminiscent of the NES games. If you thought this was a Mega Man 9 or 10 type situation, I wouldn't fault you one bit. The visual style is very similar, but Curse of the Moon is indeed all new. New characters and story set in a new place. It all feels Castlevania, but is different enough to be called its own. The soundtrack also follows classic Castlevania fare by being filled with great chiptune music. The gameplay of Curse of the Moon is also very Castlevania feeling, specifically Castlevania 3, as you're able to switch between party members on the fly to deal with various situations. It's a good feature to implement, as it allows for playstyles to shine and for extra strategizing, which is important during some boss fights. One thing I wish they hadn't kept from the old days was the physics. Stiff control is a trademark of classic Castlevania, except for 4, but the physics always felt wonky back then, and they do here. The hardest part for me to get over when I was playing was how the characters drop like a bag of bricks after running off a platform. In every other major platformer I've played, there's a sense of momentum, but in Curse of the Moon, the moment you step off, you fall straight down. My other problem with Curse of the Moon is that it's really short. I made it from beginning to end in just under 2 hours on my first playthrough. It's kind of disappointing because Curse of the Moon isn't offering much else in the way of depth. What the game does offer is decent, but the super short length left me with an empty feeling.
7 out of 10!
Just like the game itself, my experience with Borderlands 2 was pretty volatile overall. At points I was loving it, and at others it was a slog. The game exudes this wild energy, no doubt in large part by its art style. The art of Borderlands 2 has become pretty iconic these days. Not many other games choose to go for the rough cell shading and dark lines. If you ask me, this is the best part of the game, because most everything else is just quirky shooter. I guess it's not quite fair to levy that criticism on Borderlands 2. The cartoon aesthetic, wacky abilities quirky shooter has become a bit of a trend these days, but Borderlands 2 was a standalone title at the time. It takes a lot of aspects from other games and mashes them into one, which ended up making its own identity. The vehicles make me think of Halo, the shooting makes me think of Call of Duty or TF2, and the loot system gives me shades of old dungeon crawlers. On the whole, I think this mashup works pretty well. You've got some cool classes and guns to work with. The world and story I didn't find as interesting, but since the shooting was fun enough, I didn't really care. The other best part of Borderlands 2 is definitely the co-op. If you have the chance, I highly recommend playing this way over anything else. With co-op, you get to work around each other's classes and weapons, and exploring becomes much more fun if it's a shared experience. I do think the game was meant to be played this way as well. While I got through most of the game with a co-op group, the final stretch I had to do by myself. And man, the enemies are all massive bullet sponges. Stuff like that is more tolerable when there's more people because you can continuously lay on the pressure, but alone it makes combat almost unbearable. Borderlands 2 ends up being quite the quirky shooter. And you may be tired of that trope these days, but this game was and still is one of the better ways to experience it. It's adrenaline pumping, it's visually distinct, its gameplay is well executed, it can get repetitive towards the end, and it's nowhere near as fun if you're playing alone, but if you do get the chance to play it as it's meant to be, it is a great time.
8 out of 10!
Castle Crasher seems like a game that you had to be there for. Like, in order to really get it, you had to play it around the time of its release. Unfortunately for me, that wasn't the case, and therefore Castle Crashers didn't really connect with me. It played fine, but the bit that I did play was full of that late 2000s, early 2010s Newgrounds humor. Not to rip on that entirely, if you like that style, then that's cool, but it wasn't enough to sell me on the game. Castle Crashers plays pretty fine. It took me a minute to get the controls, but at the end of the day, it is pretty similar to other beat-em-up games. I guess I just thought there would be more combos and stuff like that. I thought the combat was fine, if not a little clunky thanks to the depth issue a lot of these games have. That usually wasn't a big deal because one of my friends was able to cover for me most of the time. I played co-op with 4 people and we tried the beginning of the game and just didn't really find it that engaging. It felt fine in action but didn't really do anything gameplay wise to really stand out. Most of the uniqueness of Castle Crashers comes from its aesthetics. It screams Newgrounds with its Adobe Flash-esque visuals and crude humor. If I were playing this game back in the day, I probably would have found it really funny, but I just felt too old, jaded, and a little out of touch to get this one. For the record, I do like the Flash art style. I was there for that era of the internet, and so there's a certain connection there, and there is something to be said for how down to earth it makes a game feel. But nowadays, if I want to play a beat 'em up, I've got other options. Ones that are more fleshed out, whose presentation appeals to me more, so this one will probably continue to sit unfinished for now.
5 out of 10.
I'm surprised it took me so long to play Celeste. I even had friends telling me it was right up my alley, but I ignored them for one reason or another. It just wasn't very high on my list of games to play. I knew it was good, I could be confident in that, but in a way it made it less of a priority. I like to gamble with games sometimes. If a game looks good, I might buy it, but I'd also rather buy something more out there. If I like it, then great. If I don't, then I learned something. Nowadays, I feel like I've figured out my palette more or less, so I don't do it as much anymore. Eventually, I did buckle down and buy the game. I needed a game I could count on, and I'm glad I picked Celeste, because it was exactly that. It's one of those games that does a great job of blending its gameplay and narrative together. Climbing Celeste Mountain can be tough. It can be a test of your will, your patience, your anxiety, and more. The greatest part was seeing that come through in the characters. Madeline would put words to how I was feeling as a player, woven into the context of her world. This validated my own feelings and made me want to keep going, for the sake of both of us. To me, that's the magic of Celeste. The platforming challenges are decent in their own right, so is the music, but those parts aren't special on their own, even if they are well done. When I go back and listen to the soundtrack, I remember the areas they came from, the story beats they played alongside, same with the levels. All these things were designed in a way that came together to make something bigger than their parts. I'm really glad I finally got to sit down and play Celeste. It's another game that'll stick in my head for a while. It was doubly great as it explored themes of which I could see in my own life. It's a game about climbing a mountain with mid-air dashes and springs and ghosts and magic mirrors, and yet it felt grounded thanks to its approach to storytelling. The characters felt real, and that matters a lot. I should stop before I go off the rails praising this game, but I had a fantastic time with it, and I'd recommend it to practically anyone who knows how to hold a controller. If that's you, consider picking this game up.
Oh my god, it's a 10 out of 10!
Chiptune Champion was my solution to not having Guitar Hero back in the day. I enjoy rhythm games every now and then, but the classic series always eluded me. Then I spot Chiptune Champion on Steam. Given the name, this game obviously has more of a focus on chiptune music. It's not classic rock songs like in Guitar Hero, but don't let that lead you to ignore how many great songs are actually in here. The gameplay is straight to the point. Just time the buttons with the song and you've got it. It's simple, but always so satisfying to hit the notes perfectly and try to keep your combo up as long as possible. So much in fact that I would play the same song over and over to go for that perfect score. There's a lot of songs to choose from in the base game, most of which are pretty decent chiptune tracks. However, Chiptune Champion also gives the player the ability to create and download custom songs, and this is where I think the game really shines. The editor is a little much to comprehend at first, but it does give you all the tools you need to lay down a sequence to play with. Personally, I got more time out of downloading other tracks, usually classic video game songs. My main issue with Chiptune Champion is the controls. Now, I don't have a Guitar Hero guitar or anything like that. I just have my keyboard, and playing the game for long sessions on the keyboard is awful. You can map the buttons to whatever keys you like, but I just could not find a layout that didn't give me major hand cramps. I tried everything, including holding the keyboard like a makeshift guitar. With the accuracy and speed needed for some of these songs, I was really struggling at points, and it did eventually force me to quit entirely. If there's a better way to play it, I definitely recommend Chiptune Champion. champion. It's got good songs, responsive buttons, and the custom stuff. If you're like me and only have a keyboard though, approach with caution. Stick with short sessions and maybe you'll be okay.
6 out of 10!
I grew up way past the heyday of the original Counter-Strike. I'm pretty sure the only reason I have it is because it came in a bundle. Needless to say, I don't have a lot of experience with Counter-Strike. I played a lot of CSGO, as I've said before, but anything before that is before my time. Counter-Strike was released in the early 3D days on PC, originally as a mod for Half-Life. As such, I found a lot of similarities between it and the feel of other Gold Source games. Early 3D graphics, compressed sound, slightly floaty controls. There's a weird charm that comes with playing games from this part of gaming that I don't get from any other of its time. I think it's because everything has been so well preserved. Last I played Counter-Strike, it still runs as smooth as ever, but everything else is locked in a time capsule from the late 90s and early 2000s. There's not much else I can really say about the original Counter-Strike. I don't have any notes on the balancing or any competitive aspects. All I can say is that it plays pretty well. The problem is that there's not much of a reason to play this game these days. Maybe if you grew up with the title or just looking for a throwback, but it's no longer supported as an esport, and the community, while still there, is way smaller than the current game. And you can probably guess that those who have stuck around this long have gotten pretty good at the game, so newcomers might have a hard time keeping up. If you really want to play it, it probably won't be a terrible time, just don't set your expectations too high.
6 out of 10!
Alright, I'm at a loss for this one. Counter-Strike Condition Zero just feels like Counter-Strike again. I seriously don't know what's different. I even looked up the Wikipedia page on this one and it just said, yeah, it's basically Counter-Strike but like a little prettier. Yeah, I guess so, but it doesn't look that much better anyway. Not sure why anyone would play this these days. I don't hear any conversation about a competitive scene if there ever was one. I honestly thought they went straight from Counter-Strike to CS Source, but here we are. All I can say is that it's Counter-Strike again. I don't even think there's that much new stuff in it besides the looks. And I can't find anyone to play with these days, so all I could do was play with bots. If you really want to play this game for some reason, then I don't think it'll be the worst thing in the world, but just why?
4 out of 10!
So they tried to do something different with Counter-Strike Condition Zero deleted scenes. Counter-Strike isn't known for its narrative. In fact, before this game, it never really had one from what I can recall. It was always about the multiplayer action. That's where Counter-Strike was best, and honestly, it's where it should have stayed, because the approach to deleted scenes did not work out if you ask me. What they tried to do was make some kind of single-player campaign out of the Counter-Strike name. It probably made sense to try, as Counter-Strike itself branched off of a narrative shooter. However, one problem with Counter-Strike is that the series doesn't really have any characters or narrative to pick from. The whole franchise is just made up of generic terrorist versus counter-terrorist scenarios. So we're already off to a bad start. What the developers did in this instance was set up a bunch of scenarios around the globe, all centering around that T versus CT dynamic. Different locations, slightly different objectives, that sort of thing. However, I don't really think this worked out either. What came as a result of this was a bunch of disjointed levels that all felt mediocre to some extent. The biggest hurdle deleted scenes had to get over was to actually get me to care about a Counter-Strike campaign. I love Counter-Strike, but it was never about the global fight to save the world from terrorism. It was just about shooting each other. So these levels in turn all just felt like generic shooter levels. All it really did was make me want to play some actual Counter-Strike.
3 out of 10!
Counter-Strike Global Offensive, or CSGO, has the most hours logged on any game I have on Steam, and it's not close. Back when I was really into this game, it was more of a lifestyle than a video game. I wanted to be the best of the best. I played every day grinding matches, getting my friends to play, doing aim practice just to get my rank up high enough. Unfortunately for me, no matter how much time or effort I put into the game learning nade spots, I could not make it out of silver. It kinda hurt, all things considered. Competitive CSGO looked really cool. I followed every major, lots of smaller tournaments too. Every player was so on point all the time because CSGO was all about precision. Throwing grenades into specific places to block the other team, being able to stop, place, and fire your shot within a split second to take someone out, putting your team in strategic locations to defend the crucial bomb sites or pierce a weakness. I found it all very fascinating, but in the actual game, I couldn't get around how bad I was at it. But still, CSGO holds a special place in my heart. I have a lot of memories tied to this game one way or another. Whether it's in watching tournaments or grinding out wins with my team, the gameplay is so deep that if you played on the same map over and over, each game would still find a way to be different. My only real problem with it was that things could get really toxic really fast. If you got queued with the wrong person, the whole game could derail within rounds and teammates would start killing each other or feeding the other team or just talking shit on comms. It's kind of upsetting, and it also started to turn me into a toxic player, so eventually I left and never looked back. But that doesn't change how fun CSGO can be. It has a lot to offer. Just be careful out there and bring some friends if you can.
8 out of 10!
I don't even know why this is called Counter-Strike. This feels like some Garry's Mod map got its own slot on the Steam store page. It just feels like a weird CS source mod. I don't get it. Well, it's probably okay not to get it, because the game isn't very good anyways. It can be fun for the novelty of playing a Counter-Strike zombie game, but it doesn't have much value beyond that. As a standalone game, it feels slapped together with duct tape and hot glue. Everything decent about it just comes from CS Source, or whichever game this is placed on top of. Even as a zombie game, why would you play this? Play Left 4 Dead or COD Zombies or anything else and you'd have more fun. That is, unless you like weird games like this. If that's you, then more power to you, but I've tried multiple times and each session I can't stay for more than 3 rounds. It's just the same stuff over and over. It doesn't look great and it sounds awful. All it really does is make me want to play some actual Counter-Strike. And then Garry's Mod.
2 out of 10!
I remember having a good time with Dishonored, but for some reason there's not a lot of images that stick with me after playing it. All I really have is a general look and game feel. There are maybe a couple reasons the game didn't stick with me as well as it should have. For starters, I'm not a fan of the art style. I can respect the team for doing something different for sure. It's much more than what other people were doing around the time, and it gives Dishonored its own identity. I just personally found it kind of ugly. Part of that is intentional, I realize. The game takes place in this dreary world full of disease and corruption. Sounds like something I'd like on paper, but something just didn't work out for me. Playing this on PC, some things look jagged or just poorly textured. As much as I tried to fix that in the settings, I just had to accept that sometimes it just looks that way. The other issue I had was the story. It didn't feel very well set up in the beginning, and as the game went on, it went all over the place since it didn't really have the foundation. There is a great twist in there, but everything was just there or not set up properly. But Dishonored is a game, not a novel or a painting, and the gameplay side of things is really what sells it. Dishonored is a stealth game, but really, with the amount of options you have at your disposal, the game can really straddle the line between stealth and action. The best part about it though is that the abilities you have allow you to comfortably take either option as far as you want. You can get by without anyone spotting you, or you can murder everyone like some god of destruction. You are a little incentivized to stay hidden because if you kill lots of people, the game will adjust in an attempt to make things harder. However, with the amount of stuff you can do in this game, I really doubt it becomes a huge problem. Personally, I chose the sneaky approach as I find it more rewarding. Overall, I'd say Dishonored is a pretty good time on the merits of its gameplay. The issues I mentioned before does bring the experience down a bit, especially in those moments when they're front and center. But in those areas where you can let loose in the playground that is this game, it can be really fun.
8 out of 10!
Doki Doki Literature Club made a big splash when it first came out. It was a viral hit online with tons of let's plays and reactions on social media. The most clever part of the game, and no doubt the main reason it found such success, was that it was so good at keeping up its facade to unsuspecting players. Unless you were already spoiled, there was little if any chance you'd be able to pick up on what was really going on until it's too late. That's what makes the game so remarkable to me. The lengths it went to hide its true identity made the eventual reveal so impactful. After I played it, I immediately started asking my friends about their experience. I even convinced a couple of them to let me watch them play for the first time. Other than this, Doki Doki Literature Club isn't really the type of game I'd ever play. It's a visual novel, which is fine if you're into that, I guess, but I generally look for a more active experience. However, the one thing that visual novels can do better than most other games is tell a story. In most action games, story sequences have to be broken up by gameplay, but games like Doki Doki Literature Club can use the genre to provide provide an uninterrupted story sequence that, if done right, can really bring a player in. It's a shame, I feel, that the stereotype of most visual novel games is that they're just there to be horny. Doki Doki sort of makes fun of that stereotype, which is probably another point to why it stood out among the crowd. The only issue with playing Doki Doki Literature Club now is that the impact is gone. You can only play the game for the first time once, and after that I found it really hard to pick it up again. The only reason I'd download it again is if I found someone who hasn't heard of it yet, but for myself there really isn't a point anymore. But in that brief time when Doki Doki Literature Club was everywhere, it really did etch its mark into the culture. For that, I do think that it deserves credit.
8 out of 10!
I always thought Don't Starve was a strange game. It's a pretty obvious thing to say given just how it looks, but I also thought it was true of its gameplay. The game can be rather unforgiving in the beginning, and when I first got the game, I was having trouble getting past that first night. This wasn't like Minecraft where you could just hide in a hole if you weren't ready. In Don't Starve, if you don't know how to make a fire, then you're not going to survive the first night most times. Naturally, Don't Starve Together brings this experience online. You can join servers or just play in your own lobby. I found this to be more helpful since we could then work together to figure out the game's crafting system. It also helps that in the time between my first attempt and my last, either the game was updated or I got more patient. The stress of trying to figure everything out by the first night definitely made me a bit scatterbrained back then, but in my last attempt I noticed there were some helpful recipes that helped me find what I needed. Unfortunately though, after making it through the first few nights, I wasn't really feeling the drive to keep going. I may be spoiled by Minecraft because the gameplay didn't feel as interesting after that first mystery was solved. Don't Starve Together was interesting for sure, but not in a I need to keep playing this sort of way. I liked the art and working together was fun, but the gameplay just didn't hook me in the same way. I know there's a lot you can do with this game. I've seen videos, and going online I've seen structures and servers that look pretty cool, but nothing about them motivated me to make anything myself. I don't doubt that I'd have fun doing so, but it isn't my top priority, especially if no one's around to play with me.
6 out of 10!
Dub Wars is a bullet hell shooter based around dubstep. You fly around the screen avoiding enemies and shooting to the beat of the song. It seems like a cool idea, until you realize this is really all Dub Wars is. You get a decent amount of songs to choose from, but it's all the same setup. Shoot automatically with the music, try to weave around the enemies as you make it through the song. I know I already sound redundant, and that's because what I described is the game. If you don't like this premise, then you're not gonna like this game. Personally, I found it interesting, but it didn't get me pumped to play every song. By the third level, I realized that all the game was doing for me was giving my hands something to do while I listened to the music. So why not just listen to the soundtrack and do something else? The shooting is cool and the controls are fine. You kind of slide around the screen, which is a feature I'm not a huge fan of for these types of games, but you're in a spaceship, so whatever. Physics, I guess. The main problem is that the colors are so loud. Every song is an assault of bright colors on my eyes. I thought it looked cool for the first song, but the longer I played, the more my eyes hurt. It also got really hard to make out enemies from all the noise, which extra sucks for a game like this since that's the whole point. If you find yourself wanting Dub Wars, I'd recommend looking up the soundtrack instead. There's a lot of great music in it, but not much else.
3 out of 10!
I'm not really sure where to begin on this review. My history with Dust and Elysian Tale is a bit long-winded, and even though I can say I like the game quite a bit in action, I'm much more conflicted while writing. Dust was the first Metroidvania I ever bought. Back in the day, I was looking to branch out from the usual Marios and Sonics and whatever other Wii games I was playing, and a review I saw said it was pretty good. In turn, Dust and Elysian Tale was one of the first Steam games I ever had, if not the first. But when I tried to play it, it was bugged and unplayable, so I left it uninstalled and forgot about it for years. Fast forward a while. I've since become a fan of the genre after playing games like Ori and the Blind Forest and Fez, among others, and every time I booted up Steam I could see Dust just sitting in my library. It had been so long since I had even wanted to play it, but the idea of never playing it felt a little unjust to my younger self. I mean, I bought it with my own money. I did really want to play this at some point, but even though I wasn't the same kid anymore, I felt like I had to. After making this list, I finally re-downloaded the game. Happy to see the bugs were fixed after all these years, I got ready to play. As I played through, I started to get back to where I was however many years ago, and I did have a lot of fun. Dust mechanically is pretty well done. While the combat can get repetitive at points, it's no less satisfying to rip through foes with sword and magic combos. Trying to see how high you can get that combo
counter up. The exploration and progression is also quite fun. It isn't that much different than other games in the genre, and it does have some backtracking as well, but I didn't have many issues with getting stuck or bored. No, I was just enjoying the ride. The main thing I'm conflicted on is the presentation. A lot of things like the environments and combat animations look really good, but in other areas it feels lacking. I think they may have bitten off a little more than they can chew with the presentation, and the execution of it feels a little uneven as a result. The story also does not do it for me. The writing and acting is all over the place as well. Some great voice acting and some cool character interactions, but mostly just middle of the road or straight up bad. The music is great, however. The main things that kept me going through the whole game was the gameplay, exploration, and of course the nostalgia. The actual game part of this game is genuinely well done, but the stuff surrounding it is take it or leave it.
7 out of 10!
The concept of Evoland is a pretty cool one. If you don't know already, Evoland is an RPG love letter. The main idea is that the player can open chests to progress through different eras of gaming, going all the way from 8-bit to 32. Along the way, Evoland comes with a bunch of references to series like Final Fantasy, Zelda, and other RPG/adventure games that I've never heard of. It's really cool to see these references correlate with the different evolutions of the world. I just realized that's probably why it's called Evoland. Either way, I love this idea. It allows the developer to get really creative with the world, not just with the art and the references, but with its gameplay as well. Imagine hopping between 16-bit and 32-bit to solve a puzzle. It seems cool. Keep thinking about that too, because that doesn't really happen in Evoland. Unfortunately, while this gimmick is really fun, I don't feel like it was taken advantage of. Actually, the progression from one time to the next is pretty linear. Something I found a little weird considering the genre we're working with. But honestly, after playing Evoland all the way through, it makes sense. Evoland is more like a showcase than a full-on game. You can get a few hours out of it for sure, but its linear progression and simple story makes it feel like it was just a means to show off this concept. Evoland is fun in that aspect, but as a game, it doesn't really do anything for me. It's cool for novelty, but that's about it.
6 out of 10!
Evoland 2 has a much more fleshed out vision for the Evoland idea. What we have here is a full-on RPG, featuring time travel that corresponds to different graphical and gameplay styles. Now, I won't dare to try to unravel the time travel plot this game has. I'm not a skilled enough writer to see if there are any holes, but if it can get by me while I played the game from beginning to end, I think I can say it did a decent job. The gameplay of Evoland 2 is still pretty bare as you may expect. We're still dealing with an indie title, and it's clear most of the effort went into the plot. I can't be too mad at that, all things considered. A lot of things feel surface level in the gameplay department, and sometimes the devs just put in complete genre shifts for the sake of a reference. A little jarring, but it's nothing too frustrating. Sometimes it serves the story, so I guess I can give it a pass. Yes, I do feel the moment-to-moment gameplay is lacking, but it's still perfectly functional at the end of the day. Talking about Evoland's signature progression theme, I'm glad to see it become more integral to the game. In Evoland 1, it felt more like a showcase, but in Evoland 2, it's a full-on element of the world. I particularly like how affecting the environment in one era changes another. It's exactly the thing I was looking for, and this game has quite a few interesting sequences featuring it. The actual story of Evoland 2 was a bit of a ride. I felt quite a bit of it was not very interesting. The story felt really run-of-the-mill, and I won't lie, I was thinking of quitting at a few points due to how bored I got. I spent many hours, and all I saw was a really basic time travel plot with almost zero character progression. But the final act saved the game for me. I won't spoil too much in case someone wants to play it, but things really got off the ground at that point. Character arcs were moving, including for our silent protagonist. All of a sudden, I was really interested all the way up to the ending that I really shouldn't spoil, but man, it was so cool. I kinda hate being this guy, but if you give it a chance, it does get really good. I realize that's a hard thing to ask of people. Hell, I barely ever listen to that advice myself, especially since it's an RPG, which are known to go on for tens of hours. And while Evoland 2 isn't the longest RPG, my playthrough was still around 20 hours. But as someone who doesn't play this genre outside of Pokemon, I've found it really enjoyable in the end. That's gotta be worth something, right?
7 out of 10!
Fez is a weird case of a game. Originally a star of the documentary indie game The Movie, the game has since faded into obscurity along with its creator. Nowadays, it's hard to find someone who remembers Fez. It wasn't on any of my friends' radars until I introduced it to them, which always shocks me. Not only was I a fan of the documentary it was in, but the game itself has provided some of the most fun experiences I can ask for in a video game. The crux of Fez is its 2D, 3D gameplay, where every area in this Metroidvania-like world is 3D, but can only be viewed on a 2D lens. The player can rotate the world in 90-degree increments to get a new angle and a brief view into where everything actually lies. This gimmick is Fez's signature, a brilliant one at that. It's one that gives tons of possibilities for puzzles and platforming challenges, and the game takes full advantage. Starting off with the more basic puzzles and growing into absurd degrees as the player unfolds the rest of the map, the biggest criticism I've seen of Fez is that some puzzles can be really cryptic, and I absolutely understand where that's coming from. I mean, there are puzzles that require knowledge of coding, in-game languages, and even a QR code. I was put off by this on my first time through and did my best to skirt those challenges on the road to beating it. Then I came back another time around with the intent of full completion, and when I actually tried those puzzles, I had a fantastic time. I can't remember the last game that made me take out a notebook, and it was fascinating reading through forum posts like a detective. In a way, these otherwise ridiculous asks of the player turned the online search into its own ingenious little game. But Fez is also more than its puzzles. It also has a really charming presentation, with cute characters and a beautiful world, one that is deeper than it may look at first. And I can't go so long without mentioning Fez's music. The chiptune sounds come in atmospheric at points, others contemplative, melancholy, or just plain groovy, and it has become one of my favorite game soundtracks of all time, for how well it fits into the game and how well it stands on its own. The only real problem I had consistently was the map. The map can be hard to decipher, especially when most of the rooms have been discovered. It looks like a mess, but I learned to get used to it and appreciate how it tried to simplify a complicated 3D maze space for the player. The map isn't enough to tarnish the amazing things the rest of this game manages to accomplish on all other levels, and every time I play Fez, I like it more. I know to some of my friends I may sound like a broken record recommending this game over and over, but hopefully this can illuminate why, to me, this is one of the best games I've ever played.
Oh my god, it's a 10 out of 10!
Firewatch was a nice change of pace from the other more action-packed games I usually play. It's not for everyone, but the narrative adventure was intriguing and the presentation was spectacular. While it doesn't have much else to offer, it was those two things that really kept me going. In fact, you may know Firewatch more for its imagery rather than its gameplay. While the focus of the game is on narrative, it is still a game. In said game, you'll be walking around the forest you oversee, talking to a coworker on the radio and solving mysteries by finding new areas and picking up items. It's certainly not slaying monsters or saving princesses, but I actually found the gameplay of Firewatch to be quite relaxing, even therapeutic. By keeping everything simple, you get more room to take in the forest. It's quiet, and it can be at the same time serene and eerie depending on the context of your expeditions. In this sense, Firewatch does a great job of replicating the feeling of being alone in the wild. One of the main talking points around the game's release was its ending. I feel a lot of people, including myself to an extent, were disappointed by the ending of Firewatch. You spend the whole game going down this rabbit hole only to have the conclusion ripped from you at the very end. But as time has gone on, I've come to appreciate this ending. Yeah, it sucks that you never get that satisfaction, but I think that was the point. Let's think about it from Henry's point of view. The man comes out to the forest to do a job, and gets sucked into this long-winded conspiracy only to be rudely interrupted at the very end by the one thing he was sent there to look out for. It's kind of ironic in a sense, and indicative of where he is as a person, and to an extent where the player may be as they enable this behavior. Firewatch isn't so much about that mystery as it is about exploring isolation, distant relationships, and finding yourself. Maybe I just played it at the right time, but that really connected with me. Could it have been better written? Maybe, but I think it still got its point across to me. Or maybe I'm crazy and it all sucks, but what's cool about these games is that it's really up to your own interpretation. No, Firewatch is not the most exciting game ever made. Perhaps it could have done more, but I had a good time all the way through, and that's really all a game needs to do.
7 out of 10!
How is the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise doing? I remember FNAF exploding into the scene with the first game and riding that high for a while, or what felt like a while even though there was a new game every 6 months. After Security Breach, I feel like the FNAF train is finally slowing down. Or maybe I'm just out of touch. Either way, we're here to talk about the first game, the viral hit, the original Five Nights at Freddy's. Like most people, I assume, I first heard of the game through online Let's Plays, specifically Markiplier's. Back when it came out, it did look legitimately scary. The concept of a horror game where you're completely helpless to even move was new to the mainstream, and heightened feelings of anticipation, stress, dread, and other synonyms for fear. It really was the most bang for your buck horror at the time. Five Nights at Freddy's is a pretty cheaply made horror game, but developer Scott Cawthon made it work in the game's favor. Most people nowadays are super wrapped up in the series lore, but shockingly, compared to other games, the first FNAF doesn't have that much to offer. You get some very vague backstory for why these animatronics are hunting you down, a couple unanswered questions to keep fans engaged, or if you're cynical like me, to excuse bad writing. Most of the lore applied to this game is retroactive. That said, playing this game recently was very different from when it first came out. It wasn't scary anymore, which makes these old Let's Play titles really funny to me, by the way. No, instead it turned into a management game. I will say the coolest part of the first FNAF to me was learning the patterns of each animatronic. Some of them have audio or visual cues, others follow a certain pattern, and this knowledge has turned the game into a really different experience. But to be honest, the amount of focus you need to complete later sections of the game kind of ruins the atmosphere. The animatronics aren't scary at that point, they're annoying. You don't have time to look for secrets in the pizzeria or even listen to the phone guy or anything like that. Personally, that's what made the game so interesting in the first place. So I feel really split down the middle in this one. It's cool to come back to the title because of its significance, but playing it now is certainly not like its heyday, with so much retroactive muddy lore and a stressful completion experience that distracts from what makes the franchise interesting in the first place. But it does get points for being the first in the series, founding that groundbreaking design format that the rest of the series would iterate on.
Six out of 10!
Five Nights at Freddy's 2 actually seems like a pretty standard sequel from a gameplay standpoint. I guess in a more old school sense of the term, what I mean is that FNAF 2 seems like it was made for those who had mastered the first game, by adding more animatronics to consider and taking away some things that could be considered as crutches, namely the retractable doors. See, in the first game, if you had enough power for the end of the night, you could realistically just close all the doors and hermit yourself until the night ended, but no more. Now you have to be on your toes the whole time. This change made the animatronics a bit more intimidating as well, because you can see them coming from all directions, but now there's nothing stopping them from walking straight into your office. The other animatronics can be a bit much to manage though. There's only so many things I can keep track of at one time, and FNAF 2 is constantly pushing that line. It's for this reason that I failed to make it through all the nights on this one. But other than that, this game has most of the same ups and downs as the first one. From a lore standpoint, the game seemed to raise more questions than answers when it first came out. Theories were everywhere at this point, and it's where I kind of lost interest as well. Well, what I mean is that I was into the lore, but it only took until the second game for it to overshadow the actual gameplay. It was way more enjoyable to watch videos on YouTube than to play the actual game. And so initially, FNAF 2 put a bad taste in my mouth. It seemed to intentionally leave breadcrumbs in order to string its audience along for this long and convoluted journey. And that can be fun and all, but at the end of the day, I'm playing it for the game, and if your game is still the same as the last one, then I'm not going to buy in anymore. Thanks.
Five out of 10.
Freedom Planet is one of those games I just kind of made my way through. Some cool moments, some little complaints, but overall it was just a fun ride. You can probably already tell that Freedom Planet is based off Sonic. It's the main reason I bought the game, as weirdly enough I haven't heard of a lot of indie takes on the gameplay. Okay, I'm kidding. It's actually kind of hard to avoid Sonic fan games these days, but Freedom Planet intrigued me by presenting a completely different and original world and characters. So I could get the Sonic gameplay I like along with a new story to follow. So what's not to like?
like? Well, in practice, the story isn't really that interesting. It's cool to have full voice acting and cutscenes and all that, to flesh things out, but it didn't end up as engaging as it could have. What I'm saying is there's a decent chance you've seen a version of it before. So the story isn't much to write home about, but the gameplay was pretty good all things considered. You have multiple characters to play with in Freedom Planet, each with different abilities. For my playthrough, I just stuck with Lilac, the closest thing to the main character. She has a fun dash ability that blends really well with the level designs and the boss fights. In fact, I think the boss fights were the coolest part of the game. They're really flashy, and they have some crazy moves that can get pretty hard towards the end, but taking one down is always really satisfying. That's really all I have of note to say about Freedom Planet. It didn't blow me away or disappoint me very much outside of those aspects. Everything else is just indicative of a decent platformer. Decent level design, fun moves, good flow, all that. You can play a classic mode that skips the story stuff if you're not into that. So if you feel like playing a new platformer, I'd say, why not?
7 out of 10!
Reviewing Gary's mod is weird. In essence, it's like reviewing a game engine rather than a game. For this review, I'm going to focus on the player experience rather than the mechanical ins and outs of the game. This is because I spent most of my time with Gary's mod playing different game modes, not making YouTube shorts or maps or creations of my own. While Gary's mod is an incredibly versatile game for that sort of stuff, and it absolutely gets points for that, I took a more relaxed approach. The main games I'd play on Gmod were Trouble in Terrorist Town and Prop Hunt. Prop Hunt in particular was my favorite of the two. It's a simple concept and it's really easy to join in any server and start playing, as you don't really need any communication to play. TTT, however, is only really fun if you have a group of people you know, because public sessions would usually turn into a deathmatch since no one wanted to actually talk. Next to those two, I probably spent a good amount of time in the sandbox just messing around with the tons of items Gmod has at its disposal. I also had a ton of custom player models, probably my favorite standalone feature of Gmod, as it allows you to give yourself some identity. Now, Gary's mod was really fun back in the day, but I'm not sure if I was just blind or if things have gotten worse, because playing it now feels like downloading malware. Every server you join requires you to download a ton of custom models, and it's hard to find a populated server that isn't riddled with ads. It no longer felt like a means to play silly games with friends, it felt like the game was trying to trick me into buying something. To be fair, Gmod is not the only game that has this problem. Custom servers in all source games have this nowadays, but when it makes its way into your main mode like in Gmod, then it becomes a lot more noticeable and makes the game a lot less enticing for me to play. But Gary's mod still has a lot to offer, and to be fair, I've never actually gotten a virus from the game. It just leaves a sour taste in my mouth. Gmod can provide hours upon hours of fun by yourself or with friends with the amount of things it can do. It's just not the prettiest experience to get.
6 out of 10!
I don't think there's much to say about Grow Home. It's one of those games that really hunkers down on one premise and sees that through rather than throwing tons of things at you to add time or variety. It's a focused experience, and that means you can probably figure out if you like it or not off of a quick impression. So allow me to explain Grow Home's main mechanic. It's climbing. You play as a little robot named Bud, who fell a great distance away from their ship and now has to climb their way back to the ship, exploring the planet along the way. It's a simple concept, and that simplistic attitude makes its way into all aspects of the game. You've got a low poly 3D art style, one that I wish was more prominent these days as I find it really charming. There's also a more atmospheric soundtrack for most of the adventure, and I also really like the control layout in this game. Rather than a more automated climbing experience like, say, Breath of the Wild, Grow Home makes you control each of Bud's hands individually, which turns climbing into a rhythmic back and forth on the controller. All of this makes Grow Home a pretty zen game. There's no bad guys, there's no other characters besides Bud and the ship's computer, it's just you and the environment, and a few sheep. During my playthrough, I found Grow Home to be a decent wind-down game due to its simplicity, rhythmic gameplay, and focus on atmosphere rather than action. But Grow Home isn't all sunshine and rainbows, because while all this works in theory, in the game itself I ran into some issues. First off, for a game where positioning is so important, I'm surprised by how loose the controls felt. When Bud walks around, they feel really heavy. It takes a long time for them to start and stop, and on anything other than a flat surface, they'll slip and slide all over the place. This gets to be more prominent later on as you get higher and the amount of solid ground gets smaller. Falling down at that point is infuriating because you can lose tons of progress and it doesn't always feel like your fault. Finally, by the end of the game, dealing with all the issues along the way, I just felt whelmed. I couldn't decide if I really enjoyed what I had played or if it was just something to do. Grow Home is a good game, no doubt, but it's not a game that was ever begging to be played, if you catch my drift. Lots of other games will hook you in and then keep that dopamine pumping with tons of new stuff, but in Grow Home, what you do in the first first 10 minutes is the same thing you'll be doing in the last 10. Climbing.
6 out of 10!
The reports are in, and Guns of Icarus Online is a dead game. It had been a while since I had last played. The numbers were dwindling back then, but it was still possible to find a game. Nowadays, the number of concurrent players rarely goes above 10 people. That's 1-0, not even enough for a full game. So yeah, I know the servers are still online and some lonely souls are still playing it, but I'm calling time on this one. It's not like I want to either. I played a good amount of Guns of Icarus at its peak, and it was an amazing time. There really wasn't a game like it back then. Having to work together to man the ship, it was fun with friends or with strangers, and the steampunk aesthetic was very cool. I could pick any role and have a good time because I knew I was contributing. The frantic nature of battle and working towards a common goal set the stage for lots of crazy and fun moments. But the game is pretty much unplayable now. There's no way to get the full experience unless you can somehow convince like 6 of your friends to play this decade-old game. If you can do that, then I think you'll have a good time for at least a few games, but for the average person, Guns of Icarus Online is practically unapproachable.
0 out of 10!
Half-Life 2 underwhelmed me, and the sad part is that it had nothing to do with the actual game. It's got a decent story, fun shooting, and lots of cool set pieces and other segments, but I think I was burnt out from before I even booted it up. Half-Life 2 is an iconic title. It's known around the internet for a bunch of stuff. Its opening segment, the Combine, Ravenholm, and of course the lack of a full-on follow-up. Not to mention the engine on its own has sort of evolved into its own aesthetic thanks to the sheer amount of content using it. So Half-Life 2 was already etched in my brain before I started playing. Going through it, there were multiple moments where what should have been a big moment was undercut by a, oh yeah, that's from that video I watched. There was no twist, no cool little Easter egg or reference, no. All the secrets this game had were already shown to me years ago. With the impact essentially gone, I was left with a fine FPS game. A game with a solid progression with maybe a few bumps along the way. Highway 17 comes to mind as one of the less interesting segments, and Sand Traps was downright awful, having to play the floor is lava on the Source engine, which isn't that good at platforming. But yeah, I don't think I have much to say about Half-Life 2. I mean, what is there to say that hasn't been told already? It did a lot for the industry and all that, really affected the culture too. On its own, it's a fun shooter. Even with everything spoiled, I can still say I had a good time for most of the adventure. Of course, it wasn't able to wow me, but if you've somehow avoided spoilers for this game, you might like it even more than I did. If you have seen it though, and it's still not interesting to you, then you're probably better off playing something else.
7 out of 10!
Half-Life 2 Episode 1 takes place directly after Half-Life 2, and I mean immediately after. The game is much shorter than the base game, but that was certainly intentional given the approach and name. I actually liked Episode 1 a bit more than the base game upon first playthrough. The shorter length really forced the team to pick up the pace, and Episode 1 feels a lot more straightforward than the previous entry. There's not as much meandering around, and I felt invested the whole time. The base game Half-Life 2 had to do a lot of setup. It had been a while since the last game, both in the timeline and in real life, so a good chunk of the game was taken setting up characters and the new world, and then it had you wandering around for a bit before things actually got moving. Episode 1 doesn't need to retread old ground, so you can hop right in and you know what you need to do. Now you can have that wonderful Half-Life gameplay with more urgency and purpose. I like the heavier emphasis on the gravity gun towards the beginning. I like the progression of the story as it kind of reminds me of Half-Life 1 trying to escape the facility. I also really like going through it all with Alex. Gordon Freeman is a stone cold man at this point, at least in my mind. He's been here before, but Alex keeps things grounded. Her voice actress does an amazing job selling it too. So yeah, Half-Life 2 Episode 1 was pretty good in my eyes. It had the same tight gameplay, and it upped the pace, and it had more interesting maps on average too. The episodic approach does mean it's not a great recommend as a standalone title, given its shorter length and disregard for context, but with the other games under my belt, I can safely say it was a great time.
8 out of 10!
Half-Life 2 Episode 2 is pretty infamous these days. Not so much for the game itself, but rather what it promised at the end. Episode 2 left a cliffhanger that still has yet to be resolved. It was a shocking moment to leave the series on. When I got there myself, I couldn't believe that this was the last thing to happen in the story. The Half-Life episodes are a 3-act play with 2 acts. It's not like you couldn't guess where the story was going at the end of Episode 2, but it felt like a letdown knowing that we still wouldn't get to experience the, probably, final piece of the puzzle. Knowing
Knowing that this story still hasn't been resolved not only feels like a bit of a slight to the audience, but also to Alex's character. But let's take a few steps back. Episode 2 is more than just the final scene, and while that will probably forever overshadow the rest of the game, I'm here to talk about my overall experience, not just how upset I am at the ending. The story as a whole for episode 2 was quite good. Once again, you were dropped right in with a clear direction, and you can make your way without any unnecessary setup or fluff. The gameplay though did feel like it got in the way of that at points. There's the car sequence where you go from random abandoned town to town fighting soldiers. The fights themselves were good, but the constant stopping from place to place felt like a bit of a pace breaker. My least favorite part had to be those sequences where you had to play tower defense against waves and waves of enemies. Running around in circles trying to kill these guys was not very fun for me, and I just wanted it to end so we could get back to the story. That's kind of what it felt like, some extra challenge thrown in so that the game wasn't too short, and they did it twice. I'll say again, Half-Life 2 gameplay is good, but the ups and downs are due to more scenarios and map design rather than controls or mechanics. It just felt like they were more of a hindrance to the plot than a complement to it. Half-Life 2 Episode 2 was still a good time, but it wasn't my favorite in the Half-Life 2 series. It had a good story and the gameplay was still fun in its own right. I just felt more of a mismatch between the two compared to say Episode 1. And I mean, it's still not that long, so the problems may sound bad, but they don't stick around too much. Episode 2 is still a game you should play if you're going through the Half-Life games. It's the latest in the timeline, closely connected to the others, necessary reading, basically. And it's not a bad read, it just has some problems.
6 out of 10!
Half-Life 2 Lost Coast is just a tech demo. No need to waste your time here, it's just a showcase for what was then the new Source engine. I thought maybe Valve will do some weird shit and tie their demo into the plot somehow. Seems like a Valve thing to do, right? Well, no, it's just a demo. The whole thing is maybe 30 minutes max if you want to play it for novelty or nostalgia or whatever, it'll be fine, but you really don't need to waste your time.
3 out of 10!
Half-Life 2 Deathmatch isn't a dead game per se, but it's so close. Going online, you'll find a lot of servers, but only a handful of them will have some people in them. Playing the game is like playing any other deathmatch. You get a little more freedom with the servers, some have cool custom maps or other mods like limited weapons or low gravity or stuff like that. All of that is cool, but in the state Half-Life 2 Deathmatch is in, you won't really get much of a choice of servers. If you want to go, you'll have to go where the people are, and at that point the choice has been made for you. It's this problem that ends up breaking these multiplayer exclusive games. There will always be some people online who play, but at the numbers it's at, there isn't really a point for newcomers. This then stops the flow of engagement and the game slowly dies. It practically breaks the game, or at least becomes extremely alienating. And it no longer matters how good of a game Half-Life 2 Deathmatch was or can be, because, well, who's even gonna play it?
1 out of 10!
Oh look, another dead multiplayer game. Half-Life Deathmatch Source was still barely breathing a few years ago when I first made this list. I actually managed to get into a game with other people and it was pretty fun. My original score for the game was a 6 because of that, but now I can't find a single server with anyone in it. Maybe it has to do with where I'm located, but at the end of the day, it probably doesn't matter. Half-Life Deathmatch Source was fun for that one game, and if you can find something like that, then good on you, but on the whole, the game is just dead.
0 out of 10!
Another game that was sitting in my library for a long time before I actually booted it up. Hotline Miami had quite the reputation for its tight gameplay, its weird story, and above all, its over-the-top violence. I think what kept me from playing for so long was that I just wasn't down for a game like that. I still intended to play it at some point. I mean, I've been listening to the soundtrack well beforehand. Hotline Miami is about gangs and drugs and going on killing sprees. It does nothing to sugarcoat the insanity of such situations. You'll be hallucinating one scene and beating people's heads in the next, tearing down men one by any means necessary, all to the tune of some 80s synth jams. This is all an attempt to bring you in and sort of hypnotize you, I feel. The story makes no sense, and that's on purpose. There isn't a surface level reason to go out killing these people, you're just told to by some guy on the phone. When you beat a level and the music abruptly stops, it's like quickly sobering up. To this end, I feel Hotline Miami does a great job. It helps that the gameplay is really tight and creative. You will die in only 1 or 2 hits, but the game takes no time in putting you back into the action, and it pushes you to try new options and figure out a path through trial and error. By the end, I knew the layouts back, forth, and upside down. It turned me into an efficient digital killing machine. The worst part is that it's all really fun, but It's not all fun. The trial and error nature means lots and lots of repetition. I started to get frustrated. I'd get headaches from all the bright colors and loud music. Not all of it feels like my fault either. Enemies in Hotline Miami are usually set on one of 3 modes. They'll either stand still, patrol a set path, or wander around randomly. The random ones are always a pain in the ass to deal with, because no amount of memorization can prepare you for them. You just have to pray they stay where you want them. Also, some levels get pretty big and enemies off screen will kill you before you get to see them. That feels cheap, and combined with the guys I mentioned before, it can be a real buzzkill. But Hotline Miami is still a good experience. It's become pretty iconic in the indie scene, and for good reason. It can be a lot to take in, and I don't think all the levels are winners, but it was definitely a thrilling ride the whole time.
8 out of 10!
Hotline Miami 2 just feels like more of the first game to me. There's a few minor changes, but the essence is the same stuff. In this case, that's mostly a good thing. You've still got the addictive gameplay, a kickin' soundtrack, and trippy visuals, all stuff that really drew me in the first time and did the exact same here. There are some changes though, too. For one, the story is a little more involved this time. There's a lot more sequences going over story bits, and even though the story isn't the main focus, it forced me to pay more attention and pick up on some more details. Still as confusing as ever, but a little more in depth this time. The levels are also more in depth. There are more of them, and they tend to be longer than any level from the first game. All in all, it's a welcome change. The gameplay was my favorite part of the game, so more of it is a good thing. But I don't think the devs picked up on the problems with the overly expansive level design. There's a lot more open levels in Hotline Miami 2, and they get a lot more egregious with enemies shooting you from off screen or otherwise being unable to properly react to level elements. I think they toned down some of the random stuff, but when the level design is even more expansive, it creates more problems. Most of the time in the first game, I could skirt the off-screen guys and let them come to me, but this game will have you firing off-screen a lot, spraying and praying you'll hit something before they hit you. Hotline Miami 2 is on average the same insane shooting experience the first game was, so I'm gonna give it the same score. Same mechanics, same aesthetics, some new bells and whistles, and some minor things I would have liked left behind, but overall the same kind of trip.
8 out of 10!
I'm just gonna come right out and say that Human Resource Machine is probably not worth your time. It's not because it's a bad game, I think it's just a confused one. The game was made by the same people who made Little Inferno, if you remember that. Both that game and Human Resource Machine take a simple game concept usually meant for kids and put a dark twist on it. It's kind of what this studio was known for at this point. This game's concept of choice was coding. You ever take a basic coding class in elementary or middle school? The ones where you put blocks of words together to make if-then statements, then hit play and watch your code in action. Human Resource Machine is exactly that on a mechanical level. The dark twist is that you're a corporate cog in the machine, having to waste away in a room fulfilling tasks to appease your bosses. In isolation, both of these ideas can work for a game. One is already a proven concept for teaching early coding, and the other can be an interesting commentary on the modern working experience. But together, these ideas just don't make sense to me. The kids who would usually do this coding stuff would be incredibly put off by the depressing scenario, and the adults who might find this commentary interesting have likely already decided whether or not they like coding, and the puzzle block gameplay is either going to be too easy or just unwanted. These two demographics just don't line up, and in the end I just wonder, who was this meant for? Functionally, everything is fine. The presentation is fine, it all works, there's just no reason to play this. If you want some coding practice, there's programs that will teach you without making you sad about humanity. And if you want some social commentary, believe me, we have a lot of that too. Putting these together just doesn't make sense, and it may work for shock value, but this is a game, and games take hours to beat, so don't bother with this.
5 out of 10!
Hyper Light Drifter feels like a special game to me. I'm not sure why, but something about it speaks to me. Almost everything about it, from its visuals to its story to its gameplay, clicks. Maybe I just happen to have the right background, having a liking towards open maps, pixelated visuals, and nonverbal storytelling. I love the art style of this game. Not just that it's pixel art, but the neon colors and geometric shapes and how it all permeates the environments to the characters. Hyper Light Drifter is a satisfying game to look at. The music is fantastic, fantastic as well thanks to Disasterpiece. The composer of Fez returns to deliver a wonderful atmospheric soundtrack, and their synthetic style blends wonderfully with the rest of the game's themes. Maybe that's why I like this game so much. One of the running themes of these reviews has been my obsession with atmosphere, how game developers can use all these mediums in a delicate dance to create a beautiful world. Everything from the main character to the trees to the caves and eerie monoliths feels like they belong together, creating an ultimate immersion. Even the gameplay follows this. Being a lone wolf in this dangerous world, you'd expect things to be tough, and Hyper Light Drifter recognizes that. You have a few tools at your disposal and a little buddy by your side, but you're ultimately alone, and combat can feel like a struggle for survival more than a way to flex your strength. It fits because no one wants you intruding on their land, but you have no other option. The fights are intense, and in turn the moments of calm are well cherished. This is the kind of flow that drew me into Hyper Light Drifter. I was only drawn out by looking for secrets. Hyper Light Drifter is a game that wants you to be immersed as often as possible, but the game also features a lot of secrets. Most of them can be found if you know how to look for them. Hints are given through the environment, context clues, and tricks of the camera, but not all of them are helped by this. And when you have to break your attention to look up a guide, the magic of the game is lost. I also found this to happen a few times with the controls. They feel just a tad loose to me, and this marginal lack of control can snowball in some instances and once again break the link between the game and the player. But Hyper Light Drifter is still a magnificent game to get lost in. The whole time I was mesmerized. I wanted to see everything. I wanted to know more about this world. Those breaks in immersion only happened because I was enticed to push the game as far as I could, because everything else is pretty much perfectly executed. So I implore you to give the game a try. It's a bit of a moody game, but if you're looking for a new experience to dive deep into, this is a great choice.
9 out of 10!
Jet Set Radio was a game that always captured my attention due to its style. It brandished its bold colors, loud music, and edgy, wacky premise like no other game of its time. Actually, I originally got the game because I thought it would be like Tony Hawk. I was playing SEGA All-Stars Racing and saw a guy on rollerblades and thought to give it a try. Jet Set Radio is not like Tony Hawk. I guess it has a similar punk energy, but you can tell right off the bat that these are two different games with different setups and goals made by teams on different sides of the world. But even though it wasn't what I originally thought, I was brought in by other things. I thought the character designs were really cool in particular. I'd never seen a game get so wild with their visuals and then proceed to play it completely straight. It's a confidence that absolutely helped keep me engaged. That and the music. Jet Set Radio's music is some of the best video game music I've ever heard. It was and still is very unique. The developers knew how groovy it was too, because the music is in the forefront the whole time, playing song after song in a playlist. On top of all this personality is a decent little gameplay experience too. There's some inherent fun in trying to stay on the rails as long as you can, racking up points and spraying all your graffiti spots before the cops get to you. The choice of multiple characters is nice too, allowing you to find one that fits you best with their tricks and how they spray paint. Jet Set Radio can get a bit frustrating at points. For one, the controls can be a lot to get used to. Turning can feel pretty stiff, and being on skates, your momentum is as if you're constantly on ice. These things can lead to problems during gameplay that can easily snowball and cause some frustration, because the game isn't exactly a cakewalk either. Jet Set Radio feels like it's constantly wading through some level of jank. Whether that be its controls, or level layouts, or certain challenges, the game doesn't feel fully thought out in some instances. But I suspect the reason these problems were overlooked was because the developers knew they had something special at the core, and most of their time was spent on that. Because despite all the problems it has, those things I can ignore as long as I keep hitting my lines and as long as the music keeps blasting.
7 out of 10!
Let's get scratching.
Cairo is a very strange game. It gives me the sense that it's trying to be one of those art piece games, but I don't think I get it. My main problem with it is that the way forward never really made sense to me. I got stuck plenty of times because I'd enter a room and nothing about the game would tell me what to do. I'd run around trying to find things to interact with, and if I did find something, it was never clear what that interaction produced. So in order to get through the game, I had to play the whole thing side by side with a guide. In which case, whatever magic the game was trying trying to conjure was ignored by me having to pause every 30 seconds to figure out what was going on. In previous reviews, I talked about guides and how some game experiences can be enhanced by guides, or at the very least not much affected by it, and how sometimes it can be detrimental. All of this depends on context, of course. Some games really want you to be glued to the screen at all times in order to take everything in, and introducing the need for a walkthrough then breaks that connection, feeling counterintuitive to how the game was intended to work. Others subtly encourage this multimedia approach or straight up break that wall for you, showing that using outside resources is acceptable. Cairo to me feels like the former. I felt the urge to get sucked in with the game's striking visuals and sounds. The cryptic nature could have worked in its favor, but in practice having to play this game with a guide turned the whole thing into a checklist. And at that point, Cairo didn't have much else keeping me going. I still beat it because I already had the guide up on my screen, but all in all, it wasn't a great experience.
3 out of 10.
So we've got another drug-fueled 80s action-inspired game featuring brightly colored pixel art and an over-the-top amount of violence. But this time, Katana Zero manages to hit all the marks for me instead of most. The game's main gimmick is time manipulation. At any point during a level, you can activate a bullet time-esque mode wherein you can give yourself more time to react to enemies and whatnot. It's nice to give players something like this, since without it, Katana Zero would be incredibly tough and possibly turn off some players that way. At the same time, going without bullet time is tough, but it's not impossible. More hardcore players can learn the maps and timings in and out and manage to get by the game without using this feature at all. Whenever I manage to clear a room without it, for a moment I feel like a real ninja. Next to the gameplay, my favorite aspect of the game has to be the story. Story sequences and gameplay sequences start out very separate from one another, but as the game goes on, they start to do this fusion dance and the lines between game and cutscene get blurred. It fit very well with the game's themes, and it's a nice showcase for how the medium can enhance storytelling. It's also nice that you have an effect on the character interactions with control over how you respond to dialogue. The plot took me on a wild ride, not just filled with dumb action, but mystery, horror, joy, and sadness. Katana Zero surprised me with just how consistently entertaining it was. I didn't even mention the visuals or music yet, which are also top notch. Music to fit every situation, including some really banging electronic tracks for some action stages, and the dynamic lighting over the great pixel art and animation just ties a nice bow over it all. I've only played Katana Zero relatively recently compared to the rest of my list, but I've since gone back multiple times and it's just as good every time. My only wish is, when can we get more?
Oh my god, it's a 10 out of 10!
Left 4 Dead 2 has always been a great kickback game to play with friends. Of course, zombie games are a little overdone these days, but even now the co-op gameplay that Left 4 Dead 2 provides brings a lot of fun to the table. It's that co-op setup that makes the game stand out from the crowd. The game is meant to be played with other people, and when you get a full squad, you can usually bet on a pretty good time. The individual gameplay in Left 4 Dead 2 isn't exactly special. First-person shooter, lots of weapons to play with like bats and grenades and all sorts of guns. It's stuff that's been done before, and it's not really what drew me in. Not even the special zombie types on their own do that much for me. It's just a way to add some spice to your zombie slaying action. While none of these elements are anything of note on their own, it's when you add multiple players to the mix that things start to take shape. In a single player environment, the special infected aren't much more than another obstacle, but in co-op they force your group to work together and make crucial decisions. It's also why I never liked playing Left 4 Dead 2 by myself. When your teammates are all replaced with computers, the magic is lost. The other cool part of Left 4 Dead 2 I want to mention is the workshop. Downloading random models to replace characters and zombies in the game made for a lot of funny moments, like hearing your friend needs help and running over to find they're being mauled by a rabid Diddy Kong. The amount of options in the workshop is great too. Community members put a lot of work in to make the game that much better. Left 4 Dead 2 has rarely ever let me down. It's always a great option if you and your friends need something to play, and there's plenty there to keep you playing for a good amount of time. My only problem is that playing the game alone is pretty boring. That's tough because I feel a game like this should be fun with or without a group of people, because sometimes it's out of your control whether or not you get enough people together. If the game that I paid my hard-earned money for doesn't account for stuff like that, then it loses some value to me. If you can get some people together though, it's quite a fun time.
8 out of 10!
The last time I played LEGO Worlds before this review was when it was still in early access. It was a very bare game back then. It only had the world generation and some NPCs walking around. If I remember correctly, the build tool was there too, but only in a very basic form. Back then I thought it was a cool idea. An interesting direction to take a LEGO game for sure, but as a standalone game it lacked a lot of structure. The pieces were still being built, and the main problem I found was that there was a lack of incentive to do much of anything. At the time I was deep into Minecraft, so I didn't need another sandbox building game. Instead, I just ran around the cool looking biomes until I got bored. After playing it again recently, I'm glad to say that LEGO Worlds has shaped up pretty well. First off, there's an actual gameplay loop. NPCs can give you a range of quests for varying rewards, which incentivized me to use the tools at my disposal, and actually pay attention to what was around me. There's an adventure mode, which is meant to be a tutorial of sorts that did a good job of helping me understand how everything worked. Then I felt more equipped to tackle sandbox mode and get to building. There are other things that LEGO Worlds got right off the bat. The world generation here is very cool. I'm not sure how they did it, but the landscape is made entirely of bricks. Those bricks will change from blocks to slopes to whatever else to reflect the terrain, and they're able to adapt on the fly as you edit terrain, which is super cool. The game just looks good overall. Being a procedurally generated sandbox, it would be a hard ask to get a truly next-gen looking LEGO game, but LEGO Worlds manages to look better than most. I still have a few issues with it though. For one, I'm not sure how much staying power this game will have. Only time will tell, but the systems in place to keep people playing will probably diminish in their returns, and mileage may be a problem because of that. Second, and the biggest problem I have, is that editing this game feels really finicky. This is a problem LEGO has had since the digital designer days. Building LEGO in a virtual environment is really tough. LEGO Worlds does the best it can, but it's hard to accurately place bricks in a 3D space when it is ultimately shown on a 2D screen. LEGO building can get really specific too, which only exacerbates the problem. All in all though, I'm happy to see LEGO Worlds end up the way it did. It may not be the game to end all LEGO games, but it's a very cool showcase of what the brand can do. I had a good time with it so far, and I'll have to come back again to see if it still holds up. For now though, I'm feeling pretty solid on this one.
7 out of 10!
Letter Quest Grimm's Journey is a fun little spelling game. Not much more to say really. If you or your kid wants to try a gamified way to expand your vocabulary, it might be a fun time. It's got a nice cartoon art style and some good music, but it's also just a good game to put on while something else is playing. It's all turn-based, so there's no pressure to stay 100% engaged all of the time, even in story mode. I've played it a couple times and had some fun for an hour or two, and that's about it. A fun time killer that makes me feel smart. Not gonna hold my attention for too long, and it's not blowing my mind with any of its mechanics, but really, with a game like this, who cares?
6 out of 10!
Life is Strange is a weird one to talk about. I feel like I'm reviewing a TV show rather than a game. I like talking about mechanics, music, and art. Story is not really my forte when it comes to criticism, so I'm not sure how much I'm gonna have to say. There isn't much game to Life is Strange, but what's there is all centered around the plot. Most games of this type follow the Walking Dead route of limiting the time you have to make decisions, but Life is Strange lets you take all the time you need to ruminate on them, even allowing you to rewind if you don't like some of the answers. Sometimes I feel like this works, and other times I don't. I remember spending at least 10 minutes on the final decision of the game, just sitting in my chair. For those big decisions, I think it can really work. I found myself having a dialogue with myself and others about what to do. Credit to the writing in that aspect for doing such a great job in building those moments. Other times I think it's a bit anticlimactic to let the player rewind if they don't like the decision they made. Eventually you have to pick something, but in a way it ruins some of the suspense and replay value. Aesthetically, I think Life is Strange mostly works. The main problem this game has is its animation and some effects. The game is stuck in a pretty tough spot on this part, because it's really hard to deliver on realistic facial animation, but it's the crux of a lot of things for a game like this. The animators do a decent job of selling emotion through the characters, but the lip syncing isn't as great, which can be distracting. The other main criticism that everyone has levied against Life is Strange is its writing, specifically the character dialogue. It can often feel out of touch with the copious amounts of young people lingo that only ages worse as years go on. Personally, I found it to land a little flat, but in a weird way I kind of appreciated it because of how heavy Life is Strange can get. From a pure gameplay standpoint, Life is Strange is not special or even that great, but it's so obviously not the point that it didn't largely affect my opinion on things. The story took me on a wild ride. Most video game stories just aren't very good, to be frank, but Life is Strange stands out by taking that weak point and making it a strength. Because of that, the game made a real impact on me. I wish I had the writing know-how to elaborate on why, but it was an experience I won't soon forget.
8 out of 10.
Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zero serves as the prologue to the Phantom Pain. Seeing as I've already reviewed the Phantom Pain, I won't say too much here. The gameplay and aesthetics are the same, given a negligible difference here or there. The main difference is the setting and story. The gameplay of Ground Zeroes all takes place in one facility called Camp Omega. Despite the game only taking place in one area, Camp Omega is actually pretty intricate. When you walk around, you'll have to be on your toes the whole time, as there are always guards patrolling and cars driving by. It feels like taking a level from a more traditional Metal Gear and testing how far they can take those systems and layouts. The camp is host to a bunch of missions to make the most of the space. While the main story only takes up one mission, there are a bunch of other fun side missions like hunting down specific soldiers or tributes to past games. But some of this stuff does feel like padding. After the main story mission, I don't think there's much of a reason to stick around, but the game tries to keep people interested by drip-feeding tapes with extra lore bits. Even with the side missions in mind, the game is not very long. As cool as it is, revisiting Camp Omega over and over can get a little tiring. Try as they might, Kojima couldn't fully remedy the lack of content in Ground Zeroes. The gameplay that is there is still the same amazing stuff from the Phantom Pain, but the lack of substantial stuff to do makes it hard to recommend at full price. If you can get it on sale, it'll be a nice little experience. You'll get the same story and some fun fan service, but don't expect any more than that.
6 out of 10.
Have you ever taken a look at those subway maps dotted around major cities? Most people might look at them once or twice to learn their route to work or downtown, but the developers of Mini Metro saw an opportunity there. An opportunity that turned into an engaging puzzle game with heavy minimalist aesthetics, breaking down a complicated real-world system to its bare necessities and asking the player to manage an ever-growing population. There's something really satisfying about drawing a line from stop to stop and watching your car pick up passengers. Then one by one, Mini Metro adds more stops and lines until before you know it, you have a complicated web of lines, stops, cars, and people all looking to go somewhere. Add in the adaptive minimalist soundtrack and we've just found one of the most meditative games in my entire library. It's also really cool how the levels are each based off of different real-world locations. Adapting their geography into the game, you can get a sense for how the challenges of the area affected the real-world layouts. Of course, the maps are always very loose adaptations, but I just like the real-world anchor that reminds me that I'm not just playing with crayons. There's not much more I have to say about Mini Metro. It's a very simple game, and for me that absolutely worked in its favor. At the same time, it's another one of those games that you only need a brief look at before you can reasonably determine whether or not it's for you. If the clean visuals, tones, and management gameplay don't look like your thing, then it's probably cool to pass. Sometimes I had to take breaks and play something else just because of how sterile and repetitive it can be. If this game catches you in the right headspace though, you're in for a real treat.
7 out of 10.
Mirror's Edge is a game that works more in theory than in practice. I really like the idea of a parkour game, and in first person you can really get drawn into the action. However, the game feels really rough around the edges in some areas, most disappointingly the mechanics. Let's start with an easy one. I don't think there should be any gunplay in this game. It contradicts what this whole parkour thing is about. Most of the time you're using your parkour skills to avoid confrontation, so why would I start shooting anyone? If guns are fair game, then why not bring one to missions in the first place? It doesn't help that the gunplay itself is incredibly awkward like most things in this game. Usually I'd say it's nice to have the option, but it feels so counterintuitive to everything else that I'd rather it be fully omitted in favor of more defensive options. Secondly, while I was excited for the parkour gameplay, when I actually got into the game, I found it to be incredibly clunky. It's hard to explain, but everything just felt a little weird. All of this platforming and vaulting and whatnot should be about flow, but I never really felt like my actions smoothly connected to each other. It made everything feel really jittery and unsatisfying. It doesn't help that the game's own flow system only really works when you're running in a straight line. If you even think about checking your surroundings or accidentally graze an object, your momentum is ripped from you. Then it snowballs because you usually only get 1 or 2 straight shots to build momentum before the map starts throwing obstacles at you. And finally, the story is really boring. I lost interest as soon as I saw the first animated cutscene. I hate to be too harsh, but the only word I can think of for these cutscenes is ugly. Compared to the gameplay, they're visually jarring, poorly animated, and on top of all that, the story is just not that interesting. Mirror's Edge is carried by its concept. It's an amazing concept for a game, but I don't think it lives up to that idea on the whole. Sometimes you can get a sliver of exhilarating parkour gameplay, but it just makes the rest of the game feel like even more of a letdown in comparison. If you can find some enjoyment out of it, then cool, but I'm not going to stick around to learn all the tricks. It's just not worth my time.
4 out of 10.
The main thing I can respect about Mushroom 11 is that I've never seen another game like it. It's a very unique idea for a game, and that's what originally enticed me to get it. Hopping in, I was optimistic, but not long after I began to dread playing the rest. See, Mushroom 11 is an interesting and original idea for a game, but in practice I found it to be rather frustrating. The biggest issue the game has is control. You have to shave off edges of the mushroom in order to let it grow in new directions and proceed forward. The problem is that you can't control which way the mushroom grows, only which parts you want to erase. This adds a randomness factor that makes the entire game very frustrating to me. Mushroom 11 will ask you to do some pretty precise tasks too. There were lots of times where I'd just sit there erasing single squares over and over, or frantically waving my mouse around praying the damn thing would go where I wanted it. This isn't just a little hiccup here or there. This is the entirety of Mushroom 11. Whether you're trying to push several buttons at once, or grappling between platforms, or running up a boss's leg, the game's challenge comes from the lack of control in its movement, and when something that fundamental is made random, that's when it goes from exciting to frustrating. There's no escaping this control issue, and as such I had very little positive things to hang on to here. But there were some positives. For one, the game looks amazing, the art is very detailed and vibrant from the foreground to the backgrounds. The music is also very good. The sci-fi grooves helped me keep somewhat of a head while playing. I also liked that there was a bit of a story going on, an interesting little post-apocalypse world and plot to follow. That's kind of it though. I'm glad I got through this game for the sake of my list, but I don't think I'll be coming back to this one. Not even a little bit. Again, I can respect the attempt at a unique concept, but I don't think it made the experience any better.
3 out of 10.
Weirdly enough, it took me a minute to find an indie Zelda game. We've got a few of them these days, but the first one I found was Oceanhorn: Monster of Uncharted Seas. This game is unabashedly Zelda. You can tell by looking at it. The HUD and items look like Zelda, the main character looks like they're from Zelda, there are dungeons like Zelda, Zelda. Even though everything is rendered in 3D, allowing the use of different camera angles and such, the gameplay is as if you're playing a 2D adventure. This approach caught my attention at the time. As someone who had only played the 3D Zeldas up to that point, I thought it would be a nice bridge point. Because Oceanhorn wears its influences so proudly on its sleeve, I don't have to waste too much time telling you how it plays or how it's structured. MacGuffins to collect, dungeons to solve, a secret society of fish people, you get the gist. What Oceanhorn brings to the table in original content is the visuals, music, and storytelling. And those aren't that great, being honest. The best one is probably the visuals. The story was forgettable and I didn't really like the music. Even though the gameplay is the same as Zelda on paper, I feel like Oceanhorn isn't as satisfying. The game also isn't nearly as polished, not even compared to its indie peers. Animations are stiff, there are lots of little collision quirks and a couple bad bugs I ran into towards the end, and when you look up guides and realize that this was originally a mobile game, now it makes sense. Oceanhorn has taken all the building blocks of Zelda, some of the things that make those games fun, and a lot that make you go, oh, this is Zelda, but it's not Zelda. Zelda is better than this. Those games have way more attention to detail, little things you don't even notice until it's taken away. And sure, maybe it's not fair to compare Oceanhorn to Zelda, even though the game is advertising it. But even compared to other games of the same price, Oceanhorn still lacks a lot of polish that brings the experience together. So at the end of the day, I didn't feel Oceanhorn justified itself.
4 out of 10.
Alright, so reviewing One Shot right now is a little strange because I technically have beaten the game and I haven't at the same time. On my first playthrough, I went through like normal and had a great time. I loved getting to guide Nico through this desolate alien world, solving puzzles and meeting a wonderful cast of characters. The art in this game is so cute, it makes for a great juxtaposition for how unsettling the plot actually is. This is a very self-aware game. The software, the code that runs this game is its own character, and it has no problem talking to you from the very beginning. It creates a player-game dialogue so upfront it was shocking. This game is just so hard to talk about because it doesn't fit into the traditional lines of game design or narrative. It intentionally blurs those boundaries in order to draw you in, which it does a great job of doing, but it also makes it hard to determine what is fair criticism and what isn't. When it comes to what you spend the most time on, it can feel pretty boring. It is just walking around and talking to people for the majority of the time. You're solving pretty basic puzzles until the next major event happens. But along the way, One Shot will constantly be throwing curveballs at you, and that's what elevates the game from a cute RPG to a once-in-a once-in-a-lifetime gaming experience. At some points, this also became the game's downfall. At points, I was expecting more crazy shenanigans to happen, but felt let down by a missed opportunity. I said earlier that I beat the game and didn't at the same time. That's because I accomplished the main task, but when I came back to do some side stuff that I missed, the game was completely different. In fact, no, this is where the game truly begins. The fourth wall is Thanos snapped out of existence as all hell breaks loose, and it got to be a little much. One Shot is not for everyone. It's an amazing game, but it doesn't follow the rules. Personally, I think that's kind of refreshing, but it can certainly put off some people. If you're at all interested, I'd say go for it. Play it now before you spoil yourself. But if you're looking for something less pointed, I'd try something else first.
9 out of 10!
Here it is, the game that sold me on Metroidvanias. The game that helped me discover what would become one of my favorite genres. And can you blame me? Ori and the Blind Forest is just a wonderful game. If you're like me, all you need is a glance at this game in motion to be convinced. But while I have the time, let's dive a little deeper. Ori and the Blind Forest starts off with a little story sequence. A very nice and cozy cutscene capped off with an emotional gut punch. As sad as the intro sequence is, I don't feel it was without purpose. It was done to really put you into Ori's shoes. Ori is a lost child. Their journey doesn't start by their own volition. Instead, they're thrust out into the world and forced to grow. It's a really effective way to keep the player moving and tie the progression systems into the narrative. So while the intro was still heart-wrenching, at least it was effective storytelling. That brings us to the main game, which is also remarkably well done. The map design is full of interesting puzzles. The movement is pretty much perfect if you ask me. Super responsive, and the further you get, the more fun abilities you unlock, and it's just a joy to control all the way through. Obviously, the visuals and sounds are some of the best I've seen in a video game. I won't even begin to speculate how long it took the team to create all this artwork. It must have been a pain in the ass, but I think it more than paid off. To go along with this, the soundtrack sells the emotions of whichever scene you're in. Wonderfully orchestrated, and while they don't all stick with me, they do their job and then some. I've only got a couple problems with Ori, and unfortunately they kind of compound on each other. First, the combat isn't very fun or engaging. For how fluid and expressive the movement is, the combat by comparison is a bit of a letdown. Second, Ori has quite a big map, and the progression will have you zigzagging back and forth through a couple main areas. This makes trekking back and forth through previously visited areas kind of mind-numbing, and when you add the combat, I'm just beelining to the next area while spamming the X button. The definitive edition has fast travel, which can help, but my playthrough was on the standard edition, which sorely lacked that feature. But hey, I can't stay too mad at Ori and the Blind Forest. The game is too gorgeous and too much fun to move around in to say that this was anything other than a great game. There's not a lot of games these days that pull off such amazing aesthetics and tight gameplay, and while I think it has some structural problems, at least in the standard edition, it's still worth a play for anyone interested in a 2D adventure.
8 out of 10!
So, Ori and the Will of the Wisps is another Ori adventure. I think that should be the main takeaway here. If you liked Ori and the Blind Forest, you're bound to like Will of the Wisps. At least I felt that way, because the sequel seemed to dig down deeper into parts of the first game I enjoyed so much. The visuals and sounds are as great as ever. It makes sense with the original being such a success that the art would remain top-notch, and so would the music. Somehow it manages to look even better than the original. Not by much, mind you. Ori and the Blind Forest is already such a breathtaking game that there wasn't much room for improvement, but they happened to find some, specifically with the better cohesion between the 2D and 3D elements. Will of the Wisps also manages to take care of the combat issues I had with the first game. Before, you usually just spam the attack button mindlessly until foes died, but now you have multiple weapons, all of which feel great and add some more punch and expression to combat. The movement is also just as great, maybe even a little better with even more options than before. This paves the way for big boss fights which take advantage of the spectacle and mechanics that Will of the Wisps offers. Somehow they had to get Ori in a new setting to necessitate a new map, and this is where the game lost me a bit. As fun as the exploration and movement was, I didn't feel as connected to the game's world on the whole. The first game already showed that Ori is capable of a lot, and I was unsure of where the character's arc could go afterwards because of that. The developers were stuck in a tough spot on this one, and unfortunately the story didn't work as well for me. I don't feel like the story of Will of the Wisps was as engaging or blended as well with the gameplay, so my impetus for exploring was more about game mechanics over atmosphere. Ori and the Blind Forest felt a little more balanced in these departments. Will of the Wisps was more about pure gameplay expression for me. Ori and the Will of the Wisps is still a great time, and while the story and setting didn't impact me as much as the first game did, the improvements to gameplay still make it as good as the original, just for different reasons.
8 out of 10!
Okay, so I've got to say that based on my previous reviews, Owlboy shouldn't be as highly rated as I have it right now. Generally, what I like is what I call a balanced game experience. Basically a game that uses all of the medium's tools to the best of their ability, making a game that is both aesthetically and mechanically rich. A game that blends these aspects together into a final product. Owlboy is admittedly a lopsided experience. I'm sure you can tell already that the game's main draw is its visuals. The gameplay isn't as interesting, but I don't care. This is one of the most gorgeous games I've ever played. No, it's not super realistic with dynamic lighting or anything like that. That's not what I mean. A game doesn't have to be realistic to look pretty, and Owlboy is a showcase of that. This game is just chock full of beautiful and painstakingly detailed pixel art. The entire journey is a treat for the eyes, and I'm just eating this up the whole time. I found a lot of my motivation to keep going was primarily to see more of the art. That's not to say any of the other stuff is bad, it just doesn't match the level of the art, which is understandable. Talking about the gameplay, I found it to be much easier than most other games I was playing around the time. I get this sense that the devs were trying their hardest to challenge the player, but they never quite reached the level of difficulty that I come to expect from a game like this. The reason? Well, Otis can fly. Our main character can't really be too challenged because he can just go where he pleases. Giving your player character flight is a really dangerous move because it can break a game's challenge. And unfortunately, as hard as the team tried, I don't think they were able to fully compensate for this ability. I don't think I ever saw a death screen in this game. While Owlboy failed to really challenge me with its gameplay, I actually wasn't too bothered in the end. Being able to breeze through allowed me to smoothly progress. I got to see more of the art, hear more of the music, and witness the entire story without much trouble. Maybe it was intentional then, that the game's weak points guided you into its strengths. Or maybe it was a coincidence. Either way, Owlboy ended up being a wonderful experience even with its flaws. Its gameplay isn't going to rock the boat as much as its visuals will, even though they are still perfectly enjoyable. When I play Owlboy, I play it for its mind-blowing presentation. Its visuals, of course, but even its music is fantastic and the story is pretty fun too. It's a whimsical game in a lot of aspects. So if that sounds or looks like fun to you, please show this game some love.
8 out of 10!
Pacify is good for a one-time scare, and that's it. This is kind of textbook for these cheap horror games. It's only worked on to the point where it can get a good scare out of you, and so that it's presentable in some fashion. In practice, Pacify ended up being confusing more than anything else. The game doesn't do a great job of explaining what's going on, and so my friends and I were always forced to look up what we were supposed to be doing. To be completely honest, we did not play much more than an hour of this game, but that was still way longer than it was actually entertaining for. Creepy-looking teleporting AI monsters are scary, but only until they get in the way of your objective. Then they become a nuisance. In Pacify, that happened pretty quickly after we found our objective. Even for those who want a cheap horror experience, I wouldn't recommend this game. There's plenty of free games that will do the same thing, and if you're looking for multiplayer, you deserve more content than this game provides. So don't bother.
3 out of 10!
I thought I was really into Payday 2 when I first scored this game. I remember it being a lot of fun. Of course, I only ever played with friends. With the amount of communication, teamwork, and planning some of Payday 2's missions take, I never felt like playing with randoms was a good idea. Either way, the gunplay was fun, the different stages of missions were cool, like how you could scout an area out before putting your mask on. It felt really cool and unique to have that amount of control over the situation. But looking at the stats, things don't look as good. Apparently, I didn't spend nearly as much time in the game as I thought I did. It was always hard to get a full squad for this game, so I didn't expect too much, but even with that in mind, I was shocked. This led me to think about what I must have spent my time on if I remember it so fondly. Turns out I was really picky with the missions I wanted to play. My favorite missions by far were the ones that required some element of stealth. There was one in particular where you had to rob a car dealership, and we spent a good amount of time on that one alone. My friends and I tried to go as long as we could without having to start shooting, and that forced us to look for patterns and openings and communicate on what we saw to each other. That was such a cool feeling, but as soon as the guns came out, I lost interest. At that point, Payday 2 just became a basic co-op shooter to me, and that wasn't nearly as interesting as trying to stay passive. This is why I was so picky. Any mission that didn't give you an opportunity to be stealthy, I wasn't interested in. And I really enjoyed the missions where I could, but this approach resulted in me skipping most of the game's missions. In any other case, I'd rather play something like Left 4 Dead or CSGO, which were much more enjoyable shooting experiences in my opinion. So based on my experience, I'm feeling split down the middle here. I genuinely had a lot of fun with Payday 2, but only because I refused to play most of it. I don't have the urge to go back to it either. I haven't for a long time.
5 out of 10.
Piku Niku was certainly an interesting purchase on my end. It's a very quirky game, with snarky writing and a loose sense of everything else. It's one of those games where what you see is what you get. So painfully so that when I bought the game hoping there would be more, I felt like the joke was on me. Did I really watch the trailer for this game and expect anything else? Yeah, I guess I did. At least it's a short game. I was starting to get tired of it, but decided to push through one last time, and lo and behold, it was over. It didn't really impact me one way or the other. It was just a thing that I played. I think Piku Niku wants to be a satire, but unfortunately, I don't think it stuck the landing. There's a lot of video game tropes present in here. Unnecessary collectibles? Check. Random minigames? Check. A repetitive soundtrack? Check. There's a lot more, and while it could have worked, I felt that as is, Piku Niku just became what it was critiquing. It just ended up being a stereotypical video game. In this instance, it wasn't very interesting. There wasn't much wrong with it, but it didn't have much going for it either. It's a shame because I think something like this could have really worked. Given another go, this could have been a hit, but it felt a little half-baked. Maybe that's another point of satire, who knows?
5 out of 10.
Of all the Valve IPs, Portal has to be my favorite. I love pretty much everything about it, from its base concepts to the little Easter eggs. Its signature portal gun gameplay has got to be one of my favorite puzzle mechanics in all of video games. Of course, you can't forget this game's presentation, including the character GLaDOS, who has since become an iconic gaming character. The pacing of this game is also pretty great. The game will ease you into the concepts one by one until the end where I was a portal shooting master before I even knew it. But it's not just the pacing of the puzzles, it's also the story. GLaDOS is incredibly well written from beginning to end. You know she's always watching you in the test chamber, but she'll only chime in with important information or if she wants to insult you. She doesn't start getting crazy talkative until the last major section of the game, wherein you've already learned most of the concepts you need to progress. On top of all that, her lines are a perfect mix of dry humor, important information, and intimidation. Through all of that, I felt like I knew GLaDOS way before the ending where we actually got to see her. Even though I've already played this game a dozen times, I still have fun every time I start a new game. Shooting and jumping through portals is satisfying enough that I don't care if I already know how to solve the puzzles. Its shorter length also helps its replayability and pacing. Because Portal doesn't lollygag, it doesn't meander to give you story scenes or funny gags, it lets you go through the game as fast or as slow as you want without missing too much or feeling like a slog. Portal is a really tight experience. Its gameplay is satisfying to learn and get creative with, the progression feels really natural, and its story is incredibly well written while staying pretty unintrusive. Yes, it is on the shorter side, but I still find every puzzle and Easter egg and companion cube fun to mess around with no matter how often I come back.
Oh my god, it's a 10 out of 10!
Right away, I want to say that Portal 2 is a fantastic game. The Portal duology has proven to be one of the most consistently great series in the entire industry. I loved the first game, I have a lot of memories with it. It has great pacing, fun puzzles, and an understated but really effective plot. I had a great time with Portal 2 as well, but originally I had it a notch lower than the first game. After some vehement backlash from a friend or two, I decided to play it one more time before review. During any playthrough of Portal 2, I always have a great time without fail. The first thing that always hits me is the upgraded presentation. The opening sequence where Wheatley tries to get you out of the test chamber dorms is still impressive to me, and that's only the beginning. The game is full of cool little details and atmospheric lighting and cool sound effects. It really is a joy to experience from beginning to end. Obviously, the portal hopping gameplay is back and it's just as good as before. There's a lot more maps to play in and many more ideas explored than in the first game. The game doesn't spend as much time harping on concepts from the first game, and as someone who is already familiar with Portal 1, I felt it kept things fresh. Although I realize this may not be very kind to newcomers. Portal 2's gameplay is really fun, but there were some things I wanted to note. As cool as it was to explore the depths of aperture science, I felt a lot of these in-between sections boiled down to find the white paint, which wasn't very satisfying. Some of it is great. In fact, one of my favorite puzzles is in a place like this, but other times I'm just thinking, where's the fun in that? Why not just put a walkway down at this point? Secondly, I wasn't a huge fan of the gel puzzles. The way the gel spreads is slightly random and can feel kind of finicky. I remember having a lot of trouble with these in earlier playthroughs because I was never sure if I was doing it right. For the sake of brevity, I want to get straight to the source of my Portal versus Portal 2 conundrum. These are both fantastic games, but personally, I still think Portal 1 is my go-to. Portal 1 has more of a nostalgic connection to me, yes, but Portal 1 is also a lot more approachable than 2 in my opinion. It's shorter and more consistent. Portal 2 is also fantastic, but it feels like more of an endeavor. It hits heights greater than the first game, but also snags just below in some spots. I never had any complaints with Portal 1 other than its length, but I do have some stuff to say about Portal 2. Even though the score is what it is, you know which one I prefer on a given day.
Oh my god, it's a 10 out of 10!
I really just don't care about Portal Stories, Mel. That's not to diss the people who worked on this game, it just didn't stick with me one bit. Somehow I spent a good few hours in this game and I don't remember one thing except maybe the first room. It's cool to have a fan game on the Steam store page. Valve has generally been pretty cool with their fans in this aspect. But even though I know and love the main two Portal games, this one just didn't capture the same magic. It's hard to remember if I even liked it or not, so we're just gonna put it at a
5 out of 10.
Even though it's easy to compare Rivals of Aether to Smash Bros, it really is its own beast. It's still a platform fighter, but one with its own approach to mechanics, stages, and more. These little things take a game that looks like a knockoff Smash at first glance, and turns it into a fun game in its own way. Let's start with the mechanics. Rivals of Aether has a bunch of interesting mechanics to its name. The biggest one for me to adjust to is that there's no shielding in this game. Instead, there's a parry mechanic, which can stun foes for a counterattack if timed correctly. This alone makes Rivals an incredibly aggressive game, coupled with the fact that there are no ledges to hang on to, which means no ways to get invincibility outside of respawning. Rivals is all about the fight. Character-specific mechanics come in to suit your playstyle, but even the more passive ones will have you running in every once in a while. The stages in Rivals are also much more understated. The game has more of a focus on fair competitive play, so you won't find any crazy stage hazards. For me, this is give or take. While I've said many times that I prefer competitive play in my platform fighters, I don't mind wacky stages for fun. I still have a good amount of fun from the combat interactions in Rivals, so it isn't a huge deal. But if you still think this is a Smash clone, then let me tell you that in addition to no wacky stages, there are also no items. Period. It's all about characters in this game, which I kinda like because it allows the devs to get more experimental with them. The presentation of Rivals of Aether has me a little mixed. I generally like the pixelated art style, the character portraits, the menus and stages all look pretty nice, but I found myself getting lost in combat more than a few times. In addition to how fast Rivals is, I feel like some of the character sprites can be hard to read. Because it's all pixel art, there's limited information that can be displayed in a single pose. And the smaller and more nimble the character gets, the bigger this problem becomes. But all in all, Rivals of Aether has been a great time. I also forgot to mention the workshop, which has quickly become my favorite way to play the game. If you are looking into Rivals of Aether, I might recommend it on the workshop alone. It's that much fun. But the game also has fun mechanics and characters, a charming art style, and refreshing gameplay. It certainly stands on its own as a great fighter.
8 out of 10.
I played a decent amount of Robocraft many years ago with some friends. I remember pretty much only good things, but it's been so long since those sessions I was questioning if it held up or if I just had rose-tinted glasses. So a friend and I hopped in recently and here's what I found. There's two main interactions that make Robocraft satisfying to me. Building and then playing that build for the first time. The building mechanics in Robocraft are relatively intuitive. It helps that everything was kept to a grid. Building structures with blocks and then adding attachments for battle is really about as complicated as you're gonna get. I see this as a positive as it keeps things understandable, control simple, and still allowing for a lot of creativity. It's kind of like what I said about Minecraft. The main object in the game is a simple block, but already when you allow the player to build in any direction, you have a ton of room for creativity. This simpler approach already has a ton of possibilities for cool designs, as you can see from the community, which you can download and try for yourself if you want. The second part I like is testing your build. When building, you only get to see your creation in a static state, but taking it out to the field, you get to see how it works in real time. In battle, you can gather information while you play, like how heavy your vehicle is, how fast or slow, or how much firepower you need. This can be taken back into the garage and creates a nice little gameplay loop. As fun as it is, I never really got caught in this loop for too long. Robocraft kind of incentivizes you to optimize your vehicle for battle, but I'm more the type to just want to get creative. On that end, I didn't feel as incentivized, and so eventually I'd get bored and leave. For what it is, Robocraft is pretty fun. There were still people playing last time I checked. It has a clear gameplay loop that can really work for some types of people, and it does a decent job in keeping things accessible. It doesn't really stick with me anymore, and I don't intend on going back in the foreseeable future, but when I did play, I can say I had some amount of fun.
6 out of 10.
I haven't played Rocket League in such a long time, but I still don't care to come back to it. Playing soccer with cars is fun, but it was so repetitive, even back at launch. I don't even know if they've changed much since the last time I played, but I don't care to look. The core gameplay is just not very interesting to me. No amount of fancy new cosmetics is going to change that. I recognize that there's a lot of nuance to Rocket League's mechanics. There's a thriving esports scene that showcases how precise you can be, and while that can be fun, I always had a casual approach to Rocket League. From that point of view, I thought the game was fun, but only in short bursts. The magic of the game faded really quickly, and every time I came back, my sessions were shorter and shorter. It's a fine game, I can see why people may spend so much time on it, but personally, I've lost all interest.
6 out of 10!
Serena is another one of those art/experience focused games. It's all about the atmosphere and the story rather than the mechanics and whatnot. Normally I'd say that's fine, but Serena didn't really connect with me. The game is really short and takes place entirely within a small cabin. You don't get to see the outside. The story itself is also very cryptic, and it seems like you just had to go around this cabin just to kill some time for the ending. This was another game I used a guide for. I'm not the greatest at these point and click puzzle games, but Serena made it even harder because there was no clear progression from one thing to another. I can't imagine someone getting through this game organically and it being fun. You'd be combing the cabin over and over again looking for objects and where they fit. That sounds really tedious. It doesn't help either that Serena's cabin isn't the prettiest thing to look at. It's still a finished game. I didn't run into any bugs or soft locks or anything like that. It's a free game and it's pretty short if you can figure it out. But even still, I'd rather spend 3 hours on a good game than 1 hour on a bad one. Even being free, I wouldn't recommend it unless you're morbidly curious. Spend your time on something better.
3 out of 10!
I've heard so much hype about Shantae throughout the years. Even though I thought Risky's Revenge was a fine game, I guess I was still a little disappointed. I was led to believe that this would be a great series to get sucked into, one with great characters, art, music, and gameplay. I thought those things were fine, but it didn't really hook me in for another take. Risky's Revenge is a solid platformer. I had zero issues with how it controlled or anything like that. I feel like the hair whip could have been a little longer, but that's about it. I liked the look of the game too. Shantae Risky's Revenge has some great pixel art and animation. There were also some cool characters in there. All of this is fun, but the game had some issues that kept me from really admiring it. This may sound like a nitpick to some, but one of the issues that irked me the most was the clashing game and UI elements. The gameplay is all pixel art, but the menus and HUD look like they were taken from a Flash game. The lack of cohesion and consistency in the art style never let me get fully into the game, I feel. Beyond that, the game has some weird progression issues as well. I was expecting Shantae Risky's Revenge to be laid out like a Metroidvania, but it's more like a 2D platforming Zelda game. You have a main hub, different areas to explore, and dungeons to conquer as part of the main quest. When going around the main areas, you have a map at your disposal, which is absolutely terrible at telling you where you are and where to go. This made progression impossible without a guide at some points. Secondly, the dungeons themselves aren't that fun to go through in my opinion. These try to be more like bite-sized Metroidvania maps, but they don't hold the same weight. It usually just ends up being a spaghetti string of rooms until you reach the end. Except for one of the dungeons, which is just a gauntlet against enemies. I felt like Risky's Revenge had the DNA of a really great game. It has some fun power-ups, decent movement and combat. It has cool characters and a nice but uneven art style, but it didn't live up to all the Shantae hype. And it just didn't feel fully thought out. The elements were there, but they never fully came together in the final product.
6 out of 10!
Civ 5 is my favorite strategy game of all time. Actually, that's not saying much because I don't play many strategy games, but Civ 5 is still amazing. I've been playing this game for years and I've never really gotten bored of building my own empire. Whether I'm focusing on trade, religion, combat, or any of the many ways to play the game, I'm always having fun. The progression of any game of Civ is really smooth, and usually hooks me in for hours. It starts off really simple, but then blossoms into a complicated management game towards the end. Even though the end game can be really complicated, I never felt overwhelmed because the game will ease you into it as you make more units and settle more cities. The only real problem I have with Civ 5 is the online. Playing Civ with your friends is really fun, but sometimes it feels impossible to get a game going. This is because the game is really sensitive to desyncs. If someone so much as nudges their router, everyone's screens will freeze as the game tries to catch everyone up. Every time it happens, it ruins the flow of the game, and if it gets really bad, it becomes unplayable. Given that this is a turn-based game, I wouldn't expect this to be too much of an issue, but it is. The couple times I have gotten a multiplayer game going though, it was a lot of fun. Other than that, I don't really have any major complaints with Civ 5. I have fun every time I start a new game. You've got lots of civs to choose from, all with different playstyles. There's a practically infinite number of maps. You can even mod the game through the workshop to add custom civs, although I usually stick with the main game. Even still, this game has so much to offer, it feels like Civilization 5 is an endless chest of gameplay. Gameplay that has kept me coming back for hours on end, and probably many more.
9 out of 10!
I played a ton of this game as a kid. Sid Meier's Pirates is an incredibly fun pirate sim game where you get to sail the Caribbean, take down ships, make alliances, and search for treasures. It has a couple issues, and unfortunately it can be hard to play thanks to the passage of time. Still, because of how much fun I consistently have pretending to be a pirate, I don't mind the quirks of an old game too much. Sid Meier is more known for his Civilization series where you build empires and command units in turn-based strategy. Pirates, on the other hand, is more of a management game. Things can move pretty fast in this game, so standing around doing nothing is not a great option. Luckily though, there are a lot of things you can do to fill that time. The first thing I would always do is hunt down the top 10 most wanted pirates. It's cool to see digital versions of real-world pirates from around the same time the game takes place, including people like Henry Morgan, Captain Kidd, and of course Blackbeard. Of course, there are many other things as well, like taking on missions to gain favor with the nations and people in the area, or uncovering buried treasure. The only task I wasn't fond of, unfortunately, was the main quest of finding your lost relatives. I usually skipped this one when I played, but recently I decided to finish it and found it really disappointing compared to the rest of the game. It's very repetitive and it doesn't feel very satisfying when you find everyone. It's similar to the main problem I have with the game as a whole. There doesn't seem to be a clear end goal. Fully completing any task on the mission log doesn't actually net you anything besides fame. The game just keeps going until you retire or your character dies of old age. Because of this, I can't say I've ever finished a full game of Sid Meier's Pirates. It just takes too long. But I still really enjoy all the systems at play here. Even though there's not really a clear end goal in sight, I still find it intrinsically enjoyable to sail around and battle ships, follow quests, or just get the lowdown from the local bartender. All of that stuff is really fun to me, and because of that, I still love this game. It's getting a bit old, and if you don't have a numpad on your keyboard, which I don't blame you if you don't, it can be pretty hard to play, but luckily for me, I can still play just fine. As long as I can still play it, I'm still going to have fun with Sid Meier's Pirates.
9 out of 10!
Simple Planes is a surprisingly fun little flight sim. You get to build your own plane and fly around an island doing a bunch of different missions. There's also an edutainment angle, where the game will explain to you the pieces you need and the physics you need to know in order to understand how to make and fly an aircraft. Is it completely accurate? I have no idea, but it's close enough that I can see a kid playing this game and eventually getting into aviation or engineering. Simple Planes isn't really my cup of tea. On the edutainment scale, I think it's more education than entertainment, and I'm not playing these games to learn about planes, so it didn't blow me away. Still, I was pleasantly surprised.
6 out of 10!
MOBAs tend to get a bad rap from the general gaming community, or maybe it's just the circle I'm in, but the genre is generally known to me and my friends as the home for toxicity. I have always tended to avoid the likes of League of Legends and Dota 2 because of this. The footage I did see usually didn't help either, with the amount of different characters and moves and just general frantic chaos that made it hard to understand anything. Still, eventually a friend of mine got sucked in through Smite. Of all the MOBA games to choose, I must say that Smite looked the most approachable. The camera was down closer to the action, making it feel more like a third-person over-the-shoulder game. All the characters were gods from different mythologies, which I have a passing interest in, so eventually I joined him for a few games, and I had a pretty decent time. I was absolutely terrible at the game, but I still had fun seeing famous mythological characters wail on each other. The game controlled well, and when I actually got into the matches, all the menus and HUD elements that looked intimidating before weren't as much. It definitely helped that I had someone there to explain to me what was going on, because things can still get a little chaotic. The maps can get pretty big, and I tended to hyper-focus on my own lane and lose track of what my team was doing. The main gameplay problem I had with Smite was that it can be hard to make out big fights very well. There will be projectiles and swords and ults flying all over the place and numbers ticking up and down, and it's just a lot all at once. There's a lot of visual stuff going on, and for some reason characters don't really react when they're getting hit, so I lose track of my health until I'm in the red and it's already too late. That's basically the bread and butter of Smite, and even though I enjoy most everything else, that's usually why I choose not to play it very much anymore, especially not by myself.
7 out of 10!
Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed is a mouthful of a title, and it might also be my favorite racing game. Of course, the game has some of my favorite characters in the whole industry, but it also has super smooth controls, fun mechanics, and amazing track design. The game also still looks and sounds pretty good on PC. Transformed is a bit of a Mario Kart clone on paper, but in practice the two play pretty differently. The easiest example I can give is the item play. Mario Kart has a much higher focus on items. They affect the race a lot more than in Racing Transformed.
transformed. In this game, more attention is given to the feel of driving and the spectacle of the tracks. I don't hate the items in Mario Kart, but my enjoyment of those games was much more derived from the driving mechanics, and so having that be more of a focus in here makes the game more enjoyable to me. The tracks are also much more dynamic than a typical Mario Kart course. There was a lot of emphasis on courses that change in the middle of a race to show off the coolest part of racing transformed, the transforming. By racing through specific points in a track, your car might transform into either a plane or a boat, and this allows for some really crazy courses. In one lap, you might be in a car, and then all of a sudden the road explodes and you need to take to the skies. Stuff like that is all over this game. There's another comparison point to Mario here, and I want to make sure this is pointed out. Transforming vehicles in this game is not anything like gliding or going underwater in Mario Kart. Gliding, for example, happens off a ramp, and you can't really control what happens while you're in the air. Going underwater is more of a change of scenery than anything else. In Racing Transformed, you get full control over the aircraft. Driving the boat is like playing one of those arcade boat racing games. In both cases, these changes in setting feel similar to driving, but Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed takes greater advantage with effects, control, and allowing new layouts. Because of all that, the game has snuck its way into becoming my favorite racing game at the moment. It looks and sounds great, it features characters I love, and it showcases a lot of creativity with its mechanics and gimmicks.
9 out of 10!
Sonic and SEGA All-Stars Racing is a fun time, but I wouldn't recommend playing it with friends. That's kind of a death sentence to a game like this, but luckily I can enjoy kart racers with or without other people. It's fun to see another spin on the genre, and one that feels really nice to play. It's got fun characters and some decent tracks, but it's let down by really unbalanced mechanics. There's two main issues at play when it comes to the mechanics. First, some characters are way too overpowered. Shadow in particular takes much less time to charge a boost than any other character, which allows him to almost constantly be boosting into first place and beyond. Second, when you get into first place, there isn't much there to stop you. If you fire homing missiles backwards, they'll home onto the person in second place. If you get enough items like this, you can just keep stomping your competition down for the whole race, and there's not much other people can do about it. There's a few all-star moves that can hinder your lead, but that's if those characters are in the race at all. Even though the game's balance is pretty much broken, I still enjoy playing this game. It has a lot of charm with its charismatic announcer and wacky characters, not all beholden to karts. The driving does feel really good and the tracks are well designed, even if there are way too many themed after Sonic. It's still a fun alternative to Mario Kart if you're interested.
7 out of 10!
Sonic CD was another fine 2D Sonic platformer. It wasn't my favorite of the classic series, but I came to respect how out there it was in comparison to the rest. It also helped that the pacing when just going from level to level was pretty decent. My major problem with the game was the time travel element. Just going from beginning to end was fine for gameplay, but it wasn't the most satisfying because if you want the best ending, you have to engage with time travel, which I found to be incredibly clunky. To start, it was really difficult for me to get enough speed or distance to change time. Sometimes I'd be going blistering fast, but clip something just before I assume it would activate, which didn't always feel very fair because when you're moving that fast, it's hard to react to obstacles in time. Other times, I'd find a nice long stretch to run along and I'd be going and going, but the trigger just wouldn't activate. The game doesn't really explain the conditions that need to be met for time travel to initiate, but when you start the process, you have no choice but to figure it out or fail trying. Because of all that trouble and the extra stuff you have to do once you actually get to the future or past, I just decided it wasn't worth it. I also wasn't a huge fan of the special stages. They weren't the worst special stages I've played in a Sonic game, but I generally don't like Sonic special stages because of how they lock important MacGuffins behind unrelated gameplay. Other than this stuff, Sonic CD was still a decent stage-to-stage platforming experience. It's got some crazy level design, but when I decided to avoid the time travel stuff, I didn't find it as frustrating anymore. Then I could enjoy the music and art and general momentum gameplay. By playing with those stipulations, I can see Sonic CD being a pretty good time overall.
7 out of 10!
I've got a lot of memories and a lot of hours spent on Sonic Generations. From playing the demo incessantly going for the perfect score, to watching my friend play it live on stream. Sonic Generations is definitely up there as one of my favorite Sonic games, although it ain't a perfect experience. I've replayed this game quite a few times, but over the years it's safe to say I have spent exponentially more time on the modern stages than the classic ones. The modern Sonic stages in Generations never let me down. They offer a variety of things depending on the stage, like complex branching level design to longer marathons to easy entertaining blasts of speed. There's only 9 modern stages in the game, but they're all pretty well done and easily replayable. Planet Wisp is definitely the worst out of the bunch, but I've gotten used to it, so I'll give it a pass. The classic stages aren't bad, they're just not as fine-tuned as the modern ones. Generations was yet another attempt at bringing back classic gameplay, and while it's far from the worst, it still isn't as good as the originals. The momentum is still off and the spin dash is really overpowered for no reason. I also feel like the levels don't achieve the same flow that the modern ones have, but I enjoy the modern stages and gameplay so much that the game still gets a really positive reception from me. The bosses are also pretty great, except for the final boss, but the rival battles are all hits. Whenever I do a run through of this game, I make sure to hit all the rival battles along the way. There's also some great bonuses like the statue room, tons of concept art from the series' history, and a wide selection of music which you can use inside of actual stages. All in all, Sonic Generations is a nice love letter to fans. Even with some hiccups, I didn't even mention the story, which is pretty one note, it's still one of the best Sonic games I've played and certainly one of the better anniversary titles. If you're into Sonic and somehow haven't played this, give it a try. And if you're not, I'd still recommend it if you're interested in seeing what Sonic is about.
9 out of 10!
Sonic 4 Episode 1 is just here. The only real reason this game is still worth talking about is its name. They actually called this Sonic 4. Well, this ain't like any other classic game. It's got some plasticky, sometimes oversaturated visuals, terrible music, and nowhere near the same momentum in its gameplay. Sonic 4 Episode 1 is also really short. It's only got a handful of zones, and that may have been okay back in the day, assuming these stages are the same quality, which they aren't. But in 2010, if you're selling a game called Sonic 4 and trying to make it a big deal, this is not a good start, even if it is episodic. Now, I'm clearly not a fan of Sonic 4, but as the years have gone on, the title has become pretty inoffensive compared to the rest of Sonic's library. It's certainly not a masterpiece, but it's also not a dumpster fire. It just sits there existing. It's perfectly playable. If you really want to, you can squeeze a decent amount of time out of it, but it's just not worth investing anything into, especially with games like Sonic Mania and the classics being readily available. Morbidly curious players will pick it up and most won't hate it, but games worth experiencing will be actively enjoyable. They'll teach or say something or have immense amounts of depth in mechanics or showcase amazing art, etc. But Sonic 4 Episode 1 doesn't do anything other than kill time.
5 out of 10.
Out of the two episodes of Sonic 4, Episode 2 is definitely the better one, and the only one that might be worth playing. I would still never call this a high priority game, but Episode 2 at least tries to aim for some quality gameplay and hits a few marks. Right off the bat, this game looks miles better than the first. It's still not mind-blowing, but at least it's not an eyesore, and it can look legitimately pretty at points. There's also some new stuff going on with the gameplay in the form of the new team-up mechanic. Thanks to Tails, you can join forces to do a bunch of new, more powerful moves. They don't end up being anything game-changing, but it was a nice attempt at a gimmick and it doesn't entirely fall flat. The level design is also much better than Episode 1. It can still get pretty railroady, but levels have a greater sense of flow now, which can also be attributed to the slightly better physics. I also like some of the music in Episode 2. The soundtrack as a whole is really hit or miss, and when Sonic 2 misses, it misses hard. But some tracks do remind me of what good Sonic music does sound like. Sonic 4 Episode 2 still isn't worth most people's time, but I would recommend this any day over Episode 1. It feels like there was a much greater attempt at making a good video game, not just another Sonic game. So if you try it, I don't think it'll be terrible.
6 out of 10!
Spyro was the perfect sit-back game to play during the lockdown days. It captured my attention thanks to my love of the mythical creatures and kept me playing all the way through to 100% completion. It wasn't very challenging, but I think that's exactly what I needed back then. Instead, I could just take in the gorgeous visuals and animation and have fun exploring each world for treasure. The structure of Spyro is like a classic collect-a-thon. My immediate go-to comparison is Mario 64, but I guess it's a little more like Banjo-Kazooie? Either way, instead of a castle and levels, you just hop straight from area to area in Spyro once you've saved enough dragons. I like this approach because it keeps the pace up while still providing neat checkpoints if you're getting tired. Spyro isn't a very difficult game at all. Enemies won't give you much trouble, nor will finding most of the collectibles. I felt like only going for 100% completion offered any challenge, and I guess that's a fair approach. You don't want any typical player having too many bad experiences, but when they want to go for more out-of-the-way stuff, then that's an invitation to test their knowledge of the game. I still think Spyro is a little too easy. If you don't go for 100%, it might feel kind of mind-numbing. Luckily, completing the game doesn't take too long. It just adds some extra challenge. There's not much more to say about Spyro the Dragon. It's a pretty simple game. It's on the easier side, the story and bosses aren't very interesting, but the moment-to-moment exploration and levels are fun. I had a great time jumping around torching bad guys and saving all sorts of dragons.
8 out of 10!
Even though I still really enjoyed Spyro 2, I wasn't having as much fun as the first game. It could be because the novelty of the series was wearing off by that point. I was pleasantly surprised by Spyro 1, but now the series had to do more to keep me engaged. In comparison to the first game, I don't think it succeeded, although I still definitely enjoyed the time I had. One of my favorite parts of Spyro 1 was all the dragons you find, but that game already solved that problem. Going into Spyro 2, I was ready to see more of the dragons and their world, but right away we were sucked into a completely different setting. Maybe because of that and because of the level designs themselves, I found collecting to be a bit more checklisty. I wasn't a huge fan of the mission structure either. I would have rather just explored and found collectibles out in the open. It feels more organic that way. The story wasn't great either, but then again neither was the first game. Same with the bosses. I think I just don't understand why everyone loves these characters so much. I thought they were just okay. I still had a good time with Spyro 2, even though I was disappointed by the lack of anything dragons. The setting did allow for a lot of variation in levels. Some were really cool to see and explore. The levels themselves felt a bit more challenging, so collecting wasn't as mind-numbing as the first game could be. Of course, the game is still great to look at, control, and listen to. Seeing as all of these games are coming off the Reignited trilogy, that would be a given. So I think I still have my preference. Who knows, maybe I'll come back and Spyro 2 will hit me differently. But as it is now, I think it's a fun but not amazing game. Still definitely worth playing if you're going through the trilogy.
7 out of 10!
Spyro Year of the Dragon was a really good way to cap off the Reignited trilogy. Spyro 2 had to do some experimenting to find a new formula, and while I think it mostly succeeded, Year of the Dragon felt like a more refined version. The main improvement I felt was the levels. The game felt like more of a mix between the first Spyro, which was almost purely exploratory, and the second one, which had a lot of missions. Year of the Dragon found a great balance that really catered to my tastes in a platformer. Of course, the game still looks and sounds and controls as well as the others, but there are also some new additions in the form of new playable characters. If you recall my Sly Cooper reviews, that series did a similar thing with bringing in new characters to add variation in gameplay. While I wasn't a big fan of that concept in general, I think Spyro handled it better. The purple dragon still does most of the work and gets most of the attention. I think it's a good thing to keep him in the spotlight, and these other characters come in as support. Their sections aren't very long or complex, and so it ends up feeling like a minigame of sorts. That's something I can get down with. Overall, I felt the Spyro Reignited trilogy was an amazing package. It's not for everyone, but what you get is 3 incredibly solid games filled with things to collect, characters to meet, and levels to explore. I played and completed all 3 of these titles in a row and had fun from Spyro 1 to Year of the Dragon. Yes, of course, I had my favorites, but at the end of the day, they're all great games. Year of the Dragon felt like a culmination of the trilogy. The level designs were a lot more complex, the challenge felt just right, and it didn't get in its own way very much. Most of it was just exploring, collecting, and helping people out, and I felt like that was the essence of the series in the first place. Great game and a great trilogy.
8 out of 10!
When I first started Starbound, I expected it to be like 2D Minecraft. I picked up the game back when it was brand new and put it down pretty quickly because, well, if I already had Minecraft, why would I need to play this? Honestly, I'm not sure how much has changed since I first played the game. If I was right back then and things have changed, or if I was wrong the whole time and just didn't know it. Now Starbound may look like a basic sandbox with a space theme, but the game is actually more about exploration than it is about building. A more experienced friend and I got together recently to play the game, and I found that Starbound actually puts a lot more behind quests and exploration than the sandbox. The sandbox stuff is still there if you want to use it, but the game encourages you to hop from planet to planet to find things. Because of that, I feel like it was hard to get into building since that requires you to stay in one area for a longer period of time, meaning less spent on a more prominent part of the game. But honestly, my favorite part of Minecraft nowadays is just walking around and seeing what generates. Starbound actually incentivizes that, which I was happy to see. My friend and I only got through what must have been the tutorial before having to log off, but if it's any indication of what Starbound can offer, then I'm in for a good time. My only concern is how the game can keep up this sort of structure. All the random generation makes me think that quests will eventually start to look the same, and even though there is a theoretical endless amount of content, in reality the returns the player gets only go so far. For now though, I'm pretty happy with Starbound. Some things are still a little clunky, like the UI and sometimes combat, but all in all I'm pretty excited by the game's prospects. I'm hesitant to give it a super high score because I haven't seen enough of where it's going, but for now I'm still feeling pretty positive.
7 out of 10!
Streets of Rage 4 has become a new obsession of mine. I first got the game because I was interested in playing more SEGA titles. This revival of the classic series was coming out around the time, so I bought in. Turns out this game wasn't actually developed by SEGA, but licensed out to another team. A team that did a wonderful job. Beat 'em ups aren't really my thing generally speaking. The few I played in arcades seemed pretty simple and just wanted your quarters more than anything else. I also had no prior experience with the Streets of Rage franchise. Needless to say, Streets of Rage 4 was a bit of a gamble, but one that paid off. One of the biggest factors in selling me on this game was the art. Streets of Rage 4 goes for a rough comic book style presentation, and it fits really well in this context. The animations to the posing to the line art and colors make the game really bold and punchy, great for this genre. The soundtrack is also full of electronic tunes that'll get your blood pumping. The combat feels impactful and combos are really satisfying to pull off, especially on bosses. The game also has a decent roster that suits different playstyles. Grapplers, air comboers, all-rounders, and the game will also feed you a bunch of classic characters to try out. It's just a shame the game is so short. There are a decent amount of levels in Streets of Rage 4, but the game as a whole is on the shorter side. As a new player, the length felt just right, but as I started to come back to try new characters and whatnot, I felt a little let down by how repetitive things got. From the very first level onwards, you'll be seeing the same enemies with different color swaps. Occasionally a new type is introduced that'll challenge you a little more, but the bulk of the guys you fight will be repeats. It's not like they do anything new either. They might be a little more aggressive, but the only real difference is that they have more health. It can kind of be a drag on the end of the game, when it's all the same fights you've done before, but it just takes longer. But all in all, Streets of Rage 4 has been a great time. The presentation is really well done, the combat is satisfying even if it can get repetitive, and playing with friends is a blast. It can be tough if you're not used to this type of game like I was, but stick with it and you might have a new favorite in your library.
8 out of 10!
Super Hexagon is a really simple game. Guide a little triangle around a hexagon, avoiding the shapes as they reach the center. It's really straight to the point. Even loading up the game is just picking a difficulty and you're immediately in. That's something I can really appreciate about Super Hexagon. It doesn't mess around. The bright colors and loud music might feel a little extra, but I think it becomes a part of the challenge. The music and lights even get more intense the higher the difficulty. I really appreciate Super Hexagon for all that. Every now and then I might boot it up and give it a whirl. Then I can see how far I get and put it back down. There's no fluff, just intense gameplay, and that can really suck me in sometimes.
6 out of 10!
The indie game boom of the late 2000s and early 2010s still feels like a recent innovation in gaming to me. But as I get older, I realize that these games are getting old. It's at this point that the more resilient games are starting to show, and I think Super Meat Boy might be one of them. Super Meat Boy was one of the biggest hits of the new indie craze, and for good reason. It's got fun visuals, crude humor, an easy to understand plot, and above all else, really tight gameplay. Super Meat Boy is not for the faint of heart. This game will test your patience and then some, because the developers Team Meat knew they had a tight game and they pushed it as far as they could. You've got everything from falling blocks to lasers to monsters, and of course a fuck ton of saw blades. But notice that even though this game is tough as nails, there's no leaps of faith and there's no random chance. Because of that, I still felt in control of every death, which pushed me to keep going. Nowadays, Super Meat Boy has become a pretty iconic title. It was part of the crew that paved the way for big indie games that pushed the boundaries of what games could be. It's certainly not a game for everyone. If you're prone to rage, you might want to skip this in order to keep your security deposit, but rest assured, if you're looking for a challenge, Super Meat Boy will be happy to deliver a beatdown.
8 out of 10!
I've been following Superhot since very early on. Originally, I found it online as a Unity game. There, it was only a 10-minute demo that showed off the cool mechanic they had made, and that was kind of it. But it was still good enough to get me hooked for more. I would replay that Unity demo over and over and over, until one day the full game came out on Steam. This version of Superhot is a little more involved than the demo was. It's got a ton of levels, new weapons, and an actual story. The core of it is still the same. Time only moves when you move, and that turns this would-be run-of-the-mill FPS into a crazy puzzle action game. Because you have more time to think, the game will throw a lot more things at you to test your awareness. Enemies and projectiles will be coming from all sides, and it keeps the game tense all the way up to the end. Superhot is a very abstract game. It's most obvious in its visuals. Enemies are red, interactable objects are black, and everything else is white. This also comes through in its story. Superhot's story can be about many things depending on how you look at
at it. From my point of view, it's a commentary on the games industry, but you can see just given my online background why I might take that approach. Regardless, it's a plot that wants you to think, and I really appreciate that. For those looking for some pure super hot action, it can be a roadblock, and sometimes it's nice to just sit down and not have your game point fingers at you. Super hot is the only game with this gimmick right now, so if you want to play this game, you're going to have to sit through some of this, and I can see how that can be off-putting. The game can also get kind of monotonous at points. Longer sittings can make things blend together into a kind of mush. Everything looks the same, and that really hampered my enjoyment at points. You can always say that this is part of the point, but then it becomes a circular argument between the game's messaging and the player's enjoyment. I just wanted to note that it's there. Otherwise, I think Super Hot is a pretty fun time. The gameplay is really tight, and even though the story can put people off, I think there's enough of a balance to recommend this to most people.
7 out of 10!
I thought Super Hot Mind Control Delete was going to be a DLC for the original Super Hot, but it turns out it was a separate game entirely. Not only that, but owners of the original game got Mind Control Delete for free. It was an interesting move from the developers to do such a thing. Personally, I was a little burnt out after playing the original, but thanks to this list, I had to hop into Mind Control Delete, and I'm glad I did. What I like about Mind Control Delete is how in your face it is. Right from the beginning, you are interfacing with the game as if it's a living, breathing thing. The game will talk directly to you, and your inputs are how you talk to it. This makes the whole experience feel a lot more personal than the first game. In the first Super Hot, I felt more like a stand-in character for a satire, but in Mind Control Delete, that surrogate is completely gone, and it's just me and the game. This back and forth is so fascinating to me that I could talk about it for hours. After beating it, I had a conversation with my family about it and what it says about the psychology of games. Yeah, nerdy shit, but it goes to show how fascinating I found it. The gameplay of Super Hot Mind Control Delete is vastly the same as the first game, the only difference being a few new power-ups. The structure of the game is very different, however. Mind Control Delete is not as linear in its progression. Eventually, given enough time, you will end up in the same spot, but how you get there is up to you, thanks to the branching mission trees, which kind of give me a dungeon crawler vibe. My only problem with this setup is the amount of repetition. There aren't that many different maps to speak of in this game, and you'll start seeing repeats very early on. I didn't mind it at first, but towards the end it got to be kind of obnoxious, even with the game changing some things. Super Hot Mind Control Delete was still such a fascinating, mind-melding experience that even with the repetition, I came away really enjoying it. I generally appreciate a game that's self-aware, and this one is extremely that. It's nice to be reminded every now and then what video games can do to us. I think all media, and games especially, are more than just consumable products. These are powerful things that can affect our thoughts and actions, and Mind Control Delete is happy to expose some of that psychology, all while remaining entertaining with its signature Super Hot gameplay. You don't have to take it too seriously, of course, and you probably shouldn't take it all at face value, but if you're an analytical person like myself, you will love this game.
8 out of 10!
I used to play a ton of Team Fortress 2. It was endless amounts of fun, but a lot has changed since then. My interest in TF2 dropped off a decent amount of time before they overhauled the matchmaking system, before casual and competitive and all that. My TF2 was hopping into random servers and trying out new weapons and all that. I tried hopping in a few times since those big changes, but I never found it as fun. It's not like the core of TF2 has changed very much, just the stuff surrounding it. You can still blast guys with rocket launchers and shotguns and wear silly hats. You can also still join tons of custom servers, which were something my friends and I did all the time. Joining custom servers is still a bit dangerous as it's not as moderated as the Valve servers are, but it can provide a refreshing bit of gameplay to the mix if you're tired of capture points and whatnot. It's no secret that the support for TF2 has been drying up for a while. The game doesn't get any significant content updates anymore, and the lack of supervision has allowed a ton of bots to come in and ruin the experience to an extent. It's a shame because TF2 deserves more love than that, and the players shouldn't have to fight so much for attention. Personally, I think the game is still fun even if it's lost a bit of its charm. The PvP is still pretty good even if it's not what it used to be, and man vs machine has always been a blast. TF2 has a lot going for it. It has so much to its name already, and even though it's still a blast, it is showing signs of dying off, I hate to say. But it's not dead yet, and until that happens, I will gladly call it a great game.
8 out of 10!
The Escapist is just not my kind of game. I'm willing to say that right off the bat. I thought I'd really like it,
I was interested enough in its premise to purchase it, so I had some faith, but my experience as a first-time player was confusing and disheartening. I'll state again, the premise of this game is really cool. Finding a way to escape prison is a simple concept that allows for a ton of creative gameplay solutions, including lots of maps, stealth options, crafting, and more. For me though, I just had to accept that I wasn't very good at this game. My main issue is that I didn't get any sense of direction. I knew what the goal was, but I didn't feel any nudge from the game's systems to figure out any of the escape options. In the first map, I spent a lot of time just doing the day-to-day chores waiting for something to happen. Escapist is a puzzle game at heart, so I felt really bad about looking up the solutions, but I was lost. The hints didn't help. The crafting system felt convoluted and my inmates had already lost interest in me, so I did look it up and I was impressed by the amount of solutions there are to just the one level. The Escapist looks simple on the surface, but there's actually a lot going on. I think my main issue is that the game doesn't want to give me an entry point. It just dropped me in and said figure it out. For some people that might be really exciting. Hell, there's plenty of other games that hooked me in that exact way, but The Escapist just came in at the wrong time. I wasn't looking for a game like that, and so it was a struggle to give it the time of day. To be honest, it's still not a high priority game for me. There's plenty of other games out there that have what I'm looking for, and until something changes, The Escapist will probably continue to sit.
5 out of 10.
Tomb Raider felt like the video game equivalent to a fun action movie. I had a nice time from beginning to end, but I don't think I have much to say from a review standpoint. The main goal of this game was to bring back Lara Croft into the spotlight, and I think Tomb Raider did a decent job. You've got fun mechanics, a nice looking environment, and an okay story. My main detractor was definitely the story though. It felt like the plot to a typical action film. A group of explorers gets lost on an island and they need to fight their way out, uncovering mysteries along the way. In the end, they free the local people from tyranny and they all go home in bandages, but nonetheless happy. I'm surprised there wasn't an award ceremony at the end. Needless to say, I wasn't very interested in the plot. I lost interest about halfway in, but the moment-to-moment action of Tomb Raider's gameplay kept me engaged. You've got lots of cool set pieces and cinematic moments mixed in with some stealth action, shooting, and even some crafting and exploration. Don't get it twisted though, Tomb Raider is a really linear game. I think there were elements of an open-ended adventure tested out here, like the side tombs you can raid, but it feels like it's at odds with the movie-like approach to storytelling. But like I said, in spite of its flaws, Tomb Raider is a solid game. The mechanics all feel remarkably well done, from the combat to the puzzles to the exploration. Even the crafting system isn't that bad. It's a really digestible game if you're looking for a new play, and I don't think you'll regret your time spent on it. Just don't expect any masterful commentary or super innovative gameplay.
7 out of 10.
Towerfall Ascension ended up being a frustratingly good time. It's a pretty simple game. You're an archer placed in an arena and your goal is to survive a certain number of rounds to make it to the next stage. In single player, enemies come in a bunch of different shapes and sizes, and most of them will give you trouble. I'd recommend playing Towerfall with a friend. Not only does co-op make the campaign a little easier, but you'll find yourselves adjusting strategies after each defeat, communicating between rounds and then focusing up during the action. It was a cool thing to experience. You'll also get to play each other in versus mode, which I thought was really fun. The co-op single player can be fun, but it gets pretty monotonous at points with how much trial and error there is towards the end. With versus mode, that isn't a problem. You can enjoy the game's simple but effective mechanics without worrying about enemy AI or lasting a certain number of rounds to progress. Just hop in and start shooting. Whenever I played Towerfall Ascension, I would get to a point of frustration with the game, but every time I left, I wanted to come back. I think that's a testament to this game. Even though I can't exactly describe what it is, something was bringing me back until we beat it. It's got cool art, fun music, and above all, an effective gameplay loop. Shooting arrows, running around to pick them back up, all while avoiding enemies or the other player. It's tense, it feels good to pull off, and it's easy to understand. So while I did get pretty frustrated with Towerfall Ascension, and it's not something I'm dead set on returning to, it did keep me coming back and ultimately enjoying the experience up until the end.
6 out of 10.
I don't think I fully understood Transistor while I was playing it, but I was still having a good time. The story of Transistor made little sense to me up until the end. Things were finally starting to come together at that point, but I still had questions. But even though the plot was a bit abstract, I was having fun mostly through the action. The best way to describe it would be like a hybrid between turn-based and real-time action. At any point, you can pause the battle and lay down a bunch of moves, but this drains your meter, so you'll have to avoid enemy attacks for a moment until it refills. Alternatively, you can play this all out in
in real time, but those actions will still run down that meter, and you won't be able to dish out as much damage at one time. It's a really interesting system, and on top of all the abilities you gain throughout the journey, I really felt the back and forth of this mechanic. It wasn't so much about the battles themselves, but rather creating an effective kit that suits my playstyle. All while this is playing out, you're treated to some gorgeous visuals and sounds. At this point, Supergiant Games is known for their immersive visual and audio design. Along with their experimental approaches to mechanics and storytelling, this is what sets them apart. There's a great blend of sci-fi elements mixed in with some more classical art and architecture that makes Transistor's signature look, and I love how the music reflects this. It's not afraid to mix opposing sounds, which again makes a unique blend. All these elements come together to make a very unique game. Not just a unique one, but one that does the balancing act of doing something different and keeping people there to see it. Sometimes Transistor can be hard to understand. There are a few moments I had to really power through thanks to an unclear motive, but I'm glad I stuck it out to the end.
8 out of 10!
Do I really need to talk about Undertale? For those not in the know, I've already sung my praise at least a couple times, and that doesn't count how much I talk about it outside of the internet. This is an example of a game that sets out to do something and pretty much perfectly executes it. Not only that, but it did it in its own way, creating a wildly popular subculture in the process. Undertale is ultimately a game about video games. It's painfully self-aware, and that sort of meta experience can be really annoying to get through. A lot of games attempt this sort of narrative, but end up falling flat on their face because they are exactly what they critique. Undertale is a game about games, but it's also a story about morality, friendship, ignorance, talking dogs, and so much more. It's a game that can be enjoyed for any multitude of reasons. For the music, the lore, the funny skeleton man with the slip-ons, anything. But everyone already knows this game is good. The internet will never shut up about it. It's quirky and fun, and also heartbreaking and serious, and charming and contemplative. And yeah, of course it's a 10. I went into this game expecting to hate it. The fan base was really obnoxious, and as an outsider, I didn't understand the hype. Playing it turned me around almost right away. After Toriel, there was no going back. The game had me. I played neutral the first time, then pacifist, and finally a genocide run. All of those experiences I'll never forget, and I can't believe they were all from the same game. Most everything about this game excels, and that deserves a ton of credit to Toby Fox and to everyone else who worked on this game. It's already become an icon, and is already showing to be a classic game that will be remembered for a while to come.
Oh my god, it's a 10 out of 10!
I personally don't think Unturned is worth playing anymore. I thought it was fun years ago. I thought the simple graphics were kind of charming, the gameplay was more complex than that would lead you to believe, and overall I just liked the pure survival approach. There are plenty of games that do this sort of thing, but Unturned felt like it tuned down all the other fancy stuff so my kid brain can understand what was going on. Nowadays the game is really boring. Even early on sometimes it would be hard to find any action on a particular server, but now that player base has died down so much, any multiplayer excitement is a rarity. The last time I played, I brought some friends along and we wandered around the map aimlessly looking for stuff to do, collecting enough items to keep us alive, looking for any semblance of other players. At the end of it all, we found maybe one other squad whom we traded shots with and then left us alone. In the state that Unturned is in, I found it to be a really boring game. Without the pressure of running into another player, all the systems at play kind of lose their purpose. Zombies are really only a nuisance. They're meant to drain your resources, not be a main threat. So when that ends up being all you face, the game becomes really unsatisfying to play. The other solution might be to bring your own group of players to fight against, but the maps are so big that you would need a lot of people to make that feel organic. Unturned in a vacuum is fine, but the main draw to this game was the huge maps full of wandering players. Without those players, the game falls flat, and unfortunately those numbers are not what they used to be. The vitality of the game was hanging by a thread the last time I played, and to get the best experience you need to put in a lot more work than it's worth, so I just keep moving.
3 out of 10!
I really could not be bothered to write something on War Thunder. I played this game for maybe an hour and then put it down, never to play it again. But it's still sitting in my library and on my list, so per the rules I have to give it some time. The only thing I'll say is that I think the idea of War Thunder is cool. Players participate in almost all aspects of the battle, which makes an interesting simulation. For me, it seemed cool, and then I started playing and didn't find it very interesting. It just seemed a bit slower than I was looking for, so I went back to other games. Honestly, the only reason it's getting a review is because I never figured out how to remove games from your Steam profile. Oh, wait, I found it.
5 out of 10.
Yet Another Zombie Defense was a really cheap game my friends and I bought to try out for fun. In that context, I guess you can say it's a good game. There's a lot of cheap or free games in this vein that are broken or scams or both, but Yet Another Zombie Defense is neither. It's just bad instead. Playing the game was fun for maybe 30 minutes and then it was time to set it down. It's just the same wave after wave of zombies in a blank void with really annoying sound effects and music. Whenever I think of this game, I think of that void, how it's a perfect analogy for what this game offers. It starts off with nothing but you and some zombies, and then you get to place down some traps and go again. All this game does is feed you zombies until you die. Minimal effort. Everything else comes from the player. It's not very interesting or satisfying. It might be fun to laugh at for a few minutes, but eventually it just becomes a waste of time.
2 out of 10.